a more perfect thing that a leader of the nation could have chosen to say at the time, other than, I can hear you. I know what just happened. We're all in this together as Americans. I can hear you.
The body of the government,
Yes.
if you think about it as a body, has its own defense system that will fight for its own survival. And that's the nameless, faceless, gray suits that all work for it. They don't want to lose their jobs, and they might even believe in what they're doing. And so they're not going to let some random person that gets elected by some weird system that some people understand and most people don't dictate what the future of their lives are and the future of the country is.
You are being actively stolen from when you pay them more money, when you have to pay taxes to buy anything, to get gas, to buy food, to buy anything, to pay your bills, you're paying taxes.
Every time there's a transaction of currency, you're paying taxes.
To not allow the government to further steal from you is not wrong.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to Salt the Streets Podcast, the most pro-America, anti-government show you know, the show where we discuss news, government, and culture and how it pertains to you, the individual, and your natural rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I am, of course, that big bird-looking fellow they call Colin, and I am, once again, it's been a long time that we've been reunited in the studio, joined by my brother Don.
Hello.
That's what your name is today, is Brother Don.
I like it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining me today.
Hell yeah, buddy.
Everybody, thank you for joining me.
It feels good to be back in the game,
month,
right?
A proper month. It was 165 the last time I think that we were here together. Or
yeah, because I was
164 because I did 165, you did 66, and now we're here. Today is episode 167. It's March 23rd, 2024. We're coming out hot. We got lots of beautiful things we're going to talk about today. We have a couple local stories that we're going to hit for you guys. One regarding some changes to the FFL requirements for Washington State federal firearms license. Some stuff about the bar exam in Washington State and some body armor stuff. Super excited. We're very good. And then we have a big part 2 coming. Big part 2. We're going to talk about some border stuff.
So much stuff.
We're going to
saw the videos, man.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Yesterday with the National Guard, right? Okay. Yeah.
We'll watch some of those.
The shit's bad. So we're going to talk a little bit about some border stuff. Some TikTok ban. Some propaganda things are there this week regarding some Donald Trump comments at one of his rallies a week ago today, actually.
Some might say it was a bloodbath.
It was a bloodbath. So we'll walk you guys through kind of I watched it happen in real time.
I don't know how I dodged the whole thing.
Yes.
I know, actually, how I dodged the entire thing. Well, I'll tell you about that later.
Yes. Yeah, I watched it play out in real time, so we'll go over that. And then Colin's going to lead us through part 3. We have some things going on, some Australian Navy buildup.
Surprise, surprise. World War III is a-coming.
Some news going on with some Hong Kong stuff. And then we have a big, fat motherfucking grab bag for you guys today because we didn't do...
We have to.
Yeah, I did some grab bag by myself, and then Colin didn't do any grab bags, so we've got to...
bag's getting too fucking heavy, dude. We got to start going through some stuff.
Full month of grab bag to be dropped on you guys. So it's going to be a fantastic episode. Yeah, I'm really, really, really excited for everyone to be here.
So without going into the actual bloodbath story, when did this start to happen? Was this like on a Friday?
It was Saturday evening.
Yes,
because, and I have an article, I think it was posted at like 7 p.m. a week ago today.
Okay.
And so because the rally was in the evening, and, he goes on, the guy talks for like 2 hours. He gets after it. And so when... It probably was mid-speech, to be honest. I bet they didn't even wait until he was done talking. Like, probably just...
He said it. Run the
fired
story.
It out. It was posted at like 7:06 or something, and I remember seeing the headline.
Yeah, because that was PBR day, followed by dinner over at the homie's house.
Yes.
And so I was ensconced in a game of Own the Libs.
Yeah.
With just some of the homies, and there's been a new addition to the homie set recently.
Okay.
And probably the most lefty out of all of us. There's only a couple of them that kind of have some lefty tendencies.
Yeah.
But she definitely was out of her element. We'll say that much. But she was just a good fucking sport about it. Because do you know the game Own the Libs?
No.
Okay, so it's like Cards Against Humanity, which you have played.
Yep.
Except they're all the premises are just like pure MAGA fodder.
Okay.
And all the answers are, it's like a fucking MAGA Cards Against Humanity, man. Very topical too. I know it didn't come out that recently, but it's within the last few years. I mean, there's tons of like Trump, Biden stuff, Obama stuff, like very relative to like the contemporary times.
I like that.
It was so much fucking fun. We played that shit for hours. Yeah, it was a long day. Start off drinking at 8 o'clock in the morning at the PBR.
Paulsbo Beer Run.
The Paulsbo Beer Run, yes. It's a very big, it's a twice a year thing that we do, Paulsbo, and it's very big for the community and all the breweries. And I think round trip is like 4.2 miles or something like that if you actually do the whole thing and then come back, which we never do. But yeah,
so we stop at the last bar.
No, we think ahead. And so we start on one side of town, right? And then you walk all the way around to the other side to go to the downtown side.
Yeah.
And then ideally you're supposed to come back and you end where you started.
Oh, okay.
So what we do is we park a couple cars downtown.
Yes.
And then carpool to the starting area. And then a couple people leave their cars there. And then once we all get done, then we all just load into the vehicles and then just drive to the starting area.
Well, especially because by the time that you're done, it's probably noon or whatever. And the Paulsbo waterfront is absolutely slammed. So there's no way you're going to find parking. But at 8,
this past weekend was the most gorgeous weekend we've had.
It was
fucking nuts, dude.
We went to the beach in Hansville on Saturday. It was gorgeous.
For good reason, man. That was a great day to do it. Yeah, so it was a great day to be walking and drinking.
Fucked with some anemones on Saturday.
Huh?
I fucked with some anemones on Saturday.
Did you poke them?
There was just one at first, and then it's like a red car thing. Like I saw the one, then I was like, oh fuck, there's like 30 of these things just chilling in this little patch. And they were like greenish red color. I have a video I can send to
nice.
to the chat. Yeah, and we can watch it.
I like that.
But yeah, so I was fucking with those, and the kids dug around a while, and there was lots of cool shit. Always crabs, you're always looking for crabs,
all the crabs.
when you go down to the beach with the kids and stuff like that. And so I backpacked a reason down there for a while. I'm sorry, I've got 90 pictures of fucking Horton Hears a Who on my phone.
Wait a minute.
We were watching Horton Hears a Who last night, and I left my phone on the couch, and I got up to do something, and Dax comes in, and he says, "Daddy, I took pictures of what was on the TV." And I was like, "You did? Let me see the pictures that you took." And it's
it's just Horton Hears a Who.
Frame after frame after frame after frame. You could probably put them together in a video and watch 30 seconds of Horton Hears a Who.
Probably.
Yeah, there's just a fuckload of pictures on there.
Oh my god, that is fucking awesome. That is awesome. I can't wait to play that, man.
Yep, there you go. Oh, you can probably hear the kids in the background.
No, yep. We'll go. Oh wait, I gotta put it over here. Remember what I'm doing.
The tide's going out, so obviously they're not.
Look at all them things.
Yeah.
There's no shortage of them.
Yep.
Good lord.
Just 2, and then just kinda,
hanging out on the rocks.
Zooming around in the fucking little tide area. It was a cool spot down there.
That's like a really cool looking video, actually.
It was. I put this on Instagram. It was a good Instagram fodder, and it's going to go on but YouTube Shorts later this week too, with some music underneath it. Yeah, I thought the exact same thing. I was taking a small video. I was like, oh wait, let me fuck around a little bit. Let me change my perspective. Let me go out to 0.6. Let me move around a little bit. Yes, I was like, this is going to be a missed opportunity. So I made sure that I did not.
Oh my god.
Yeah, no, it was a really good time. Did that. Hit up fucking Sourdough Willie's again because
it seems to be the spot.
I think that's the one. I think that might be the best pizza in the area for me.
Shout out, dude.
Yeah, and
I've been sit on that top spot of the list.
I've been toying around with the idea for a while because also there's a part of me that's like, who fucking cares what you think about pizza, But I have to
work for Dave Portnoy.
Also, I'm on the internet already, so I'm just gonna do a thing that I think is fun. So I've talked about it many times. I don't know if I have on here or not.
Doing the list.
I am gonna put together a proper fucking list. I'm going to come up with different categories as to how these things are going to be scored, because that's going to be very relevant. The crust is going to be a factor, the ingredients is a factor, the second day is also a huge factor. That's what started me thinking about the thing. Was that I had the
Port second day reheat.
Yes, had the Port Townsend pizza that the waterfront was dumb fire first day. Might be the best first day slice. It might be the best first day slice. Second day slice is garbage. Yes, garbage second day slice. And
that sucks.
Heat it up on the stove in a pan.
Do the classic thing.
Yes, with the water to melt. Yeah, nope, ass. Super disappointed.
So fucked up.
Super disappointed because that first day slice is
just doesn't hold
good.
up. Huh?
Yeah, the first day slice is incredible. That fresh, because when Dax and I went to Port Townsend, got that pizza, we were sitting out front waiting for it, you know. And so as soon as it was done, I got it. And he was watching something on the phone while we were waiting for it. And I was like, all right, let's go. And he's like, no, I'm not ready. Part of his deal, he transitions, you know, he's not, doesn't like quick transitions. He's like, oh, that's cool. We'll wait a few more minutes, you know. I sat down. I was like, I'm going to crush one of these slices before we go to the car. I'm sitting here right now. Why wouldn't I?
Exactly.
Open it up. Yeah, it was incredible. The cheese was still, I mean, like liquid almost. The sauce, it was fire, bro. Yeah, it was dumb fire. But the second day was horrible.
I want a pizza so fucking bad right now. I don't remember the last time I had one.
You got to hit yourself up a sourdough Willie's. I'm telling
Word.
you, because
I
I
fucking
got,
live right there. I better at some point.
and it's a super easy pickup thing, you know, to just scoop right in and like it's not.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll just run down there, grab a slice out of the pickup thing, because that's the last time I went down. I mean, in 6 months ago, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah. And I've been getting it's a Detroit style, right? So it's like a thicker
cheese all
crust.
the way too.
Yeah, the cheese all the way to the edges, and it's almost like a focaccia. Is really kind of like what it's based on. It's lit. But I have to try all their different crusts, and those going to be scored separately, the different crust styles, because they're all going to be different. But
different worlds at that point.
Right.
You can't just be like throwing a Detroit next to a Brooklyn style and call them the same thing.
Precisely. But I'm glad that you understand where we're going with this.
Of course. No, I'm all about this, dude.
Yeah, the Detroit style is also mad filling, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I ate that pizza for 3 days. And the key I found with the sourdough Willie's was that you can air fry those slices the next day. That's what does it, especially the Detroit style, because the sauce is on top. You know what I'm saying? So it's like reheating the sauce, and it's not fucking it up. It's not like drying out the sauce on top.
Mm-hmm.
You can air fry it. Yeah, you can air fry a sourdough Willie's Detroit style pizza. They don't want you to know this. The government doesn't want you to know, but you can do it.
Big Pizza is going to take us down.
Yes.
Dude.
But you can do it. You can air fry a 2-day, 3-day sourdough Willie's pizza,
dude,
and it's still fire.
Woo,
so
man,
it's worth it. It's obviously not as good. Like it's not going to be as good.
It's a second day slice,
but it's pretty fucking good, you know, on the scale of next day, third day slices. It's pretty fucking good.
That's nuts. Well, I gotta get down there. I fucking showed somebody else. I told you about this, I think, maybe, but we were talking about sourdough Willie's, and somebody was like, oh yeah, I like to get this one. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure. And I pulled up the picture. I was like, you mean that one? He's like, that's the exact same one we always get. And I was like, well, then there you go. That seems to be highly recommended.
It's the spot, dude. The ingredients are mad fresh. You can taste it. The sauce is super sweet, which is really good with like, they just seem to be doing, you know, they're not fucking with a lot of sweet flavor profiles on the pies. Like it's a very savory ordeal. That's what they're going for.
That one's got the hot honey on it, right?
Yes.
I've never fucked with the hot honey either. I gotta just do that. I gotta do the whole thing.
The hot honey will add to, you know, it's getting overplayed right now. Like people are putting it on fucking everything, and that's just the way of things. You know, it becomes trendy, and then everyone's doing it. It's all over. But if you put it on the right thing, it's only going to make it better.
Nice.
The sweetness is way toned down because of all the peppers that are in it, and it's got a really good, like, it's just kind of like a tingly deal. You know, it's not super upfront spicy. You get warm, you're going to turn off the. I'll cut the heater. I'm sitting right in front of it. I don't give a shit.
I'm good. I just had to do a quick wardrobe change.
But it'll add to it, bro. It's just a kind of a mouth tingle sensation that just adds to the whole.
So it's just like honey with peppers.
Yeah. It's like pepper oil, you know, but honey instead. They just like take a fuckload of peppers,
like
they just let it sit,
like the red pepper flakes that you'd normally put on.
And just let it sit in the honey, and then I'm sure you strain them out and just pour it. Yeah, bro.
I ate a massive. Because that's the way of the show, right? It's like we start at lunch, so there's no time to eat lunch. So
I crushed 2 burritos before you got here.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I always just do like a really late breakfast and just eat to the point where I almost get sick. Because I'm like, this is going to have to last me all day.
Yes.
And I made a fucking blade roast. One of the last roasts I have left from the cow, Jethro. So I put that in the crock pot with this. Echoes makes a Rausch beer, right? It's a real smoky.
Okay.
It can be intense.
Yeah.
And I was like, this is going to be perfect. So I cooked that in the crock pot for a day and a half.
Ooh.
In the Rausch beer.
Dog.
And it just fucking shredded apart.
Yes.
It was fantastic. And so like Ma had some last night when she came home from bringing the horse back and all that. And then this morning I was like, I stripped it all down. I had it all ready to go. I'm like, I could do something with this. And I'm like, I feel like I should just make some fucking scrambies. Throw it in there, toss it all up, and I Ooh, I ate like a fat kid this morning
Ooh.
about 9:30, 10 o'clock, and just
Destroy
all this roast and eggs, just pure protein, dude.
Yes.
Throw a little garlic in there, some Himalayan
Yeah.
salt, some black pepper.
We're gonna start posting our pre-show meals, bro, because they're always wild.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's fucking fuel, man.
Yeah.
That's pre-show meal is just fuel to
Yeah.
get through the day, and it doesn't ever really look pretty.
No.
I need sustenance, and I need it to be like for longevity. It has to hold me out all day long, and it has to be good for me. Got to be filling because I'm gonna have a couple beers, so it can't be having. We've
Right.
done that before.
Right.
We've done this game before, and it doesn't turn out well for me. But it's just, and it's always just like, well, just toss it up in the most efficient way manner is just to throw it in a bowl and just scarf it down like a fucking dog.
Yes.
And that's what I did this morning, and it was watching a little bit of The Ranch, my new show, The Ranch. It's fucking
Ashton
phenomenal.
Kutcher.
And the dude who got hemmed
That guy's
up.
a rapist.
Yeah, he is rapist. Yeah, I haven't gotten to the season where they kick him off the show after he went to jail and shit, but it's like the entire cast of that 70 show is almost the entire cast is in that show in some capacity. Like Red Foreman,
Yeah.
he's in it. He's the angry neighbor rancher next door who's dying of brain cancer and
I
just
like that.
smokes tons of fucking weed and just hates everybody, and it's fantastic.
That's awesome.
Basically plays the same character, minus the brain cancer and the weed. The mom in that 70s show is Ashton Kutcher's in-law,
Nice.
his mother-in-law. Bez was even in it for a little while.
I like that.
He played a dude.
Wilbur Valderrama.
Yes, and he played an illegal Mexican dude that was working for a ranch, and then because of things that happen, he ends up getting deported and kicked out of the country, which is a thing that we don't do that anymore.
No.
But of course, yeah, the two brothers are Ashton Kutcher and the rapist dude.
We
Of
should
course,
bring Obama back for a third term. He was the great deporter in chief.
he
I would
was.
just see if he
Let's
can
go,
fucking-
dude. But yeah, then fucking Sam Elliott, obviously, he's dad, which
Love
is
Sam Elliott.
he's so fucking good at this show too. And blast from the past. I'm like watching this show and I'm like, God damn it, I'm in love with this woman, the guy that plays, or the chick that plays Abby, Ashton Kutcher's love interest. She is, I'm just like, I am 100% in love with this girl, and I know her from somewhere. And it hit me the other day when I was watching fucking Elijah Cuthbert from The Girl Next Door. Do you remember that movie?
Yes.
The first few seasons. Yeah, she was fucking Jack Bauer's daughter in the first few seasons of 24.
Okay.
I was like, of course I'm in love. I've been
That's
madly in
nice.
love with that
Right.
girl forever, man.
That's nice.
Yeah, oh, yeah. And she's like this hardcore redneck chick that just throws back fucking beers and whiskey and talk shit. And it's a fucking great show.
Yeah.
But yeah, super into it. Was not into it. It took me like 3-4 episodes.
That's
I was
an older show.
Yeah.
Comparatively. It's
yeah, but it's
obviously,
like it's a sitcom. But they drop fucks all the time because it's a Netflix sitcom, and I'm like, oh, that's actually
because the Netflix.
that's
sitcom.
right. And I like it for multiple reasons, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It's took me a few episodes to get it back into like the sitcom-y thing. And I'm like, okay, just calm the fuck down and just let yourself laugh.
Yeah.
Just get the fuck over it, and then
Just
also
enjoy it.
just enjoy it. And I'm like, oh yeah, now I'm here.
That's how I got on the Marvels. You know what I'm saying? The
Indeed.
Marvel movies. I've been watching the Marvel movies lately, the Infinity Sagas.
Yeah.
And I was like, kept feeling like I wanted to watch them, but then I would go to pick one. I'm like, I don't fucking want to watch any of these movies. Like, there's not a one of these that I want to watch, So I was like, I think I'm just going to fire these out. I'll just run through them and I'll just force myself to it. And then it will be, regardless, it will be out of my system.
Indeed.
I will have finished this. And so I think I've got to be halfway through the saga now. Like, I'm on like Thor Ragnarok, So I've watched Civil War and a good majority of these.
All the Avengers
The
ones.
first
that are
Avengers
coming.
movie and like Age of Ultron. So the first two Avengers movies. And
I liked Age of Ultron.
it was
bro.
great, yeah.
That one was real good. That fucking the Jarvis, the Ultron.
Yes.
When he's bad, Ultron is fucking dope.
I think that I have decided that Civil War is the best one. I think Civil War is the
Interesting.
best Marvel movie. That's
I haven't seen that one in a while.
yeah, and
to
that's
check
not an
that out.
opinion thing. I think I've decided for everybody.
really?
That's
This
the
is it?
best one. Yeah, Civil War is the best one. What up, Kevin?
What up, Kevin?
The plot in it is a little bit thin.
Mhm.
Like the bad guy that sparks everything off. His family. I think he was Sokovian, and so his family dies in this battle, and it's the same deal as like Maximoff, the twins, that they're
Oh,
like,
yeah.
you know, we were in the building and then Stark's name is on this missile. Like he says the exact same shit. Like you guys did this, and you know, and then I realized that I couldn't kill you guys by myself, but if I could, you know, tear you apart. Okay, so
China style.
so hold on, right? Hold on, because your family's been dead for less than 5 years. You're telling me that in less than 5 years, single-handedly, you not only figured out all this stuff about the Winter Soldier, you found where the background information was, you found out the people that you needed to interview, you designed your own fucking Tesla coil bomb, you procured the money, the funding, and all the things required for you to pretend to be the Winter Soldier, to bomb the UN building while pretending to be the Winter Soldier. Like, you did all this in 5 years, and not one of the Avengers fucking found out about it. Jarvis is literally an AI. Like the Vision is literally an AI. He does not. It's not real. He does not real. He locked Ultron out of the internet permanently. No one fucking knew that you were doing any of this.
And yet it's still the best one.
Oh, it's definitely the best one. The movie's unquestionably the best. The plot is thin, but the movie is unquestionably the best.
I was like, wait, you just tore the shit out of that movie. No, it's still the best, bro.
It's just that part.
It's either that or we're setting a real low bar.
Because that's also the last 5 minutes of the movie. Like,
Bilbo!
Bilbo, yeah. Everything happens, and then they're at the very end of the movie, and they're at the Winter Soldier house where the other Winter Soldiers are, and this guy Zemo is his name. He kills them. He's like, I don't want any of this bullshit anymore. You know, I don't want any more supers. And he plays the video for Iron Man and Captain America, and so they're doing battle, and he tries to escape, and he's outside, and somebody stops him, and then he says everything. So, like, they're fighting at the end of the movie. That's happening while he's explaining why he did this. That's the very end of the movie. It's only then that you're like, what the fuck? It's only then.
So it's like that
Everything
last
up until-
5 minute wrap up.
Yeah. Yeah, everything up until then is totally kick-ass.
Okay.
You know, it started to get hairy for me when he's playing the video. Like when he's playing the video that shows you that Winter Soldier killed Tony Stark's parents. You're like, why though? Like, fucking, why are you doing this? Like, this doesn't really make any sense. I don't understand this. So, you know, enough things have happened. Why is this happening? There's already enough disagreement with the Sokovia Accords and like Captain America's a fugitive. Like, all this is already enough. He already can't go back to America, has to leave with the Winter Soldier forever. Tony Stark already doesn't like him because of the choice that he's made. Well, what's the point of this? You know, I don't get the last step is what doesn't make sense. Everything else is kick-ass. I think the action is the best in that one. The fighting is fucking cool. That's when the stakes start to get really serious. You know, Rhodes, like a war machine, loses his legs. He falls for a second, gets paralyzed. Like, things get really serious. That's when things start to get final, you know? After that, the next Avengers movie, like, people start dying for real. So things are starting to get super duper real. There are actual consequences for what's going on. It's not just like
when Civil War actually breaks out.
Yeah, because that's when they started talking about the cities and stuff. But up until that, you've just watched 10 Marvel movies where they destroyed cities and no one fucking said anything about
exactly.
it. No one fucking mentioned it. New York has been destroyed 2 times in these first 10 movies by the Hulk and then by the Avengers. No one's mentioned a goddamn thing. That's weird. You know, that seems very odd that we've gone this long and no one's mentioned it. So it all is very natural how all those things begin to come together. Yeah, but it's only in the very end. You're like, this guy just doesn't make sense. Though just this guy, just that he's the underline of this doesn't make any sense. But
he's the Deus Ex Machina that they had to throw in because, like, we have to figure out how we're gonna do this. Fuck it. Insert bad guy. Killing his whole plan, done.
Yeah.
Game over. That's how we did this.
And I don't know how much that differs from the comics. I don't know if that's the same story that it was in the comics, or I had never read that line. I don't know. I've been really enjoying the background story of it, though, like the continuity thing I was telling you about. I just never watched them close enough together to really even care about it or pay attention to it. I was just enjoying them as action movies, you know?
They just they hit so different when you're actually sitting there watching them like consecutively.
Yes.
Because the subplot follows and it carries through, and they're actually pretty good at maintaining that whole storyline.
The ones that carry through that progressive story, yes. Because all the other ones that I've watched that don't, I haven't enjoyed. Like some of the, like I've watched 3 Thor movies now. The last 2 of these were not fucking relevant. You know, you had a whole movie about this one stone that, like, all this other shit happened just for this stone to be in a certain place.
Yeah.
it's a bit much, you know.
a bit
That's when
much.
you can be like, okay, you're really cash grabbing now. You're just making as many movies as possible.
Yeah, we got to make the Thor franchise.
Yeah, this Thor Ragnarok, like the second Guardians of the Galaxy, like none
Mm-hmm.
of these things are progressing this story forward.
With the
you know,
second Guardians.
Second Guardians of the
was-
Galaxy, Kurt Russell's in it, and you find out that Kurt Russell
That's
is Star-Lord's
right.
dad, and he's like a planet and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing happens. Like it's a whole movie where nothing actually happens. There
Yeah.
is no actual progress in the story of the Infinity Stones.
Yeah.
Even the clips at the end are just funny clips for the movie.
Mhm.
They're not, you know, a
There's a
sneak
third
preview
one,
for the
right?
next. Yes.
And I have not seen that.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I like the first one.
Thor 1 is and that's I remember not liking
only good
Thor,
Thor.
and then I watched it again. I was like, this was actually pretty good.
Oh, word.
This first Thor was actually pretty good. It's a bit much. He's a bit much.
Yeah.
Just because they're still figuring out how they're going to do the superheroes. You know.
It was
In-
so early too.
Yeah, he's all his eyebrows are blonde. Everything. He's
Mm.
pure Aryan. You know, which is it's Thor. That's obviously what it's supposed to like.
Yeah.
That's the idea.
His dad
But-
is Anthony Hopkins.
But what he looks like at the end is just a better.
Mm-hmm.
Looks better. It's a better resemblance. He's got dirty blonde hair. Like his
Yeah.
hair's like your color. It's not, you know,
Yeah.
it's
Then he
a
gets
normal
fat.
person. Yeah. And then he gets back to normal size. It's normal. You know, he looks regular. Short hair Thor when he's like has a beard and shit.
Yeah.
This makes way more sense than this. It's just a bit much, you know.
the
yeah.
costumes were a little intense.
They're a bit much.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
a little too campy, I
the
think.
first Spider movie, same deal. Like nothing happens in this that progresses the Infinity Saga forward, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a fine movie, but don't put it in this collection because it's not getting me anywhere. It's just a Spider-Man movie. It's a fine movie, perfectly fine, but there's
Mm-hmm. Yep.
nothing that
The
happens.
first
in this
Tom
that's
Holland one?
Yeah.
Okay.
But nothing that's relevant to the actual Infinity Stones or like making that happen, you know?
Yeah.
Doctor Strange, at least we're finding out, okay, he has the time stone. Like that's where this is now.
Yep.
This is a part of the story. This is relevant. It's his origin story, and now we know where this other stone is that they're going to come back and find. you
Well,
know?
that was like the thing with the first Guardians.
Precisely.
They were grabbing that thing, not even
Precisely.
knowing what it was, but you still,
Yes.
it's, you know, it's progressing and it's
Yes.
moving along.
Precisely. Hot take, I don't like Endgame. I will come back to you next episode and tell you what I think about Endgame because
you're
I've
gonna
got
hit
it. I've watched it multiple times since then, but again, not
Not in
yes,
the series.
Yes. So I want to get the full breadth of it, and
Mm-hmm.
then I will decide. But I was talking to Jordan about it last night, and I do. She was saying, I just remember there was so much that happened in Endgame. Like it just felt like there's just another thing and another thing and another
Yeah.
thing. You know, it's just continual hurdles. And I
Well,
do
yeah, 'cause
remember
they were
that.
they had all these loose ends they needed to tie up
Yes.
for the most part, and they
Yes.
had to come back and tie them all up. I remember
Right.
that one feeling like a fucking long movie.
It's 3 hours. The 3-hour
is?
movie, yeah.
Okay.
And they kill Thanos in the first like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Like they cut his head off, and you're like, "Whoa, hold on.
What do you mean
what are
we're
we
done?
doing now?" Yeah. And then they're like, you know, Tony Stark is like, "Oh, by the way, I figured out fucking time travel."
Yeah.
All you
Fuck
had
off.
to do was just commit a month, and now you've got it. That's all that it took. You've been fucking around this whole time, and it would have just taken you a month of real
Yep.
effort to figure out time travel. That's a little bit
Yeah, because that's the one where they actually go back through the quantum
yes,
whatever, and
yes,
yeah, that's
with the
fucking,
Pym particles. Yeah, and they
Yeah.
have to go back to different parts in time.
That's right.
And Infinity War is way better.
Yeah.
I agree. I haven't even
1000%.
watched them again yet in this series, and I already agree. But yeah, it's just a bit much. And then
Yeah.
when they go back in time, same deal. You're only an hour and a half into the movie. You're like, hey, there's no way this works out because there's still way more movie left. So I know that this isn't going to be the end, you know? Yeah, so they have, I don't remember, I haven't even watched again since then, but I remember that they go back in time and then shit gets fucked up. And so they have to like
Yeah.
jump again or something. And
Yeah, it was something was
right.
fucked up.
They have to jump back and get more Pym particles and a cube. And if, you know, it's like, goddamn, bro.
too much, bro.
Yeah, just fucking
Tell me the fucking story.
get it together. Cut this
Get
whole
your
middle
shit
part out.
together.
Cut the whole middle part out.
Get your shit together.
There we go. Get me to the final battle where Captain America finally says Avengers Assemble for the first time in the whole series. And then let's get on with it. You know? Yeah, they tease you one time. They tease you at the end of Civil War. He's gathering up this kind of ragtag crew that he's going to have. And he says, Avengers? And then it cuts. And you're like, oh, you fuckers. You fuckers. But then finally, in Endgame, he's right there. Everybody's
Assemble.
coming through all the portals, all everything. Avengers? Assemble, and then everybody fucking gets after it. And you're like, goddamn, we watched 30 movies to hear you say
Yes.
it one time. To hear you say it one fucking time we watched these.
Well, if that doesn't perfectly explain how Disney does their fucking marketing and their money grab, that's exactly. It seems like there's not a better place to
Yes.
do that.
And my question for this week has to do with things being too much. So this is a perfect tie-in.
Perfect. Let's
To
do
this
it.
segment. With that, let me ask you this. I send you a video that we're going to watch because that's going to kind of lay the context for others. We're going to watch this video, and then I'll ask my question. It's a food video, and I think we've watched this guy before. But if we haven't, then I think I have another one in the grab bag for this week. So
Okay.
I'm going to watch this, and then we'll talk about it. Okay?
Okay. Got too many windows.
No, you're good, bro.
I'm trying to go back to regular producing again. I'm like,
quick
wait a
shift.
minute.
It was a quick shift. Yeah, and you ran a solo last
What's
time, so
going
it's,
on?
there's more things going on.
All right, let's do it.
All right.
It's got some, looks like pork.
It's a lamb shoulder, which I'm going to
Ooh, let's turn that down just a scope.
season all over, then brown off all of the sides with some spice and chilies and wine and stock, vinegar and thyme, and a bunch of charred off vegetables to let it simmer until the meat falls right off the bone. Now pull out all of the bits and let it cool off in the fridge, and scooping off all of the fat for later. Then simmer the broth and let it strain, and use to rehydrate the meat and turning the rest of it into a birria gravy. And I'll peel my taters. Then I'll slice and boil in salted water and drain them and give them a shake. Then into some hot birria fat in my tray, add salt flakes and bake, flipping them halfway to get these crispy roasties. I'll also blitz up some dried chilies with some sugar and salt into a dust to chuck into my tats till they're looking banging. And warming up some birria fat to get equal volume. Eggs, milk and flour seasoned and keep cool to pour it in to turn it into this bloody gorgeous Yorkshire pudding. And of course I'm going to need some finely diced coriander onions to chuck into my Yorkshire pudding with plenty of different cheeses and birria gravy and these, and I'll carefully get it wrapped up and seal it in with a cheeky pot of birria broth and of course some birria lemon mayo to go on the side so I can slice it right open, peel this back looking absolutely banging, so I'll dip in the mayo and have a good old I've got a bunch of chunks.
So yeah, a bit much.
So it's a bit much, right? Looks very good. Obviously, like that's crazy.
Looks
it's a
phenomenal.
super indulgent thing.
Yeah.
It's a bit much, right? So I don't remember how I got to this point, but I was talking to Jordan about it this week. Like just too much, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so my question has to do with, this kind of like influencer lifestyle, right? And why do you think that we're captured by it? Obviously, the reels, the TikToks, were captured by just these videos of too much. It's just, it's all too much. It's too much stimulation. It's too much input. All of it is too much, right? If you tried to make that, it would be delicious, I'm sure, but it's way too much, right?
Oh, dude.
Why do you think that we're grabbing on to the excessive like influencer lifestyle when it's so counter to the genuine American experience? You know, like that had to cost $200. That burrito that he just made had to cost $200. The lamb chunks, all the everything, like the sword, everything, right? Has to cost $200 for one fucking video.
Oh yeah, multiple takes. I guarantee you.
For one fucking video, right?
That was what, less than a minute long, or
it's a reel. It has to be less than 90 seconds. So
why are we doing this?
Why are we doing this? I don't expect you to totally have an answer. It's a conversational thing, but like
we answer that question. We save society. We answer this question.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's too many. There's not one answer. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Because it's just a gang of factors. I mean, the fact that the influencer lifestyle exists at all is a weird fucking thing. People are finding very different ways to become influencers now. It used to be a few categories. There's like a fitness influencer there was like a beauty influencer, and then there was a lifestyle influencer, and now there's food influencer. I mean, there's one for every fucking thing now. But it's the sickness that society has been, it's the addiction society has gained by relying on all of these fucking short form, high intensity, attention grabbing videos that are just generally, food things are about the best thing that come with shorts, because it's like, oh, that's might be inspirational. You might try something like that or whatever. Give you some ideas.
Make that if you wanted to eat that.
You could. But scroll through reels, it's mostly just a bunch of nothing.
Yeah.
There's no story to it. There's no nothing. It's just all garbage, brain rot shit that keeps you addicted to your next hit. Why do we like that so much? Because we're fucking retarded. Because we don't live real life anymore.
Yeah.
And it's just, and then it just, the beast feeds itself, and then next thing you know, I mean, it's
Kevin,
I like them for what they are, but they're just. It's fucking brain rot.
yeah.
It's fucking brain rot, man. It's not good for you.
Kevin says people want to be distracted. Do you think they want to be distracted? They want to be distracted. They want to watch people eat if it means they don't have to address the problems in their own lives. I think that's a good point. I think that's fair, right?
That's definitely a massive factor.
Do you think one of those problems is like a latent boredom, right? Because if you were, I don't want to be too shitty about it because I don't live like that hard of a life, but like a more older school lifestyle where you had to work to get more shit, where you couldn't like just buy everything. You had to work at your house to procure more items. You would be doing more stuff. You would have way less time to just sit down and scroll on your phone for an hour,
Yeah.
So you think it distracts from that latent boredom that exists? And even if you have other shit to do, it's shit on the computer. It's not like proper work,
but I mean, you could also be like cleaning your fucking house, or
that's what I
there's
mean.
Tons of stuff you could be doing.
Yeah,
but we're not. I mean, people will be spending an hour going through fucking TikToks or Reels or YouTube Shorts when they should not be spending an hour doing that.
Right.
It's a distraction from the world's woes. Yeah. You generally get some kind of hit of dopamine or something like that when you're doing it. You see a cute little cat video.
Yeah.
My fucking Instagram reel is just full of adorable cat videos.
I got
which
a
is
bunny
pretty
in the
sweet.
grab bag for later. It's awesome.
Nice. But it's a distraction, and it's because life sucks.
Yeah.
Especially these days. It's real hard to do real good these days, because everything is exponentially more expensive than it was even fucking a few years ago, all that inflation really, going to the fucking grocery store,
Oh, I
life's
know it.
fucking hard.
Yeah.
And so it could just be easier just to sit down, shut off, and fucking flip through your phone for an hour and not deal with the realities of the world. And our society loves to shut off to shit that we need to do.
Right.
I think that would be the issue. To the too much aspect of things. If you want to attempt to be relevant in this fucking internet world, the bar's always got to get pushed higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Mr. Beast used to give out $100 or $1,000 to random dudes on the street. Now he's spending $200,000 to do some crazy extravagation thing where goes to another country and fixes a bunch of eyes for people and shit like that. Like, it just has to keep building. It has to get more intense. Got to get flashier, cooler stuff. Everybody's doing this. The trend in the food world now is like, it's not, hey, here's a quick little video about how I'm making this thing real quick and make it kind of, now it's like extreme, and it's like all the fans pulling out the fucking sword and chop, chop.
Right.
Don't need to do that.
Punch, smash, crunch, chop.
But,
yeah.
But it makes it more engaging. It's more attention grabbing. So that's going to get higher views. And then because that's working, someone else is going to have to raise it up. And it started with Salt Bae going like that.
Yeah.
Done. And now it's
we got
fucking
Hot Lady Chef that's making fucking.
Hot Lady Chef is good.
We got her in the grab bag too.
I'm excited. I love Hot Lady Chef. I like Hot Lady Chefs.
Yeah.
Period. But she's a special case, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
funny. She's got the attitude, she's rough around the edges. The middle finger every time. It's a whole deal.
Oh, dude. Yeah. I lived in Long Island for way too long to not find that attractive. Oh, well, that's a good one. I like that.
Yeah.
I have one, but maybe we'll save it for later in the show. It's too government focused for right now.
Yeah, it's just all a bit too much, is kind of where I'm at with it. So
everything's fucking too much right now.
Yeah.
It's all incredibly unhealthy.
Let's start with the Supreme Court thing, right? I have an article here that I can send you. Copy, boom.
Copy pasta.
Yep.
I hate that I just said that, by the way.
I just learned about the roots of that the other day, about creepypasta. That's where the conversation started.
Really?
Like where did this come from? And I didn't know. I'm not of the internet, It's just not. It's foreign to me. So
I had a new idea.
Yeah, well, that's where apparently that's where the term creepypasta came from. Is from copypasta.
I didn't know creepypasta was a thing.
Oh yeah, it's like just, spooky internet stuff. Creepypasta, I think, was an actual website, and you could just go there and just weird internet stuff, urban legends and videos and blah, 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 like that type of stuff. Stories, a lot of like short stories and like that type of shit, the stuff that's like repost this or fucking die. And,
yeah.
Right. This type
If you
of shit.
don't repost this to 10 of your friends,
Precisely.
something bad's going to happen.
I remember Navy SEAL copy pasta. There, so
It's goated.
I remember.
Shout out, Brian.
Being in like elementary school and being on MySpace and having one of those things be sent to me. If you don't send this to 10 people, this fucking ghost is gonna come and kill you.
Yeah.
Then getting off the computer and being like, oh fuck, I think I only sent it to 8 people, and like being like actively upset.
I'm gonna die.
And my mom was like, listen, if you can't recognize this isn't real, you can't be on the computer. It's like we need to have a conversation about this.
This ghost is not going to try
not
to come
fucking
kill
real.
you.
It's like it's completely fake. It's like the computer didn't exist 20 years ago. It's like this isn't real. Like I promise you.
Oh my god.
Yes.
You know that it really started early with chain emails. That was the fucking worst.
Yes.
Because they were all like, it was like the early days of the meme, right? But it was all terrible. And it was all super like, it's like dad humor, but if dad humor wasn't fucking awesome,
right?
And it was just the worst shit, and then you
puns and stuff.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. And it's like you have to forward this on to 10 people in your contacts list or whatever, or
I forgot about that.
Like
I remember, like when I
so
first
terrible.
Made an email address, and you like add context in there, like your family and just the basic people, but then they send you shit like that from like your uncle and stuff.
Yes,
and get the fuck out of here.
It's always from fucking Uncle Bob or some shit like that.
I completely forgot about that. I totally forgot about that.
It was a dark time in the internet, dude. It was a dark time. Let me bring you back to my day.
That's a nice throwback. Yeah, that's good. That's a good throwback. I really like that.
Just throw in that fucking dial-up tone, and
wow,
now you're living life to the fullest.
I remember that, calling people. You call someone and you just hit that, and you're like, oh my god,
it was so loud. Dude,
yes. Oh bro, I tried to call you and you were on the fucking internet and you're like, yeah, I'm fucking had to look up movie times. Like, it was map questing something. Leave me alone.
It was gonna take me 5 minutes, man. Hey mom, I need to go on the internet. Well, it has to wait because Deborah's supposed to call me in an hour. So wait until she calls and then you can get on.
Oh my god, yes.
And also my fucking dad loved it at night when we do that because couldn't get any fucking telemarketer calls at night because all the fucking boys are on the internet. He's like, I'm happy.
Good.
That phone is not going to make a goddamn sound all night.
Watch fucking Jeopardy, bitch.
Oh, dude.
What did your dad watch on TV?
Fucking sports.
Nice. Sports. Man.
Every sport. All the sports. The only time he would get, like, if there wasn't a good game on, because, I mean, it was baseball, basketball, started getting into hockey towards later years, but, like, football, fucking golf,
really?
NASCAR, anything.
Wow.
Anything. Just took it all in.
Sportsman.
Oh, he was an old school type dude like that, yeah. But occasionally around 8 o'clock, maybe a little earlier or a little later, between like 7:45 and 8:15, probably fucking sports sucks tonight. I'm gonna throw on a movie, grab a movie, and then we all fucking watch the John Wayne movie,
nice
war movie or some shit like that. That was it, dude. Did start to watch like Blue Bloods and shit at some point.
Yeah.
NCIS, I think. So, old man shows.
So Jordan's grandma's really into NCIS. She loves The Big Bang Theory too. She fucking always watches The Big Bang Theory.
I know. My mom loves that new
Go to her house, you hit the laugh track. You're like, oh goddamn.
I can't with that fucking show, dude. I cannot.
Laugh track, bro.
Like, The Rancher's got a laugh track. That's fine.
Right.
But, I mean, ever since I watched, because I never really enjoyed The Big Bang Theory, right? Occasionally it was on, like, in a hotel room or whatever, or something like that. You'd catch an episode or whatever. And it was like, that was kind of dumb, but it took 30 minutes. Cool.
Right.
But
they had an overarching story to this stuff, that,
I'm sure they did.
People were, like, paying attention.
I just was not into that. But once I was introduced to Big Bang Theory minus the laugh track, like, this show is as bad as I think it is.
Oh,
good. I fucking do not like that show. And what is worse, Donovan? Mom she really likes Young Sheldon, the fucking spinoff from it. And it is.
I've never seen that one. No, I bet. It
It's
can
not
be.
good. I hate the era of the network television modern sitcom is just trash.
Yeah.
At least with The Ranch, there's a bunch of fucks thrown in there, some really nasty, dirty humor, and it works out for me anyways. But that shit can't do Big Bang Theory.
That's why they're remaking stuff. I think we've talked about that's why they're remaking everything.
Yeah,
is because it's
culture's dead.
They can't make good shit. That's even The Ranch. They're having 3/4 of the cast just from a different show. That
Exactly.
did the show together already. So they already have
and that's
charisma
after
going
they,
on. And
they tried to do like that 80s show, that 90s show.
yes.
And then they're like, nah, we're just going to do The Ranch with the same fucking crew of people.
And then they did another one. They brought that show back with the same people, but as parents. That like Eric and Donna are parents. Like that's I think the 2000 show or whatever. It might be on Netflix or something. But
I'm going to throw this one out there, and it's probably going to upset you, but fucking Fuller House.
Yeah.
That's just Full House was over.
Yeah.
Well, fuck it. We need a joyless cash grab, so let's just make a Fuller House with the same fucking people.
And I'm not going to argue that it's good. I definitely watched it because I was a Full House kid. I was like, I got to see what these bitches have been up to. I've got to know, what's going on. So we definitely watched it, but it's not good. It's you enjoy it if you watched Full House because it's just
another sitcom-y thing.
Yeah, precise. It's a nostalgia thing, totally. Because they're rehashing old jokes. Like there's like the shit is still there. They're in the same house. Like the whole deal. So you can enjoy it from that perspective, but it's not a good show. It's.
Yeah, Bill said that new Shogun show is really good.
I've only heard good things.
I've only seen like the trailers and shit. You ever read the book? It's fucking stupid. I did the audiobook of it once and it was lengthy.
Yeah.
But it's fucking, what's that dude? Because fucking Dave Ellis introduced me to that author and shit.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a fucking stacker, man. I mean,
a novel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's right up there with dude. Who's the history guy? Writes all those awesome history books. They're super thick, but they're like in a narrative format. Shit.
Oh,
you did one of his books before.
The Band of Brothers.
No, that's Ambrose. Again, it's right on the tip of my tongue. There's like a Lewis and Clark book that he did. This is gonna bother me. God damn it! And it's not up on the shelf, which is really pissing me off.
McCullough?
Oh, it was McCullough.
Yeah,
David McCullough. That's just his smaller 1776 one. Yeah, that's. It's that style. It's fucking thick. But yeah, it should be a really awesome fucking samurai movie or show.
Yeah.
Looks dope.
Only heard good things.
Yeah. X, which probably means Hulu.
Hulu.
Which I don't have anymore. I'm down to Amazon Prime. Holding it down.
We've only jumped into the people's. Like, we got rid of our own, and then, Dax, like, we got Disney Plus again through Jordan's sister because the kids were sick. They had RSV, so they were home for like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like, watch whatever you want. Don't worry. You have to stay on the couch.
Yeah.
You cannot fucking move. So we will let you watch literally whatever you want. And then there was something on Hulu, same deal, a movie that he wanted to watch. That like, I'm not buying another movie this week. I'm not fucking buying another movie. And so we got Jordan's parents. Fucking Hulu. Sail the High Sea.
Yeah.
Wonder what you're talking about. I got captured by One Piece for a while.
You certainly did.
It was awesome. Let's hit the story real quick. The story's pretty quick. We'll have a little bit of conversation about it because I'm interested to hear what you think, right?
Yeah. I have mixed emotions. I've been thinking about this.
Yeah, I'm interested to hear what you think about it. Came as a news break update for me. Supreme Court bar exam will no longer be required to become an attorney in Washington State. The bar exam will no longer be required to become a lawyer in Washington. The state Supreme Court ruled in a pair of orders Friday. The court approved alternative ways to show competency and earn a law license after appointing a task force to examine the issue in 2020. The bar licensure task force found that the traditional exam disproportionately and unnecessarily blocks marginalized groups from becoming practicing attorneys and is at best minimally effective for ensuring competency, according to a news release from the Washington Administrative Office of the Courts. Washington is the second state to not require a bar exam following Oregon, which implemented the change at the start of the year. Other states, including Minnesota, Nevada, South Dakota, Utah, are examining alternative pathways to licensure. Now, remember, in California, you can, like, instead of going to law school, you can, because Kim Kardashian was doing that, that you can, like do X amount of hours at a law firm and then take the bar exam instead of going to law school.
Yeah.
So it seems like this is kind of an extension of that. These recommendations come, quote, these recommendations come from a diverse body of lawyers in private and public practices, academics, and researchers who contributed immense insight, counterpoints, and research to get us where we are today. Washington Supreme Court Justice Raquel Montoya Lewis, who chaired the task force, said in a statement, with these alternative pathways, we recognize there are multiple ways to ensure a competent, licensed body of new attorneys who are desperately needed around the state. There will be a
experimental learning.
Experiential learning alternatives.
Experiential
Holy
learning.
shit. To the bar exam.
That's a
Probably
fancy
smart.
name for saying on-the-job training.
Yeah, goddamn. Each for people following a different path of legal study. The specific scale and implementation plan for the pathways have yet to be developed. Law school graduates can complete a 6-month apprenticeship while being supervised and guided by a qualified attorney, along with finishing 3 courses. Law students can become a practice ready by completing 12 qualifying skills credits and 500 hours of work as a licensed legal intern. Upon completion of those requirements, they would submit a portfolio of that work to waive the bar exam. Typically, students will complete an internship between their 2nd and 3rd years of law school, gaining about 400 hours of experience, according to the task force report. Then, if they do about 3 hours a week of legal work through their final year of law school, students could have 500 hours of experience upon graduation, leaving the portfolio to complete before licensure. Lastly, law clerks can become lawyers without enrolling in law school by completing standardized educational materials and benchmarks under the guidance of a mentoring attorney, along with the 500 hours of work as a licensed legal intern.
So let's do the math on this. 500 hours. 40 hours in a work week.
Yep.
Right? So 540 divide 12 and a half weeks. So
Like working weeks.
yeah. So you're talking, like within half a year, you'd have enough time, essentially.
While going to school.
While going to school.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's while you're a law student. Because
That's interesting.
That says between their 2nd and 3rd years of law school, usually they do an internship between 2 and 3,
There you
getting
go.
400 hours.
That makes sense.
And then if they do 3 hours a week for that last year, then they'll get the 500.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that's because I agree it's not very much like in
Yeah.
the realm of
But
experience,
when you're
but
thrown in with the rest of it.
with the school at the same
Yeah.
time. Yeah,
That makes
because
sense.
Yeah, I think that it would make sense if you were talking about doing it afterwards to have a much higher threshold of hours. If you're not in school, it makes sense for you to be doing this
More time.
all of the time, you know?
Yeah.
But if you're in school full time and then you're doing this internship at the same time.
It's kind of like going to trade school and learning a trade versus spending time on the job learning the trade.
Yes.
You know, at the end of the day, one's going to take a little longer because it's not as focused and you're going to be doing other things while you're just working this job.
Yeah.
Versus you go to a trade school and it's very technical and you're just doing the thing.
Right.
So that you gain the base level skills. So
right. And you
I
have
could
to
see.
submit, after you've done that, you have to submit a portfolio to, I would imagine, to the bar. And then they decide whether or not you can waive the bar exam if you have enough.
It is very interesting, the concept alone of just, because that's just the way lawyering has been for a very long time.
Yeah.
You know, like the threat of a lawyer being disbarred means you can't practice law anymore because
Right.
you done fucked up somewhere.
Right.
or
They
something
still
like
set
that.
the standard of what is acceptable within the
Exactly.
legal community.
I'm very curious. I have a lawyer buddy of mine. His name's Joel. Shout out Joel. He's a cool guy. I think he's like a patent attorney technically, but I'd be curious to get his take on the concept of the next generation of lawyers not having to take the bar exam.
Yeah.
And like, what would that do? How many more people would actually get into lawyering? What's that going to do to because you flood the zone with more lawyers, right? All of a sudden there's, you have to compete in the market. So everybody's prices probably have to fluctuate and probably go
Yeah.
down because there's more lawyers available. You have to make yourself more marketable.
When people become public defenders, like they don't all go to the
Oh,
private sector.
yeah,
That's a
that's
huge,
true.
there's, any number of ways that you can go. And even if you don't have like a practice, people get brought into companies to just be legal counsel. Like that's a
Yep.
thing,
Yeah.
I think that it's super interesting. Brian says the bar is a money grab. They make it so hard to take the bar if you didn't go to law school. I think that's fair. I don't know that
Yeah.
much about the experience or the pathway to go to the bar exam or anything like that. To me, because of my history, right? My lived experience. I'm pretty much in favor of lowering credentialism like across the board.
Yeah.
That's just my general take.
Yeah.
So if there's a way to ensure that you're still going to do good work and you don't need to go to school to do that or like take a fucking test,
Yeah.
I don't care.
Because the market will dictate whether or not
Yes.
you have a job in the
and
future.
that's definitely where I'm at on the back side of it, is that like you still have to be a good lawyer. If you suck, you still suck, and no one is going to fucking hire you. Like either that or you're a public attorney, and that's unfortunately kind of how that works anyway. If you can't afford a lawyer, you get the fucking bottom of the barrel, or maybe a good person who decides to be a public attorney. Like, but you might just get a dog shit lawyer because that's where they can get a job at. I don't know. I don't know what the threshold is for being a public defender, if you like have to be a good attorney or if they'll just take anybody. If you, I don't know. I don't know. Because I'm sure at the same time, I'm sure there are very good public defenders and there are also total dog shit public defenders.
Guarantee
but
you.
the same deal as a private sector lawyer. There's some that are very, very good and some that are total fucking assholes.
Exactly.
So that's just kind of how people go. And to me, the bar thing, the bar exam has been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
Like very, very long. If I remember correctly, it was around like during the founding of the country. That's people were still taking the bar exam when they're becoming lawyers. If I remember correctly, because like John Adams was a lawyer, like a bunch of these early dudes were lawyers, So yeah, I'm pretty certain that they
1783.
So
wow,
there you go. So
Delaware
right around
County,
that
the
time,
first bar examination in what is now the United States was administered in oral form in Delaware, in the Delaware colony in 17, and that was just in America.
Right. So even if they weren't taking it, they're testing to that threshold, right? And to me, there were only about 9 fucking lawyers, on the planet at that time. Like, there's not that many people. There's not that many people who are competent enough to be lawyers, because you actually have to be a smart person at that time to be a lawyer. You can.
Yes.
And now we exist in a world where pretty much anybody can be anything if you can pass the test. You don't really have to be that smart. You don't necessarily have to be that smart. You don't necessarily have to be anything other than good enough at this thing to do this job.
Yeah.
So you could be a total fucking moron.
You just got to check the boxes. I did the thing, and I'm a good test taker. Boom, boom, boom.
Precisely. At the time, it seems like the threshold was a little bit higher, right? So the bar exam was required, or that threshold was required to make sure that you're there. I kind of think we're at the point now where there are enough lawyers around that you can study under, that you don't necessarily need to go down that route to be a qualified attorney. If you have somebody who is a good attorney, they're like, I'm perfectly willing to allow you to be an intern here for the next 4 years. So you can get 2,000 hours of fucking working experience and then skip the bar exam. You know, that seems like it makes more sense to me if you're in practice, if you're actually in the courtroom during this time instead of just in the classroom.
Yeah. Learning how to build cases from experienced lawyers that have done it before, and that I don't.
If you still know the shit, I don't really care if you
took
the test or not.
See, it's weird because like I don't like credentialism.
Yeah,
it's the only reason like the racket of fucking law school exists is because
school
it's
in general, universities.
Oh yeah, 100%. But like these specialized ones where if you want to be a professional, you have to. If you want to be a professional lawyer, you have to go to law school. There's only so many law schools out there, but all the law schools essentially all are super fucking expensive because you're all going to be lawyers, and you have to go here. Everyone that wants to be a lawyer has to go through this funneling system. That just allows them to charge whatever the fuck they want, so they can give you a little piece of paper that says, "Okay, good, you did the thing. Now you can go out and try to actually be a lawyer."
Yes.
So I'm very for taking down that system. I feel like that's a very good way to do that. I like on-the-job training way more than anything else. That's the way I've gained most of my life experience. Hasn't been in a formalized education system. It's always been learning from an experienced person or somebody doing the thing. The only thing I don't like about this is why they're doing it. Well, their stated reason why. The equity concept of, it's going to help marginalized people. I'm like, well, fuck off. Don't say. Just tell me we don't have to do the bar exam anymore. How about that?
Right.
Don't put in there that it's for marginalized people. Because
it's a better generalized argument, I think, for most people, especially the working class, to say, listen, we're just trying to cut back credentialism like this. Exactly. We don't need this. If we can prove that you still know the required materials and you still have the experience, then we're not going to create these barriers to entry to the legal field. It's unnecessary. It's like Brian's talking about, it's cost prohibitive. Like it's just a way for us to get more money from you when you could be out there practicing law trying to help somebody's life.
Yeah.
say that everybody is on board with
Exactly.
that sounds good to everybody.
And
but
if
even
you're
though I
gonna be
agree with you, you're now telling me it's because we want to make sure that all the minorities can be lawyers.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Stop.
Stop
with
doing
that.
this is not the way forward.
No, I'm on board with the concept. I don't like their reasoning for it, I guess. But I don't know.
I wonder if they really believe that or if they're just saying that.
Yeah, because it could just be like, well, this is how we can do it.
Right.
But then also given the fact that essentially it was California and Oregon doing similar-ish things, and go, I would imagine it's the same reasoning, because that's the only reason any of these states' governments do anything.
Yeah.
It has to. It's all DEI
right.
shit, dude.
You're so right.
It's the only reason they ever fucking do anything is because of marginalized people's oppression.
Almost definitely not the real answer.
Exactly.
But it's why they have to tell you they're doing it.
It's like, we got this great idea, we can run it up, but there's one
awesome.
problem. We have to
Yes.
say the words, because otherwise this isn't going to go anywhere.
Yes. I just sent you another, it's an Instagram thing. It was for the grab bag, but this is the perfect time for us to listen to this because we're talking about the credentialism thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's great.
It's
Brian said that Washington also had the law clerk hours thing before California did. I like it. I'm not mad. I think at the time, I don't remember. I would bet money that I was against it, partially because Kim Kardashian, and I was like, fuck this bitch, take the exam.
No.
But now that I'm a fully formed human being, I can give you my real opinion, which is I don't, if you can show me that you can do the job, I don't care what fucking certificates you have.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter to me. Your score on the whatever, it's irrelevant to me. I just don't care about that. When I hire a lawyer, I'm not asking you what you got on the bar exam. That's not what my question is going to be for you. It's going to be, what is your track record with your fucking with your clients? Do you do a good job? I don't care.
Do you win your cases?
Yes, I don't care if you had D's all the way or C- all the way through school and then barely passed the bar exam. Are you a good lawyer now?
Yeah.
Were you just a shitty fucking student and hated being in school and hated all your teachers? I don't care about that. That doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
The question is now, what is the litmus test? And that's what the article said is that there's they're finalizing kind of exactly what the details are going to be, but the ref framework now is a certain amount of hours in an internship while you're going to school, and then you could submit this package to the bar to waive the bar exam. And so it's I think exactly what we're talking about, proving that you have the breadth of knowledge that will at least equivocate with the bar exam and then move forward. Is this good? They use that correctly?
Fire,
I like
dude.
it.
And there's similar systems in place for other licensed professionals groups in the state of Washington. So like
unions and stuff, like different labor unions, to be electricians and stuff. You can go to, there's like schools you can go to. You can also become an intern or like whatever the fuck they call it. It has a different name, right? Apprentice. Thank you. Yeah.
And there's a lot of the trades work anyway. Right. And it could be inside of a union or outside of a union. But even like surveying was a big deal. Like basically with enough on the job training and you take a couple tests, as long as they're like written tests, and as long as you pass those, you submit a package to the board of the state board, and they'll look at it, and then you have to go in, and they'll give you like a little oral thing, and then okay, you're now here's your license. Congratulations, you're a licensed professional now.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Yes, I really like that concept.
All
right, let's watch this.
This clip was the inspiration for what is good. I'm pretty sure I'm going to start writing it this week. I'm pretty sure that it's the inspiration for what is going to be my article this month.
I'm excited.
Right here. Is it a valid initiative to bring universal basic income to Oregon?
Oh, no, we don't believe in that.
You don't believe in that?
No.
Okay, why not?
We believe in free markets. We believe in getting paid what you deserve.
I have 10 years explicit pizza experience, right? I can't make more than $2 or $3 over minimum wage, even with that experience, because nobody will actually pay what my labor is worth. So how does that fit into your...
To my belief?
Yeah.
Because I believe that if you have a skill that isn't so much in demand, the market's going to pay you in direct proportion with that. If you have a skill that's high in demand, let's say Elon Musk, right? SpaceX, Tesla, stuff that is actually highly in demand, stuff that brings a specific amount of value to the marketplace, then they're going to reward you off that.
Okay, how about my bachelor's in environmental science?
So degrees...
Sorry, I had to stop.
Yep. Just keep going. Just keep
aren't really as useful as people would think. They're more an authority claim. So
okay, so then why should people go to college?
Well, I don't think they should. Who told you that?
I mean, the entire society told me to do that when I was growing up.
Yeah.
And I went to school and I got a degree.
Life sucks.
Like right here.
It's a valid initiative to bring
Look at that.
It's almost like it doesn't actually fucking mean anything.
Imagine
and
that.
And now you have to stand on the street and beg for the government to give you fucking money.
Dude, he's literally doing
weird?
that.
Isn't that fucking weird? You're not homeless. You're still begging for people to let the government give you money.
Because I went to school for a bachelor's in environmental science and then didn't think that when I go out into the job world, like, there's no money in that. That's essentially a professional activist.
And you're not questioning in yourself, then why are people going to school? You're questioning somebody else, well, then why should people go to school? You shouldn't. That's exactly what you just said to me, is that you shouldn't go to school.
No.
You wasted 4 years of your time, and now you can't make money. That's what it sounds like to me.
You only go to school if you need to go to school.
Yes.
And for God's sakes, you better do the research on what kind of money you're looking at afterwards. Because them interest rates on them school loans ain't all they are cracked up to be.
Yes. Brian says, give me a program where I can study on my own from a free source reading list and then go get my certs instead of paying a school. 100%.
Hey, fucking men, buddy.
100%.
There's a lot of those, thank goodness, especially for, badass blue-collar men like us.
I'm big into just proving the knowledge.
Yep.
That's
show me the skills.
like you're talking about. If you open it up so that I can take the bar exam. Fuck whatever school I went to. If I can prove to you that I have the knowledge, let me go take the fucking exam. Let me be a fucking lawyer. Who gives a shit what fucking school I went to? It doesn't matter. If I know this stuff, the things you're requiring a law student to know to then go and to practice law. Let me be a fucking lawyer then.
Dude,
if this is not the way that we're doing it, then you need to, as Brian said, create an alternative pathway where I can do the work myself and then prove to you that I've done the work, then go there.
And there's a story I'm going to tell you in the break because it is not an internet story. But there's a similar situation exists, like for the bar stuff, for the lawyering, right?
Yeah.
You can go to law school, you can be great at law school, you can pass the bar exam, and then you might find out you're actually a really shit lawyer.
Yes.
And then you're really fucked. Whereas if you did the other way, where you don't start off with school and debt and all that, you might realize that you're not a good lawyer and this isn't what you want to do with your life anyways, early before you fuck your life up and commit your entire youth to it and all the money that you aren't going to be making forever.
Right.
And I don't hate this system at all. I just wish it wasn't for all the the underprivileged what's the right word?
The underrepresented communities.
The oppressed. The oppressed.
Yeah. I'm right there with you. I'm right there
Love
with you. So we're going to kind of skip over this second story. I'm just going to give you a brief overview because the point is really to just set up the third story that I'm going to talk about.
Okay.
So the second story was about a shooting that happened in Seattle, the guy who was wearing body armor, right? And it was, let me see, I'll pull it up. I'll just kind of read it quickly so that I can remember the exact details. But it was like a suspicious guy and the cops pulled up on him to see what they were doing. And let's see, suspect wearing body armor. Go to the publisher's website. Okay. Two Pierce County deputies were on a routine patrol shot and killed an armed man wearing body armor in Tacoma early Monday morning. Deputies stopped a group of suspicious people at a smoke shop at the intersection of 72nd Street and McKinley Avenue after 1 a.m. The smoke shop had previously been a victim of multiple burglaries. When you're doing patrol, especially at Graveyard, you get to know your districts, blah, blah. When they pulled over to investigate, they found one man who had an outstanding felony warrant. They arrested that individual. When they went to talk to the other person, he ran and produced a handgun. I like produced a handgun. I like that he made it. I like
magic
alchemy. Yes. Hilarious. By 1:44 a.m., the suspect took off running alongside railroad tracks, gun in hand. Minutes later, deputies caught up to the man. Shortly after they called the radio, shots had been fired. While deputies were trying to perform CPR, they noticed that he was wearing body armor. Despite CPR and life-saving efforts from deputies, the suspect died at the scene. The suspect was a male, approximately 35 to 40 years old. Okay, so the point, right?
That he's wearing body armor but still got killed.
The point is that he's wearing body armor. Right.
Okay.
The point of this is for these purposes that he's wearing body armor, because in my opinion, that's the end of this story. The only thing after that is, quote, very concerned that the guy took off. Moss told Cairo News Radio he had a gun, and when they were doing first aid on him, they found body armor that he was wearing as well. That's the end of the story. Right? Just to inform the public that this is happening. There are people running around that have body armor. The police are having to shoot them. Right? To me, this feels like laying the ground for the next move on the state level. This is, now you're going to start seeing stories of people who are wearing body armor, they're committing crimes.
Exactly, because they're dropping the key words.
Yes. It's important that he's wearing body armor, right? It wasn't that there was a shootout with the police. He's wearing body armor. Maybe he shot at them. They ended up killing him, right? So it's not the point that he's like a militant or that he's doing whatever.
Yeah.
Probably it's not even that good of body armor. It's probably some soft armor or something that's not even going to stop a 9mm round. Like, it's probably some dumb shit that he bought off the internet that he thinks he looks cool in, and that's why he's wearing it, right? In likelihood, that's what's going on. To me, this feels like the start of
we're going the way of New York.
Yes. I think
It
that's
would
what's
not
going to
surprise
be
me.
the next move on the state level is to try and get away from the body.
And I think from an oppressive state's point of view, it's way easier to ban body armor than it is to like ban fucking quote unquote semi-automatic assault rifles.
And
Because there's no 2A. There's not most people don't think of 2A when they think of body armor.
Yes.
It's apparel. It's
Yes.
So it's easier for them to be like, well, no.
And when the only media that regular people are seeing when people are wearing body armor is like Jan 6,
Yeah.
they're seeing Jan 6, they're not seeing the Able Men. There isn't a positive connection to be made with body armor on the standard civilian level who like doesn't own a gun because to them it's just scary. That's just militants, that's militias, that's just people who want to take over the country.
They're the bad people.
Right. That's not. It's the exact reason that when I lived in Keyboard, I would walk around the neighborhood in my kit. It's important that you guys see that I'm with my children, that I'm with my wife while I'm wearing this, so that I'm not here to do you harm. I'm not here to hurt anybody by wearing this. That's not why this is here. That's not the point of me having this. It isn't what it means if you see me wearing this. The exact same. That's precisely why I did that.
Yep.
Is to counter what people are seeing from that. It's why I'm not shy about it. I am not shy about telling people about the type of shooting that I do, the type of stuff the type of equipment that I have, and the type of stuff, because it's important to me for people to be able to put a face to what they're seeing on the news and recognize I know somebody who does that.
Yeah, he's not that
not
person.
that guy's not a piece of shit. He's not doing that. To at least begin a question in their mind of, well, if this guy's not a piece of trash, how do I know that all of these people are pieces of trash just because they're in kit when they're doing this thing? Right?
That's a very, very good way to put it.
And that takes us to the next story, which is kind of the bigger one, and then we're going to end this particular segment on, which is some changes in the Washington State FFL restrictions, right? And I forgot to send this to you. This is from Congressional Sportsman. Yeah. And we'll talk about this a little bit because I believe this got signed. It was passed by both chambers, so it will be signed if it's not been signed already. So, on Tuesday, February 27, 2024, in a near party-line vote, the Washington State Senate passed engrossed substitute House Bill 2118, an act relating to protecting public from gun violence by establishing additional requirements for the business operations of licensed firearm dealers. Excuse me. Notice what it's called, right?
Yeah.
Relating to protecting the public from gun violence by establishing additional requirements for the business operations of licensed firearm dealers. They're doing this
regulation
to protect you from gun violence.
Yes.
That's the point of this bill.
Because we're going to regulate the dealers.
That's the point of this bill, is to combat gun violence, right? So
Yes.
remember that as we discuss the rest of these details. The point of this is gun violence.
Gun violence.
Okay.
Protecting the public from gun violence.
Correct. Under the guise of public safety and preventing thefts from firearm dealers, this bill will place extreme requirements on those businesses. The restrictions will do little to prevent gun thefts in the state, as most firearms reported stolen or taken from private citizens, with only 3% reported thefts occurring at licensed businesses. So that means 97% of the guns that are stolen in Washington State come from private individuals, not from businesses who are FFLs. That's what that means, right? So we are going to place these additional requirements on businesses when only 3% of the guns that are stolen in this state come from those businesses. That's why these are required. That's why they're necessary.
Okay. Carry on. Yeah, I'm following.
Yes. These restrictions are so extreme that even the Seattle Times, known for their support of gun control, calls them onerous and likely to, quote, open even wider the black market for gun sales. This bill will force dealers to choose between expensive security upgrades to comply or shuttering their businesses altogether. Based on industry testimony, the estimated cost for upgrades and retrofits will range between $250,000 and $700,000 depending on location, just to become compliant. These figures do not include new annual insurance and data storage costs. The new requirements listed in the bill include: during business hours, except when being shown to a customer or repaired, firearms must be displayed in a manner that entirely prevents access by a member of the public, which may include storage in locked container or display case. That means you can't have things on the wall anymore. No longer can you display guns on the wall. They all need to be in a case so that no one can grab them under any circumstances at all.
Yes.
Right?
And I would imagine they all have to be made of thick plexiglass or something like that, so that you can't smash
with
them.
With a lock on it, I would imagine. Outside of business hours, all firearms shall be secured on the dealer's business premises in a locked, fireproof safe or vault. I'm sure there's splits among the people who own gun stores, whether or not you should be doing that anyway, but also if you have, fucking 700 guns in your store,
Yeah, dude.
You put them all in a fucking safe every single day. And I understand the argument either way. That's really what I'm getting at. I'm not arguing I don't fucking own a gun store. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Permanently, a fixed audio and video recording system must be operational 24 hours a day, with the video recording stored for 45 to 90 days, depending on location. Recordings must be available upon request to any person through a court order pursuant to search warrant, insurance claim, or civil discovery process. All licensed dealers must carry a general liability insurance policy providing at least $1 million of coverage per incident. Failure to meet the above and other provisions in this proposed law could result in a Class C felony and revocation of the dealer's license. The largest impact of the pricey legislation will be felt by smaller local businesses along with home-based custom gun builders and repair shops, because if you don't know, you can have an FFL, which is a federal firearms license, and you can just operate at your house. Like there are people who they will just like order guns for their friends and they'll do the background check, because you have the ability to then file everything with the state, that you can just have those things sent to your house to sell them to help your friends buy them. Like this is a thing that you can do. You can work on guns at your house. There's a guy, Red Bear Stippling, right? Who his whole job is just to stipple guns. He just puts texturing on guns. So if you're going to send him your pistol, the lower of it is what has this, like it has a serial number on it. So you have to, in order to send that to him, he has to be able to receive that item from you in the mail legally. He has to have an FFL to be able to get that item from you. The gun doesn't work. It's just the bottom part, just for you to be able to hold it and to make the texture better. But he has to have an FFL to get that item,
because it's the serialized item.
Precisely. If you're going to Cerakote things, if you're just going to color them, right? You're not ever going to put a bullet in them ever. My gun or my job is just to change the color on a gun. You have to have the FFL because you're receiving those parts to your shop. So there's any number of things, not just selling guns to the public, that you could have an FFL for. It also, like for a long, I don't know if it still does, for a long period of time, it lowered just your wait times for buying guns and stuff like that. It just made because there's a higher threshold of legal requirement to be an FFL, like fingerprinting and like that type of stuff, a more extreme background check. So there's less question about whether or not you can own a gun if you're an FFL, because well, of course you can. You're with the feds now. That's take it. It doesn't, you can own automatic weapons like that. If you want to own an old school machine gun, that you have to have an FFL. So that's even if you don't ever want to sell anything or get anything from anybody else, you still have to have an FFL to be able to purchase that item.
Oh yeah, that's what old buddy Matty Neal. He got his FFL back in the day because he wanted to collect like old school rifles from World War II, World War I, and stuff like that. And so he got this special FFLs just so that it would be cheaper and easier for him to be able to do those collections, like that. And and then he's like, oh yeah, and I mean too, if you want one of those too, you can buy them off me, because I can run your background check, I can do the things.
And there's a gang of reasons to get your FFL, not just to own a gun store.
Indeed.
That's also important to remember when we're talking about all this. So this is not just, fucking having shit at your house. Like there's no telling how these things will extend to people's homes if their business, quote unquote, is just private sales. You know, if their business is just Cerakoting things, like there's no telling how this is going to affect these people.
Yeah, I mean, because there's so many different reasons to have an FFL. This particular legislation is designed to regulate the gun store, the small gun store, not the large ones, because they're not going to care about this,
right?
But it's the what's it, Benson's or whatever down in Gorst. That's for them. It's because people showed up one day and hooked up a big ass truck to their security door and just ripped it the fuck off. And then, there's only so much you could do. At this point, you're gonna say over, look at 250,000 to over 700,000. I mean, I feel like that seems pretty low, to be honest, because if you have to turn your entire store into fucking Fort Knox and you have to have a giant fucking vault to keep all of your guns in there, because you're not just going to carry a dozen, you're going to have a shit ton out of them.
Right.
And then you have to pay all your extra staff for all those extra hours to be able to, it takes time to put them away, to bring them out, there's so much more cost associated with this. This would just kill most small gun stores.
Yes, and the state is already extremely unfriendly to do business in. I can tell you guys that my fucking self, as we're starting a bakery, it's extremely unfriendly to do business here. It's very, very difficult to try and start a very simple business.
Yeah, they don't like the backbone of America, small business.
So it's just another set of hurdles for people who are trying to start a small business. That these are things you now have to have if you want to do something at your house. Like, what's the guy out of fucking Seebeck? What's that guy's name that I bought my guns from? Palmer's, right? It's out of his garage in the back of his house. I know.
Yeah,
it's pretty fucking secure. The guy's got cameras everywhere. It's behind his house. You'd have to go past his house to get in. Like, it's
secure.
It's pretty fucking secure.
Yep.
You know, this guy now has to rebuild his fucking garage to accommodate for all these things that are going in there because it's the best gun store in the whole area. And now just to continue to operate, the guys, they're open 3 days a week for like 4 hours a day, and it's packed every fucking time.
Yep.
It's a fantastic gun store. It's an incredible gun store.
Yeah, and the reality is, if this were to actually, when this gets signed and implemented, goodbye Palmer's.
And it might not be worth the investment on his end to continue to do that, you know?
Yeah, it's cost prohibitive, man.
Right.
It only allows for the big boys that already have a shit ton of capital just sitting around. You think an average mom and pop gun store, I mean, you've been into them. They're not fancy. They're not rolling in fucking dough. They're not driving fucking Bentleys to their gun store to work, you know? I mean, there's got to be... You know, there's got to be some pretty tight margins there.
And there are like levels of gun stores, right? There's going to be a gun store like a Palmer's. That's a very, or fucking Borner's. It's Borner's. That's what it's called in Gorse. That's like a very, very entry level. You know, it's very simple to walk into. It's like a little bit nicer store, like Tankworks, right? The environment's a little bit nicer. The store's a little bit nicer. There's also like gun stores that have like indoor ranges and you can rent guns. There's levels of gun stores, right? But to me, like a bill like this smacks of just the insinuation that gun stores don't care whether or not their items get stolen. You know, you've just been acting flagrantly this entire time. Even though only 3% of guns that go missing in the state come from gun stores, you guys are the ones that are fucking up, right? Yeah. You are the problem here, even though only 3%, right? We've already passed law 1639 so that there are additional punishments if someone has a gun stolen from their home and then a crime is committed with it, right? People aren't locking their shit up. They're still having their guns fucking stolen from them. 97% of them. We did this extra bill to make sure you're doing safe storage, and still they're having guns stolen out of their house, right? So now we need to turn to the only other aspect that is only 3% of the issue, and we need to overregulate them.
But also, what this also does is make it so that people will have a harder time getting guns, because there'll be less stores that'll do that.
Totally.
And a lot of the big corporate gun stores, like back when you could buy guns at Dick's or Walmart or something like that. Yeah. As soon as certain items got too hot, they quit carrying all that shit. And so now you're limited in what you can also find as well. It's just it's another step to protect the public from purchasing firearms. Is what it is. That's really what that is. They instituted the laws, and they're realizing that their desire for control was not achieved. And so they have to continue to try to maintain as much control over the industry as humanly possible. 100%. And this is their next step to do 100%. That. Yep.
And this might be, let me throw this out, just see how it feels, right? This might be a little bit nitpicky, but the intense requirements for the audio and video, right? Let me explain this. It is not a business owner's job to solve crimes, right? No. It is not my job to ensure that there is evidence for you to solve a crime every time something happens. It's, of course, that would be ideal, of course. And I'm not saying we should be abdicating responsibility, whatever. If it's your business, you should be doing everything you can to ensure that you're not a victim of crime, right? Indeed. If you are a victim of crime, it is not your job to ensure that all of the evidence is there for the police to collect for them to catch that person. Check. That's your job. You're the fucking cops. It is not up to me to make sure that you can do your job at the end of the day. That's not my job. It is not it's not incumbent upon me to make sure that you can do your job. Indeed. That's ideal. That would be helpful. That's not my responsibility. So this whole deal of we need to make sure that you can, everywhere in your store is video recorded, and it's recorded for 90 fucking days, and that we can get it any time. Why? This is not my responsibility. No. Do your fucking job. Make sure that people aren't, stealing fucking guns from gun stores, you dumb piece of shit, right?
That might be the way to do it.
The last point to me for all this, right? The final most important point, the bill aims to bring down the increasing rates of gun violence in the state, which is a direct result of the policies and enforcement of state laws. Yes. You have done this. You, as the government, have created this environment in which crime is allowed to run rampant, in which we are the #1 state for automotive theft, for personal theft. The #1 state. We're in fucking Washington, you dumb fucks. What is going on? This is not New York City. We are not living in giant cities of multiple millions of people. Seattle has like 7 people in it. Compared to other large cities, it's very small. It's not a giant city compared to the other big cities in America. It's really not. Why are we then some of the one of the most crime-ridden states in the country? Because of your backwards, fucked up policies that we are now forced to live under.
Yep.
Now you have done this. You have contrived, because I don't think it was an accident. You have contrived the situation. You have created this with malice, right? We are now forced to live under it. The one person you can blame other than yourself is the 3% of the problem, the gun stores. Now it's your problem. Instead of, I don't know, maybe admitting that you fucked up and, I don't know, maybe putting people in jail. Now, listen, it doesn't even matter. I'm not going to fucking defend it. I'm not going to defend it. That is the point. The point is the point, right? Instead of doing what your job is under the parameters of the current government, the current structure of our society, put people in jail who do bad shit. Don't let them out. You're committing crimes. You're stealing shit. You live in here now. This is where you get to stay. That's what we do with people here. We can argue all day about whether or not we should jails, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
That's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about current societal structure. Do your fucking job. This is not my problem. You have created this environment. It is not my problem to fix this for you.
No. And that's, I'm more black-pilled on the whole thing, because I don't see this as they are trying to fix this problem. I think they're just they are and continue to try to just make it worse.
Totally.
So that they have more of an excuse to once again just grasp more and more control. Especially scared people love to have their freedom taken away.
I just mean with the direction of the bill. You know, this is what we can do now. This is what will solve the problem. You know, instead of admitting that you fucked up and that all of this is for naught because it's continued to get worse.
Yep.
And now we'll pass another law because they've all worked so well in the past. Where they said 1639 had safe storage in it that had personal requirements for buying firearms. So you had to know about safe storage, right? All these things are required. It made increased penalties for if you do have a gun stolen from you and it's then used in a crime. This has not stopped the gun thefts. It has not stopped people from keeping them in their house. And it's not stopped people from leaving them in their car, right? I'm not judging anybody for doing whatever you want. It's your fucking gun. Do what you want with it. I don't care if you don't care about it, right? That's not my problem.
But still,
this law didn't fucking work. The laws don't work. You can't control how people conduct themselves.
Indeed.
You cannot. So now the only other thing they can do is blame the businesses. It's completely fucking backwards.
Yep.
It's not. This is not to solve gun violence. It's to make it harder for people. 100%. Absolutely. I don't at all want anyone to think that this is me thinking they're actually trying to solve a problem. That's not at all the point. No, it is wholly backwards. It is disgustingly distorted. This is how they're doing it. It's in this one article. 3% of gun thefts come from gun stores, and we need to now double your security because that's the problem, right? Not that we had to go to Snapchat to catch 3 17-year-olds who stole 90 guns from Borners, because that's what they got caught with Snapchat. They're selling on Snapchat. That's how you got caught, right? That's how we caught you with social media.
Yep.
Genius.
Well, yeah, because also
fucking banging detective work, you dumb fucks.
The reason we saw the videos, the security cam footage from when it happened, and the only reason they were able to find him is because they fucked up on Snapchat or selling shit on Snapchat. He had all the things. Mind you, maybe not a fucking vault to put all the guns in at the end of the day. But again, that's you as a business owner have the right to run your business however you feel is necessary.
Yes.
And there's only so much you can do at one time given your cash flow and your capital that you have. And you just kind of operate with the assumption that generally speaking, we do have police and law enforcement and their job is to more or less maintain the safety of our neighborhoods and all that.
It's supposed to be.
But at that point, like, law enforcement doesn't exist anymore. Why?
Right.
We have to do it all ourselves.
Right.
Because state's going to tell us to.
If
the state can't take care of us, apparently. They can't do their fucking job.
If you've not created an environment in your business where it is a perfect environment where all data and all evidence can be procured, we can't do our job.
Yep.
What the fuck are you talking about? Exactly. What are you saying to me?
Just for some fucking prints, bro. What are we doing?
Yeah, so it's like I said, I'm pretty sure this already got signed. If it hasn't already been signed, it will be signed because it's been passed through the House and the Senate. So it's just a matter of time if it has not already been signed. I will be interested to see the way that this will affect our environment as gun owners, as people who are attempting to procure more firearms. As you've said,
I'll be very interested in the legal battles that are about to be hot. Add.
Yeah.
There we go.
The items and weapons that we can procure at this time are limited anyway because of the other laws that don't work in this state that have already been passed here. People are continuing to steal firearms and continuing to commit crimes with firearms that have been stolen that have more than 10 rounds magazines. The really funny thing is that most of these guns have like 7 rounds of various ammunition, just like loose ammo, because for some reason they can't get their hands on a box of ammunition somewhere. So it's like a bunch of random bullets. You have a full-size magazine of 15 rounds, but it's only half loaded because you're a felon and you can't buy ammo.
Oh, yeah.
So you can't go and purchase it in a store. So you have to just get bullets from somebody else who, it's probably just one of your friends who's like, I'll give you one.
Yeah.
So you have a full-size magazine, which is illegal, right? It's supposed to be illegal. Only half full. Would have fit in a 10-round magazine, but you have a full-size one, which is illegal. What are we doing here? It's a fucking clown world. This state is a fucking joke.
Yeah, it's a fucking goat show, dude. It is the stupidest. That's why, I only leads toward malice and control. Because if you were a logical person that was like, okay, yeah, these will work. I don't know how you get there.
No.
There's no way to follow a path of logic to end in this ends gun violence. No, it doesn't in any way possible, shape, or fucking form.
I hated guns about 10 seconds ago. If I can explain to you how this doesn't work, it's not that difficult.
Exactly.
It's really not. Because in the time that I've liked guns, I've seen it not work. It's only been 4 years, and I've seen it not work. I told you to vote for one, and I'm now telling you, this is the third time I've seen it not work.
Yeah.
This one law, I've seen it not work 3 different times. This is nonsense. It's
fucking ridiculous.
Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. The iron grip of tyranny continues to tighten.
Yeah.
That's really all it is.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's the last story for part 1. This has been a little bit longer part 1, but we're doing what we're doing. I think this is good. We've bullshitted for a long time. We fucking missed each other.
It's been too long.
Yeah, it's been over a month since we had an episode together, so I think that was natural. We have a lot of really good stories for part 2. We have some 2-way rights for legal aliens, some other Texas border things, some TikTok ban.
Yeah.
We got some good stuff here for part 2.
Indeed.
I'm very excited.
Let's roll right into the 2-way rights one because we'll just go from guns to guns.
Yeah, precisely.
It'll flow well in the audio.
We're going to start with that, and that will work really well. So I think we're going to take our first break if that's cool with you.
Indeed.
And I didn't remind everybody at the top, but I want to remind you because it's going to get more important the farther we go on. I want to remind everyone to evaluate and adjust your relationship with the CCP. As we talk about TikTok and things, this will become this is a relevant story. This is why we talk about it every time. This is a relevant detail. All these parts, this episode, all the other episodes, all the clips, everything, they are all executively produced by Zeke. If you would like to also become an executive producer, you can go to the Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets, and you can sign up there at the top tier, and that will get you the executive producer status along with some other things, other awards that go with that tier. We are consistently working on other things. We have some more merch, some different, we don't have them listed anywhere. We wear them randomly. I made this one this week. This is a
classy.
Nice, deep.
Fucking quarter zip, bro. The quarter zip, very, very classy.
Zip. Got a collar on here.
So you can pop the collar.
A little quarter small panel here on the chest. This one's a little bit too far out. I'll push a little bit further in. This was the tester.
Indeed.
But a couple different things. I got made a nice white t-shirt. We have the first white t-shirt. We're having really good luck with these light color transfers lately. I'm going to figure this out just as time to get out of the fucking merchandise. It's just time for we're going to hit it. As soon as I really figure out, I'm like, yeah, I have measurements for where I fucking put everything on all the stuff. And then we're going to have 10,000 more subs. And I'm like,
now we have a fucking Shopify store.
I'm
sorry.
not making this anymore. This is no longer my problem. As soon as I get really good at it, you guys are going to fucking blow it up for it. So just go ahead and keep doing that. Yeah, we have lots of beautiful things going on there. Go down to the website, saltofthestreets.com, and you can find all these things, including our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin's at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. It is wonderful. So with that, we'll be back in just a few minutes for part 2. Thank you very much.
Peace. And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is part 2 of Salt of the Streets, episode 167.
Hey!
My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are thrilled to have you guys here. We have a lot of great topics here for part 2. We're going to be starting with discussion about Second Amendment rights for illegal immigrants, right? There's been some pretty interesting rulings that have been going on with this. So there's been 2 or 3 kind of notable ones in the last month or so from different courts around the United States, lower division courts like circuit courts and stuff like that, kind of going over various legal cases that have begun to kind of just butt up against this particular issue. So
And it's very, very strange.
super duper interesting. So we are going to go over one or two of these stories, and then we'll talk about kind of the bigger concepts behind this and where we're at, and kind of maybe, I don't know, not pathways forward or anything, but just whatever, maybe what the
Conceptual.
Yeah, and maybe kind of what a little bit of the right answer is. Try and find a little bit of something. So
Yeah, I got to figure out where to land. Where does liberty lie? Where does it land in this case?
Mad interesting, bro.
It's fucking crazy.
Mad interesting. So let's start with this Reason story, Reason magazine, and we'll go over this a little bit, baby Reason. In a decision earlier this month in U.S. versus Carbajal Flores from the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division Judge Sharon Johnson Coleman concluded that you can't always and under every circumstance prohibit people in the country illegally from legally possessing weapons. The factual background of the prosecution of Heriberto Carbajal Flores, as explained in Judge Coleman's decision on June 1st, 2020, Carbajal Flores possessed a handgun in the Little Village neighborhood of Chicago, Illinois. Carbajal Flores contends that he received and used the handgun for self-protection and protection of property. Because of Carbajal Flores' citizenship status, he was charged with violating U.S. Code 18, blah, 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 which prohibits any non-citizen who is not legally Oh, my God. Take a drink of this
Take
beer.
a sip of beer. That'll definitely help. It's usually my duty to follow over my words.
Okay. Which prohibits any non-citizen who is legally authorized to be in the United States from possessing in or affecting commerce any firearm or ammunition, or to receive any firearm or ammunition which has been shipped or transported in interstate or foreign commerce. Judge Coleman granted a motion to dismiss the charges against Carbajal Flores by declaring that such a blanket prohibition against weapons possession for a category of people can't withstand scrutiny under current Second Amendment doctrine. Carbajal Flores has been this is going to get kind of weedy. So just guys, you guys know it gets very detailed, and that's where it starts to get super interesting. In the practical sense is where the details are starting to overlap. That's where, for me, it gets super mad fucking interesting.
Yeah.
So Carbajal Flores has been on pretrial release and has, quote, consistently adhered to and fulfilled all the stipulated conditions of his release, the decision explains. Pretrial services has conducted numerous employment visits at various sites, which means he has a job, which is crazy. Carbajal Flores consistently provides the necessary documentation to verify his income when requested, which is crazy. It's fucked up. A criminal record check conducted at the National Crime Information Center reflects no new arrests or outstanding warrants. So he was no demonstrated threat to the persons or property of Americans, despite his status crime of possessing a weapon when the law said he could not. Judge Coleman tried in her decision to rethink earlier motions to dismiss on Carbajal Flores' part that had been denied in the context of both Supreme Court 2020 New York State Rifle and Pistol Association versus Brune decision, which suggested courts need to consider historical analogy arguments from the founding times to decide whether current restrictions on the rights of weapons possession can exist under the Second Amendment. This is where it gets crazy fucking interesting to me, right? And the Seventh Circuit's 2023 Atkinson versus Garland decision, which laid out a list of questions that tried to define how one might apply Brune doctrine to laws against felon possession, which Judge Coleman thinks can be analogous to those against legally unauthorized non-citizen possession. Which is interesting to the, because what she's saying, right, is that looking at somebody who is a felon possessing a firearm is very similar to looking at somebody who is illegally in the United States possessing a firearm, because they both have an inherent crime that's being committed because of just their existence. You are a felon and you are illegally here in the country. This is the same. This is your status, and you are both illegally possessing a firearm because neither of you actually have a legal right to own a firearm because of your status.
Indeed.
Right? Super fucking interesting.
Because okay, so we'll break here and discuss what we've gotten to at this point, right? It doesn't discuss how he purchased the firearm.
Right.
Because you cannot be an illegal immigrant.
Yes.
You can't be here as a criminal alien and then go get a fucking background check done.
You have to be a citizen here. So he has to have illegally purchased a firearm.
Exactly.
Pure security. I think he said that he was given it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That he got it. Let's just see if it says.
And he lives in fucking Illinois.
He received and used the handgun. So someone may have given it to him, but either way, he was received illegally because you can't possess it and you can't buy it. So
not in fucking Chicago.
Right.
Illinois is tough on guns.
Or in America.
Yeah, exactly.
Anywhere.
Literally.
Yeah.
And so, like, you're breaking the law so many different times already. Right. And then the real question is, well, as an existing criminal alien, do you have 2A rights?
Right.
And that's like, he must be in process for, I didn't see any articles that I read where they talked about his migration status.
Just that he's illegal.
Illegal. And so, why are you not getting deported?
Right.
How is this even a question? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Oh, because it's a sanctuary city or something like that? I don't understand. If we're at the Supreme Court of the United States with somebody who's a illegal non-citizen, right. not authorized to be in the United States, and yet here he is at the Supreme Court. How the hell did we get here?
Yeah.
There should have been like, oh, you got caught with a gun. It's legal for you to have a gun. Oh, you're an illegal. We're deporting you. Bye.
Right.
Done. Done. I don't understand how we got that far. So that's. But anyways, I digress.
No, and I think it's a very fair point. And the only reason that I would say the only reason he's not being deported is because he's actively involved with the courts. Like, that's the only reason he's not being deported, unless he is going through the asylum process, which isn't not anywhere that I saw, but I don't.
And that's the thing, they don't address it, so it could be.
Seems that it's not necessarily relevant, like the particulars of his status, just that he's illegal. Like, that's really what matters. The relevancy of this case is that he's illegal, not the particulars. I don't agree with that. I agree with you that it's very prevalent. Like, all of this is important, but in the
hierarchy of needs says
right. So I'm not agreeing with it. I'm just explaining it. In the matters of the legal scope, it's irrelevant to them. Anything past, you're illegal, right? And there's been other cases in the past that have been refused to be tried because people are not in America, and you're trying to extend U.S. constitutional rights to somebody who's not even in the country anymore. So that, I believe, is why that's not being addressed and is no longer part of this, even the equation, is because we literally can't do this if we send you away. Like, this whole thing goes away, but we're already in the midst of the process. So we're just going to
do the thing.
Precisely. That's kind of how it reads to me, because while I was doing research on this, I said there's other cases that they've tried to extend. People have tried to extend those protections to people who are like in Mexico, and the Supreme Court's like, fuck no, we're not doing that. Yeah, they're not even here. We're not doing that. They aren't even in the country. We're not doing this. Yeah. So that I think is probably where that's coming from. Whether or not that's right, it is what it is. But we'll read a little bit more, because I got some more points that will be more relevant as we go on. Judge Coleman decided, after considering that the 19th century former British loyalists were on the basis of specific facts allowed to legally possess arms that others were not, that Carball Flores' criminal record containing no improper use of a weapon, as well as the nonviolent circumstances of his arrest, do not support a finding that he possesses a risk to public safety such that he cannot be trusted to use a weapon responsibly and should be deprived of his Second Amendment right to bear arms in self-defense. Thus, the court finds it, as applied to Carball Flores, Section 922 is unconstitutional. Super fucking interesting, right?
Very interesting.
I don't necessarily agree with that particular portion of it, because the Second Amendment doesn't outline anything that would prohibit you from having a firearm. So like, this to me doesn't involve this direct question, right? And it's where it gets unnecessarily complicated for me, because we're kind of crossing two different discussions that I don't think are necessarily part of the question. They can be, depending on how far we're taking it, depending on what kind of arena the discussion is being had. But like, when I first started reading about this, I was getting upset about people's responses, because like, we're not talking about people's inherent human rights to self-defense, right? That's a different discussion to me, because we've talked about them on the show before. Of course, I still support that even today. I would never. That's part of the whole show. That's part of the whole fucking jam, right? No one can tell you what rights you do and don't have. So we're not debating what rights you have. We're debating what legal protections you have in this country.
Yes.
So that's like, the Libertarian Party, started to speak up, and they're like, oh, everybody has the right to defend themselves. Like, that's not what we're talking about, though.
Exactly.
That's a different discussion. That's not, of course, everybody has the right to own a gun, because everybody has the right to defend themselves, and no one has the right to tell you how you can or can't. That isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about the legal protections and who they're extended to.
Yeah.
Right. And this gets hairy, this particular thing, because you're talking about that because he isn't nonviolent and because he's nonviolent and he hasn't posed a risk to public safety, we can't deprive him of his Second Amendment rights. Why am I being deprived of my Second Amendment rights when all those things are true for me?
Indeed.
Right? Whether or not you agree with my interpretation of it, I don't agree with your interpretation here. You're telling him that he can have a gun. I'm telling you that I should be able to own any fucking gun, regardless of how you classify it.
Yeah.
How are my rights not being infringed upon when I've not reached any of those thresholds? I don't have any more than a traffic ticket. In what world should I not be a perfect candidate for owning any fucking gun that I want?
Exactly.
I have 2 children. I have had the same job for 9 years as of tomorrow. Like I own a house. For what reason should I not be able to own any fucking gun that I want? Why? But we're going to extend these protections to somebody else who doesn't have any actual legal status here.
Yeah.
Right? That's where I get confused. And I think we'll talk about that a little bit more later, but this starts to create kind of 2 separate lists that I'm uncomfortable with, because it's granting more rights to people on one side of the list than the other. And the people with more rights don't actually live here. That's the...
Yeah, I was going to say, this is non-citizens are getting more rights than the citizens.
And if we're going to exist in a country where we allow non-citizens to live here and to conduct themselves, we kind of have to have 2 separate lists of rules for like, these are things you can do and still be here, and these are things you can do because you're from here. This is what you get to do. The list of things that you get to do because you're from here has to be bigger. It has to be bigger every single time.
Yes.
There can't be anything on this list or like on the list for foreigners that isn't on the list for people.
Yes.
It doesn't work that way. That's not how any of this works. So if we're going to open up the fucking floodgates, we either need to pare away all TUI restrictions and then create a small list of exceptions for people who don't have legal status here and open up the floodgates for everybody else, or tell those people to kick the fucking rocks. And if you want to protect yourself, go back home and you can do that there. But if you want to be here, you play by the fucking rules, and you're not from here, so you don't get a gun.
Yeah.
And if we find you with one, you end in a cage. That's how we do it. So
that's how we do it.
I'm not arguing the validity of that. I'm saying that's how it should be under these current rules, right?
Yeah.
So we'll get into that a little bit more, but that's the 2 list thing that really starts to get questionable for me. You're granting rights that are being removed from me already, and that's not a game that we can be playing. That's
I am not
okay.
interested in that, even in the slightest.
No, that's not a game that we can play.
No.
If you want to create...
I saw a bunch of yard signs on the way out here today that said no human is illegal, so I guess that's kind of where we're at.
I guess the question is answered then.
The yard sign says it.
Yes.
It's true.
She is not then saying, getting back to the story, she is not then saying that the law against undocumented non-citizens possessing guns is always and ever unconstitutional, but that its constitutionality is affected by the specific facts of specific defendants.
I don't think so. I don't agree with that at all.
I don't think so, because I don't... Okay, let's start this portion of the discussion, right? Because when I got to this point, I'm like, I don't think that matters because you don't get legal protections here. Like, you don't. But that's where I had to stop myself, because we do, right?
Yes.
Not we, but illegal immigrants do have legal protections here, especially constitutional ones. You're talking about like search and seizure and like stuff like that.
You still can't be murdered. You
still get habeas corpus.
You get all the things.
All these things are still true, right? Okay. At this point, if we're going to be providing constitutional rights to people who are not from here, should we then be picking and choosing which ones they do get and don't get? That to me seems counter to the Constitution.
Yeah, it seems like that's... I mean, it says it all in there, where it's all people of,
Yes.
within, jurisdiction of the United States of America, which they in turn would not be. So, yeah, but I'm also uncomfortable with essentially building a list, like we're talking about, of like rights and protections that a second class of people can choose to be here of their own accord, just show up and I'm just here now.
Right.
And I have this list of protections that you can't touch me with. I don't think we should even get to a point where we start that fucking list.
Right.
I mean, yes, obviously, if you are a human being that is occupying some area of the United States, you have all sorts of human rights and protections that are there. But also, if we find you, we remove you.
And that
should be the thing. So we don't have to have this kind of fucking legal battle because it does not make sense to do that.
The two list thing definitely of like,
then it's not. Then there is no such thing as illegal migrants anymore.
Precisely, and that's where I think I lost myself a little bit. That's where I was getting at. We were earlier. Was the two list thing? If we're going to be doing that, then like if we want to have a separate list of protections for people who don't have full citizenship status, that's fine. But you need to have some form of legal connections with the United States. You don't get the protections if no one knows you're here and you aren't supposed to be here. That isn't how it works.
If you're a legal resident, or, green card holder, work permit, something of proper legal status,
type of connection.
We know who you are.
Yes, because this also comes with a cost benefit thing, right? That we as Americans, and it's difficult for me to make this argument because I don't necessarily believe it, but I think that it applies to the current state of America.
Okay.
I don't think this is how it should be, but this is kind of how it is, right? These rights that we have here come in direct exchange for other things that we do here. We pay a fuckload of taxes. We fucking have to sign up for selectors. Like, there's a lot of shit that we have to do to get. I don't look at it this way, but a lot of people view it that like they're in exchange, right? These rights are in exchange for the societal things you go on. It's this part of this contract that supposedly we've all signed. That's like, I don't believe this shit, but this is the tale, right? This is the story.
This is the world that we live in.
If this is what we're supposed to understand, you have to have some form of legal connection here to be making those sacrifices in order to get those benefits. You don't get one without the other because we don't get one without the other, and we are fucking from here. We are unquestionably covered by all facets of the founding documents, unquestionably, because we're from here, right?
They're ours. That's the whole deal.
You don't get more freedom than we do coming from somewhere else. That's not how it works here. If you want a taste of America, sign the papers. You get your fucking shit working, and while you're working through the process, you get a taste of what it's going to be like when you get to the fucking promised land one day. And then when you're a citizen, you're here. You're fucking, you're banging them all. The only thing you can't do is be president, and you're good to go. Everything else besides the top office, and you're good to go. You can be federal representative, congressman, whatever the fuck you want. Not president. Everything else is fine, right? I'm okay with that. That I'm okay with, unlike as far as the current societal makeup goes. But this thing where it's extended to people who just happen to exist here, but you aren't supposed to be here, that's crazy. That's at least if you have, like you said, a work permit, a green card, asylum status, we've acknowledged your existence here, and whether or not we're at least deciding whether or not you're supposed to be here. If you're illegal, undocumented, with no status at all, unquestionably, you are not supposed to be here. Get the fuck out. You don't get the protections. You should, like you said, you should be deported immediately, effective immediately. If you have no documentation and you get hemmed up for any reason or even discovered, goodbye.
Sorry.
Goodbye. It doesn't work that way here,
That
is where it becomes more relevant. His exact status is where that becomes more relevant.
Yeah. And the last thing we need to do in America is create a separate class of people. Because we already have enough of it, and now we're going to have an entire.
We separate citizens enough based off of different unchangeable characteristics that we shouldn't be creating an effective with people we're allowing to come here.
Yes, and that's unfortunately, if you were to ask me, looking at the writing on the wall, we are going to have to do that. It's going to happen at this point. You flood the zone with over 10 million. And you just hope for the best. And then now you have multiple, to the point where you're affecting everything in the country and the burdens being put on the taxpayers.
Yes.
The actual citizens and the people that are here with legal status.
All of everything that the illegal immigrants are getting comes directly from your tax dollars. Whether or not they're saying it's included in the budget, it's whatever. They're taking it from somebody else, from somewhere else. They're finding it. They're creating money in the budget. They're increasing next year's budget to backfill this year's. All of these things are happening. It all comes from your tax dollars.
Yes. Your tax dollars or through inflation. Just by printing more money. Take more loans out from the Fed and then devalue the rest of our currency and make our groceries more expensive.
Tax on you.
100%. And but I don't see any other way that at this point than just start creating those lists, because it's going to happen. We're going to have a subclass of American occupiers that are not citizens or legal residents, and they are just here for whatever reason.
And I think you're right. If these cases are going to catch traction and go anywhere, that's what's going to happen is an effective two lists being created of these are things you can do when you aren't a citizen, and these are things that you can do when you are a citizen. And
one of them's going to be longer
yeah,
already.
That is a game I don't think we should be playing.
Yep.
But it does appear that that's where, if I had to guess, it would appear that that's where it's going. And it's complicated, in my view, by a pretty legitimate legal argument. As far on a constitutional basis, right? Because it breaks down a little bit further. I sent you this article from The Reload, and it didn't. This is the one that I was reading yesterday that I was like, fuck. Like, God damn it, this might be a really good argument. So I think that it's super interesting. So we'll read some of this article, and then we'll talk about it a little bit more. On Friday, this is in that case, a federal judge said that blah, 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 and illegal immigrants owning guns violates the Second Amendment. The decision was right. The answer to the core question, whether illegal immigrants have Second Amendment rights under Brune, really hinges on two sub-issues. First, what the framers meant by the people, and second, the criminal implications of what unlawful immigration. Have you read anything like this yet?
No.
Okay. It's super fucking interesting. This one fucked me up yesterday. The two wind up being frustratingly intertwined, but we'll do our best to keep the analysis as linear as possible. Ultimately, it appears that the disarmament based on immigration status alone is not consistent with the Second Amendment. Brune tells us that restrictions on the unqualified command of the Second Amendment, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, can only be upheld if the government can point to longstanding historically analogous prohibitions. Thus, it is not enough to point to outliers or prohibitions which bear only superficial similarities. Rather, how and why the historical analog burden the Second Amendment right controls. Historical disarmament of British loyalists, Native Americans, and black people fail as analogs to illegal immigrants as to both how and why they were disarmed.
Interesting.
Before we reach that point, though, we must establish whether non-citizens are part of the people. If they are not, we needn't assess historical analogs, as their disarmament would be outside the text of the amendment. I think it's quite clear that the people aren't limited by immigration status. For one, at the time of the ratification, the Constitution used the word citizen 11 times in the document. Certainly then, we know the framers knew the term existed and understood in the context of state citizenship, meaning that we didn't have national citizenship at that time, but we had the concept of citizen states.
Yeah,
we were
I'm a citizen of Massachusetts.
Precisely. This is where I live, but we don't have like a card that says this is where, Indeed, the United States citizenship wasn't even a concrete legal concept until the Naturalization Act of 1790, 2 years after the Constitution was ratified. My dear friends Costas Moros and Larry Keane posit that illegal aliens are not, quote, the people, referencing D.C. versus Heller dicta stating the people unambiguously refers to all members of the political community, not an unspecified subset. My friends argue that the political community, a term I cannot endeavor to find in the Constitution because it's not there, nor in the case Heller, was citing limits the people to those who are part of the undefined political community. My friends are not alone either. Several district courts have adopted this reading. However, it fails upon the slightest examination. Critically, when Heller referred to the political community, it did so in the context of dismissing the argument that the Second Amendment was a collective right and not an individual one. The case Heller used to illustrate its point in U.S. versus Verdugo or Cudez, which declined to apply Fourth Amendment protections to search by U.S. authorities in Mexico, the Mexican residence of a Mexican citizen who had no voluntary attachment to the United States. That's what I was talking about earlier. The political community illustration in Heller, when it's pointed to Verdugo or Cudez, was illustrating that the people is broadly understood in the fundamental rights context, and Verdugo or Jesus Christ shows an example of something beyond the boundary, an individual in another country with no voluntary connection to ours. That's what we were talking about earlier. You have to have some connection here for this to be relevant. For any of this to be relevant, you have to have some connection
to be
here.
one of the people.
It could be as small as being in the country, but you have to have some form of legal connection. In our opinion, the threshold should be higher than that. You have to have some form of like paper, tangible connection to the government to receive these connections.
But our friend Flores here, he has a job,
Zeke,
which is also surprising too. But I mean, so he's here, he has a job, he was able to procure a firearm. Yes. He's obviously paying rent somewhere.
I mean, he would reach both of those thresholds, whether he has a connection to the country or part of the political body.
Indeed.
In contrast, citizenship at the time of the founding mattered for little aside from seeking political office and was often limited to white freeholders. There is no historical evidence suggesting that white commoners, the majority of which could not vote, were without the right to bear arms. To the contrary, early militia acts compelled their armament based on able-bodiedness, not any political hook. And if we even think about our own state, right, that state militia, anybody who is or aims to be a citizen. And that could mean of this state or of the country. I would imagine it means just the state of Washington. So that means that you could be like coming from somewhere else and your intent is to move here or whatever.
Yeah.
But in our own state constitution, they are acknowledging it's not just the people who are here that are part of the militia. It is larger than that,
If
which
you
I think
intend to be here.
super fucking interesting. That context is mad fucking interesting, right? Okay. I'm telling you. I see no way the political community dicta in Heller was intended to reverse hundreds of years of precedent where every other right of the people was respected within the border of the United States without regard to whether the individual victim of state action was able to vote. Further undermining the argument of my dear friends is the text of the 14th Amendment, through which the second is enforced against the states. In no uncertain terms, the 14th Amendment refers to the privileges or immunities of the citizens, then the liberty of persons, and the equal protection of laws or of any person within its jurisdictions. Excuse me. The point bears emphasis. To find that illegal immigrants are outside of the people protected by the Second Amendment, you must believe that the framers were talking about a different the people in the First, Fourth, Ninth, and 10th Amendments, because those are all the times in which the terms the people are used. If illegal aliens are part of the people, the question is then whether these are historical analogs, that being aliens illegal or unlawfully in the United States, or certain persons admitted to the United States under a non-immigrant visa. Before we examine historical analogs, we must take caution that a Brune analysis doesn't allow laws that would violate modern conceptions of due process and equal protection to carry the day. Then how and why of the historical law must substantially match the how and why of the modern law, which is sick, right? That's a good thing.
Yeah.
First, in the negative, there's no laws affecting the possession of firearms by immigration status until 1968.
Woo!
The laws identified by 922G5 supporters are of the ilk disarming Native Americans, blacks, insurrectionists, and British loyalists. Let's analyze how and why these people are disarmed and compare it to how and why people are disarmed under 922G5. With regard to Native Americans and blacks, it's pretty clear they weren't broadly considered people around the time of the founding. Thus, the application is dubious when compared to immigration status in the Second Amendment analysis, presupposing them to be part of the people. Still, at least with regard to Native Americans, as Costas points out, they were predominantly understood as being part of a foreign nation or even enemy combatants until the 20th century, which is the 1900s. For any of those who are fucking ignorant, the ties in with the disarmament of insurrectionists and British loyalists who were quite reasonably understood to be enemy combatants at the time of the founding. As for the how and why with respect to loyalists and insurrectionists, as Judge Coleman rightly pointed out, their right to arms was restored upon an oath to the United States and to the cause of liberty, which we're talking about, that connection, right? If you want to make connection here, if you want to plant your stake, talk about those protections,
Exactly.
right? That makes sense to me. This context makes sense to me. Now, we must compare the how and why. I know this is long, guys, but I think it's very relevant. This is, to me, the most interesting thing that I read about all of this.
It's got me thinking.
Now we must compare the how and why of why 922G5. How are illegal aliens disenfranchised with the right to peaceably keep and bear arms in defense of themselves and their families categorically? Why is this done? Well, we aren't sure. The section was added without much tumult in the Title 7 of the Omnibus Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968. How can aliens have this right respected then? The obvious answer is to simply do it legally, which for most people is nearly impossible. The modern process of attaining United States citizenship is far from that of the Naturalization Act of 1790, when it became eligible after simply remaining here for 2 years, as unlawful entry was not a legal concept until 20th century. Rather now, which is crazy.
That's nuts.
It's crazy. If you just found your way here, hang out for 2 years,
Good to go.
yeah.
That's fucking fascinating.
Yeah. Rather now, most migrants must literally win the lottery to be eligible for the United States citizenship. Lawful immigration to the United States is massively procedurally preconditioned. Individuals without special skills, individuals from countries that often seek to enter the U.S. and otherwise aren't for some reason considered special by the federal government, have tremendous hurdles to overcome. As it should be. Historical categories of gun rights disenfranchisement hinge, depending on the time. Historical categories of gun rights disenfranchisement hinge on what we understood to be dangerous persons or not people at all. In the case of those lucky enough to be white, this disenfranchisement could be easily fixed by proving oneself to be friendly to the cause of liberty. Under modern law, where we're thankfully less picky about who is and is not a person, and immigrants are categorically denied the fundamental right, these historical laws are not sufficiently analogous to 922G to save it.
Indeed.
How you like that?
My brain hurts.
I know it was a ton of information,
It's
especially me reading it all.
well, and it's a lot to wrap your head around, because a lot of really good points are made in this. Primarily, the digging into the Constitution. Then, who are the people?
Yes.
Who are the people? I mean, if you are here because you want to be here and you believe in the cause of liberty,
Right.
can we not figure something out there? Versus like right now, it's not right now, but legally right now, it's like, yeah, it's really difficult to get in here unless you have special skills that are required, or you come from a very friendly country, and even then it's tough to get like an actual approval to be here, and it could take fucking over a decade. I mean, there's a serious problem with legalized migration to this country.
Yes.
Hence why now it's just easier just to pay somebody some money and roll right through.
Just coyote you across the board.
And at the end of the day, if you are still one of those people that believes in the cause of liberty and wants to be an American, this argues essentially that it appears that in the historical context of who the people are, you belong as one of the people. Hence, you should have the rights that a standard citizen does. It does make me question the concept of citizenship altogether.
Totally, because it was missing at the time, and that's like one of the most interesting things that I found was the people, what we would call illegal immigrants who were here, who like weren't voting but were living here, you know, like people who came from Europe or whatever that were existing here. They have farms, they're just living, they're just chilling. They definitely have the right to own a gun to defend their whole property. You know, they own land, they own shit. Like, of course they did. Why wouldn't they have been able to own a gun? They weren't voting, they weren't being part of the government, but they did have a right to defend themselves, you know.
A lot of the guys that got off the ships, like the Irish people that came over here during Civil War time, it was like you got off the boat and you stood in that line, you got yourself a uniform and a gun, and you got your citizenship when you signed, when you made your mark on that paper.
Exactly.
Because you committed credit, or you signed up to be a part of the system in that place.
Yeah.
I'm putting literally my life on the line now to go defend the Union, or go, you know, whatever the Civil War, we'll just, I want to say like crush the rebellion or whatever. It is. But if you participated in that, then that was your stake in the game, and you were able to get in that way.
And it almost begs for a contextualist argument of like a contextualist reading of the Constitution, because we didn't have the concept of citizenship at the time, you know. But I'm not trying to open the door of like, I'm an originalist. Let's look at what they meant, and let's kind of try and extrapolate that to now, and then we'll move forward from there, you know. But I don't like the idea of like the living, breathing document, you know, we need to change it to fit where we're at now. Like, I don't like the idea of that, but this conversation almost begs for that, because things are so different and we're trying to create laws based on that.
It sounds like to me we need to do the Rogan line, where if the founding fathers were to come back from the future and like examine the Constitution, he's like, what, you guys didn't write any more shit?
Right.
What do you mean? Like that, it might be a thing to adjust what it means to be a citizen as a constitutional amendment, and we can get rid of all these fucking ridiculously complicated and expensive like immigration laws, and you can solve it at the top level first, and then say, okay, this is where we stand now. We're up to, you know, we're a new amendment that's going to be ratified by fucking, you know, 2/3 of the states or whatever it is, and everybody gets on board, and we figure that out, and then we can craft a new simple set of like immigration laws based off of our new agreed to understanding of what citizenship is and means.
Let me throw this at you really quick, because I'm thinking now. If we're talking about felons with guns before, right? Not a huge fan of removing people's right to bear arms. You know, there's a different thing if you're a violent criminal, if you're actively infringing on other people's rights, you're sacrificing your right to bear arms, because you're giving that up by actively infringing on other people.
Indeed.
If you are a non-violent felon, but your right to bear arms has been removed from you because of your felony status, I think it's a very interesting analogy or comparison between that and like an illegal immigrant, right? And so I would almost be, I think I might be in favor of kind of like doing away with the possession aspect of it. Like, we're not going to charge you with possession. Like the same way when we like decriminalize fucking like having weed. You know, we're not going to charge you with this. So like, we're not going to decriminalize. We're not going to charge you for possessing a firearm if you're an illegal or if you're a felon, right? This is fine. If you're committing a crime with this gun, this is a problem. If we catch you buying it because you're not supposed to be buying it, you know, it's the same deal as like having crack, right? You can have crack. We're just going to take it. It's whatever. If we catch you buying it, you can't be buying drugs. Don't be fucking doing that.
Don't
do
that.
Same deal as the person selling it to you. Don't be fucking doing that. If you have it, it is what it is. And as long as you don't have an intent to distribute, then like we're gonna whatever. So I almost would be in favor of that. Because you can't give it to one and not extend the protection to the citizens. That like if we're
Yeah.
equivocating the two statuses, then being a nonviolent felon is the same thing as being an illegal immigrant. Then whatever. If you have a gun, we're not going to say shit about it as long as you're not fucking around. You know, if you're not doing anything crazy, then whatever, you have it because you have that right.
Yeah, it would be nice for that like to be codified, but you know, because I could probably be convinced that that's an acceptable way to go forward, and that should be part of the jam. Is if you commit if you are a violent felon,
Yeah,
I can understand like you forfeited those rights when you did
Totally.
that, right? But if you
that's what I was looking for.
if you got
sacrifice for,
if you got a felony for fucking insider trading, no, that does not disqualify you from all. You know, you don't even lose. What other rights do you lose when you become a felon?
voting.
Voting, which
Sometimes, depending on
Yeah.
your crime, like like Donald Trump, like you can't own a business, you can't lead a business, like some things like
yeah,
that.
some weird shit.
Sometimes you lose your ability. If you're like a internet criminal, you can't go on the internet. They restrict your ability to get on the internet. Some things, those aren't rights though; those are privileges.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
don't have a right to the internet. You know,
Mhm.
you don't have. You have a right to own a business, but in pursuit of happiness. So,
Yeah.
But I would say those are not many. You know, it's a
Yeah.
pretty select.
It's a pretty select thing. So why is the Second Amendment just one of those? That doesn't make
Right.
any sense. It doesn't track unless in very specific cases where you committed that violent act and you forfeited your right to
Right.
self-defense now because you forfeited somebody else's.
right.
You know, that's easy come, easy go. You signed yours over to them when you shot and killed them. You don't get to
Precisely.
do that anymore.
Precisely.
You steal a bunch of money from a company. Guess what? You don't get to do anymore. Work or own a company anymore.
You don't get to do the books for another company.
Exactly.
So we're not going to
Like,
let you do that.
You can't be doing that shit. That would make more sense. I feel like I could be strangely comfortable with that because it feels, I don't know, it feels right to, if you actively choose to forfeit your rights, if you actively choose to forfeit somebody else's rights by force,
Yes.
then you don't get that anymore because you chose to do that. You had the freedom to not do it and you did it anyway, so you just signed over that. I could be comfortable with that, I think.
And I think one of the biggest hangups for people like us, liberty-minded people, right, that are looking at it from these kind of perspectives, is this duality that's going on with citizens and non-citizens.
Yeah.
Is that they're making the comparison between non-citizens and non-violent felons, but you're not talking about trying to give those people their rights back. You're just talking about giving illegal immigrants the right to bear arms.
Exactly.
This is a problem, right? So, and that's, I think, underlines for me a lot of people's issue with this question, even if they don't have the deeper understanding of it, like we're talking about now. You're a citizen here all the time on a monthly basis almost. There are new laws being passed restricting your ability to bear arms. They're not talking about extending these protections to somebody who's not from here. Of course you're upset. Of course you're fucking upset. How can we even begin to think about having a discussion about extending Second Amendment rights when we're taking them away from Americans?
Yeah.
That's crazy, right?
That is absolutely
that,
crazy.
To me, is the base of all of it. That like we can talk about policies and things we just did. Like that's not a bad idea. You know, if we're going to extend protection, if this is what we're doing, let's do it equally and make it make sense for people who actually fucking belong here, right?
Yeah.
Let's do that if this is what we're doing.
It's kind of a nice litmus test, actually.
Precisely.
If a non-citizen that is here illegally can have this protection, then by de facto, that means that as American citizens, you definitely have that.
100%.
Any law barring you against that, if this case, because the case, he won the case, right? I'm pretty sure the
Yes.
Chicago
Yeah,
case.
I'm just going up to district to the circuit court.
Okay. But yeah, if he wins this, then we should be able to have the exact
Immediately.
same rights immediately. And that's one of those.
All this fuck all the bullshit. Because right now, if you've taken your right to bear arms, if you've had it taken away, you have to like file to get it back and like pay a fee. Like fuck all that. That's
Nope.
all gone
It's
away.
all done.
It's overnight. This
Yep.
is flipped now.
You
We're
get it.
changing your status to the computer. You're good to go. Let's hit up the next week, and you will not get popped for it. Like that's what that should mean.
That's exactly what that should mean.
And before we, as a country, have discussions about what those rules look like, we have to have a discussion about what the Second Amendment's rights look like. Because, like I said, we
Yes.
can't begin to discuss extending them to non-citizens when we're taking them away from
Yes.
citizens here.
There
And I
is-
don't care if we're even talking about different aspects of Second Amendment. If we're talking about like owning a pistol and owning a full auto. These are different aspects of Second Amendment. That's all part of my inherent right as being a citizen here. You're not going to restrict me and extend it to somebody else. I'm not going to stand for that. And nobody else should either. You shouldn't have your right pared down at all if we're extending it to people who have a question of whether or not the legal protection is there, right? I'm not going to argue they don't, because to me it seems like a pretty good argument that they do. But when there's still a question about it, then we definitely shouldn't be just giving it to you when you're taking it from me. That's not how it works.
Yeah. Though, I mean, until the Second Amendment is literally the law of the land, and every single state, city, municipality is a constitutional concealed carry state where you can have anything you want that you can afford. This right here, there's no way he can have more rights than me.
Yes.
It's until we all have the absolute, the two-way absolution, there's no way he should have two-way absolution.
Totally.
But the legal argument seems like, well, yeah, as the people, if he is the people, then so the fuck are we.
Totally.
And it just goes, like you said, the fucking judge bangs the gavel, and then every single person now gets to do that too.
Yes, and that was exactly what I was just going to say, is conversely to the point that we made earlier about protections being extended. If we're going to charge people we're going to charge citizens, non-violent felons, with possession of a firearm, then we're definitely charging non-citizens with possession of a firearm, because you don't have a right to own it. It's illegal for you to own one. If we're going to be charging American citizens who are non-violent felons with possession of a firearm, we are definitely charging you with possession of a firearm.
Oh, yeah.
You don't fucking belong here. That's how this works.
Yes.
It's a perfect circle for me with this particular argument, that if you are going to be charged, we're also charging this guy. If you are not going to be charged, we are not charging this guy.
Yes.
It's totally equal. I don't see any hangups on that. I don't see any question about anything. We're talking about a non-violent felon. I don't care. I don't really care even what your crime was. If you're not actively infringing on somebody else's rights, that's your fucking mistake. It's none of my business. I don't want to talk about whether or not you can then defend yourself against somebody else. That's retarded. That's a dumb fucking conversation to have. So I don't really care, as long as it's a non-violent crime and you're not fucking with somebody else's rights. Of course you can own a gun, especially if we're saying fucking this guy can. Then of course you can. Fuck what anybody else says. If they're going to let this guy, then yes, I'm telling you, you can. You definitely can.
1,000%.
Here's this one. It's crazy.
It's the reload, huh? I'm very interested in this, because that was a very comprehensive analysis.
Super interesting, right? I think that was the best article that I read about this particular topic.
He looks like a smart guy. This
good for him.
Mark, what does that say?
Matt
LaRose.
Yeah.
I like it.
I bet we could interview that guy.
I would be very interested in
I bet that we could.
Well, let's you got this article saved, don't we?
I do have the article saved. So do me a favor this week. When we're editing the show, go ahead and you clip the portion just where we went over the reload part, maybe up until like right now. Okay. Clip that. I'm going to send this guy an email. I'm going to send it with this portion. Like, hey, we went over your article. We found it really fucking interesting. We would love to talk to you more about it and just kind of expand this conversation. Check out this clip. See what you think about what we said. Do that for me, and I'm going to email that guy next week.
On it, baby.
On the show. Because I think that would be a great conversation.
Fuck yeah, it would. So nice.
You guys just watched the show be made.
Welcome behind the curtain.
Yes.
Very interesting.
I think that's all the points that I had on this, because we kind of hit them out of order. But yeah.
That was fucking fascinating, dude.
I loved this discussion. I loved this discussion.
Yeah.
I loved it so much.
Oh, well, I have one more thing to touch on with just illegal immigration, just because we're on it. I heard this from Mr. Mike Baker's Presidential Daily Brief, the PDB, not to be confused with the PBD. I know.
Oh, okay.
I know.
Okay.
It was,
PDB.
Yes, the podcast known as the President's Daily Brief, which now former, quote, air quotes, former CIA man Mike Baker, who has also been on lots of Joe Rogan episodes.
Yeah. I'm sure he has no connections at all with
of
the
course
agency.
Not. He definitely not. And he runs a fucking covert intelligence gathering private company now. He definitely doesn't still work.
They just let you do whatever they want,
exactly,
don't you?
Dude. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
100%. But he brought this up in one of their afternoon briefing things, and then I heard it again on Morning Wire. recently. But we all saw the video. Let's just watch this video.
This is the one that I saw.
This is the one that's been making the rounds here, and it's a
a
little hard
rough
to tell
look.
here.
Because the guys have guns. They
these
are in fact armed.
Indeed.
And they've obviously have some hesitation about fucking unloading on, unarmed people, which I think is fair.
Indeed.
But
And as you'll watch, they
also, why are you giving people guns if they're not supposed to use them? What's the point?
That's very true. And a couple of people start to break through, and next thing you know, the
Everybody.
whole mob rolls through and actually gets to the real life wall.
Just slam the gate shut.
And this dude's just saying, "Get the fuck back!" Which I also think is very interesting because they got past a wire fence, razor wire barrier to get to the actual fence. So, like, where the fuck is the actual border at? It's probably on the other side of the other fence over there by the Humvee and shit. But so we saw that, and then all of a sudden we were gifted with.
Let me know if you want me to move my.
Oh, you're good. This article right here. This is from New York Post, but it's been widely reported now.
Yeah.
Biden administration fails to file paperwork, causes 200,000 migrant deportation cases to be tossed out. They're marketing it as a very serious concern. Immigration judge dismisses deportation case against some 200,000 migrants under President Biden because the Department of Homeland Security failed to file the required paperwork before their court dates, according to the new report. And so,
this is a clerical error.
What it is.
God damn.
The paperwork they're talking about, right? And that's basically the story. Is another fuck up from, quote unquote, fuck up from the Biden DHS, which it should be no surprise here because we've seen and discussed at great length what their success has been down on the border. But what happens is you have to file a notice to appear paperwork, and that goes in the court system, the immigration court system, and that
gets sent out to the migrant.
Exactly, they get sent out to the migrant who supposedly then, okay, I have to come to my court date now, and then they have their deportation case. Without a filing of the notice to appear, there's no legal recourse to have them deported because you didn't tell them they have to come to court. And if you didn't tell them that, why the fuck are they going to show up? And then 200,000 cases.
This is part of their due process, so they can't be deported without due process because that's part of legal protection.
And that just leaves them.
Jesus.
That leaves them. And I mean, this is just what we've seen, the 200,000 cases.
This is one time that we know about.
Indeed. And it doesn't mean that this is one time that we know about. Well, I like the way you said that. But this leaves these people now, those 200,000 migrants, they're just here. And you can't deport them. And they're not of any legal status. So they're just fucking
and they can own guns
now.
Wherever they want.
Amen. Can't buy one, but you can fucking have one. And so that's what is, like I said, we are creating a separate class of non-citizen that just gets to be here and participate in some forms of our society, in our economy and all that stuff. How that other dude got a job, I don't understand either, because obviously he's of no legal status. The Chicago guy, but he's got a fucking job. He's got a place to live. How is any of this going to work without creating a completely separate class of non-citizens that will just be a part of the country?
And no actual immigration overhaul. Like no actual
None.
change to the system at all, let alone a change and a shift in social structure. We're not even going to change the legal status or any of it works.
No. And now you're talking, okay, so if this happened with 200K, we're dealing with what's the current number is like 7 to 9 million people that they've actually let into the country,
right?
Like supposedly with paperwork, and they got their things, and they'll have court dates in 6 to 8 years, like Biden says during his State of the Union address. But that's not to count like the gotaways with the ones that we don't fucking know about. So you could probably estimate it somewhere near the 10 million range. Easy, if not more.
People guess up to 12. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's you can't. The numbers are so big, you can't even.
But the numbers are so fucking big, and how many more of these people are we going to find out did not get a notice to appear in court, and they're just going to be here in a weird legal limbo where they're not citizens. They can only partway participate in society, but also you can't deport them.
Right.
what are you supposed to do at that point? It's just at some point the government's going to be like, okay, we have to identify this as another set of people, and here's their rights, and this is what they get to do. It may not be a full-blown amnesty thing because that's always a political suicide, depending on who it is, especially when you're talking into millions like that.
There's already a lot of questions and concerns that could be conspiratorial. They could be legitimate about, why these people are being allowed here, for a question about border rolls and censuses and things like this. I'm interested what you think about that maybe a little bit later. It's difficult for me to, I don't know, that to me it feels like a very... These people are so dumb, the people at the top are so dumb that it's difficult for me to conceptualize that they would be with it enough to like have that type of a long con structure,
Let's save for the CCP, bro. They get to do that stuff.
If we do this now, then in 15 to 20 years, we'll be totally locked in. Like that
doesn't make sense.
They're too old to give a shit,
I will say that it's very simple math, though. You flood the zone in sanctuary cities. And all that does is even if they can't vote, they show up on the census.
Yeah.
They get counted. Then electoral votes get doled out by basis of population. And in the already controlling cities that run all of the politics for the most part throughout,
increases their numbers of electoral votes.
It just increases their control, making one-party rule more and more and more entrenched.
Right. That's also how the breakdown of representatives are decided also. So even if they're not, it's just another voting member of Congress that's likely to vote in the same way just because of the district that they're in, even if those people are not voting for them.
Indeed. So, fun fact. There you go. That's a good one. And but it's, when I heard about this news, I go, well, that's kind of where I started to get on that train of that whole that other class of individuals.
Yeah.
Because that shit's gonna happen at a certain point. You got to figure out how to deal with it. Because just like the fucking Dreamers and DACA cases and all that shit, it's not gonna go anywhere. They're not. They didn't do anything with DACA. They were like, oh no, you're just still
let
man.
them age out, and they're like, it's too late now.
It's too late, And at some point, you can only stick your head in the sand for so long until it becomes a serious fucking issue that affects national politics. A great fucking deal.
Yeah. I went to school with somebody who was a DACA dreamer.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. I didn't know till we were after high school. And I think you and I were doing the show, or we were going to start doing the show, and they were talking about DACA again. And he posted on Facebook about he was appreciative of DACA. And I was like, oh my God, this has been going on for so fucking long. We're
so
adults.
Long.
This is crazy how long this has been happening.
Yeah. Where? Got to talk Trump stuff next, unless you got something else we need to pull up.
No, the only other thing I was going to ask you about was SB4. If you have a quick update on SB4 Texas deal. No, you don't want to get into it. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it yet because
the saga's not done. So.
No, because in the same fucking day, it went from Texas law reinstated to Texas law fucking opposed again to reinstated to opposed again, and now it's more.
We're gonna have a hearing on it. You got to wait.
Yes, more courts are still gonna fuck with it. I think basically the long or what do they call that? The TLDR is that Supreme Court was like, you guys need to handle it, not us.
Yeah.
And so they're still fucking fighting it out. And the last thing I heard the other day was that they had another stay on it. So Texas is still not allowed to. They're going to do it. They're still doing it anyway. So the video that we just saw was all Texas National Guard guys doing that. More and more states are sending fucking people there over the next few months, and it's still
Come
not
on,
settled.
France, send us some dogs.
France,
send them to Ukraine, can't send them to America.
Yeah, I was gonna say France is too busy trying to send them to fucking Ukraine.
Yeah,
which is a fun thing. Let's see.
Trump updates, and then you want to end this with TikTok ban?
Yes.
We talked about Bloodbath with the Trump updates.
Bloodbath
is a quick thing.
I'm very, very excited to hear about the Bloodbath.
Yeah.
Russia, that's in the wrong fucking folder. You talk about from social media. Boom.
I've started using collections as opposed to bookmarks.
You'll have to teach me. About
super helpful, bro. Super helpful.
You'll have to teach.
Yeah, collections is legit. It's the same idea,
right? So the major the major Trump news at this point are just on his legal cases is the New York case, the fraud case.
Yes, 468 million or whatever.
Right, and it was put out there by the T-Dog millionaire that he has nearly $500,000 in cash, more than needed for the fraud bond. So this comes from, I used to love, this is New York One. It's like it's the local Long Island, Manhattan, kind of like that whole metropolitan area of fucking local news, and it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
A lot of the national guys, this is their fucking starting team, right?
Nice.
It's a really good local news station. But yeah, Trump says he has nearly $500 million in cash, more than needed for fraud appeal bond. He still has to go appeal it. But New York City's Letitia James is insisting that if he does not pay by fucking Monday, they're going to start seizing his assets and buildings.
Which they fucked the value of.
We'll get into that a little bit.
So,
yeah. The real quick news is that former President Donald Trump said Friday he has nearly $500 million on hand, which is more than he must secure by Monday to post an appeal bond in the New York City civil fraud case. That's the other thing to remember here. This is a civil case. The one in New York City. It's a civil fraud case because he was found by default to have committed fraud. He was never tried for fraud. The judge was like, we know you committed fraud, so now we're going to deal with the repercussions of that.
Hello, but why?
No, hello, but why?
Yeah, and that was even after the different representative from the banks testified, and they're like,
this
no,
is how we do
legit.
this.
And they're like, we made a ton of money. It was dope.
Yeah, and as I don't know if it's not really as part of the capital, but at some point he was able to raise that capital. He said that he was intending to use it for campaigning.
Yeah.
But ultimately it would have to go to other sources, which would be his legal fund. But the other aspect of this is he's selling Truth Social.
Yeah, I love this shell company that they're using.
Yes, because if you are going to put your company on the market, in the public market, you have to create a SPAC.
You don't have to, but if people have been SPACing for 5 years now. It's getting pretty big now.
It's a big deal.
If you have a company that could be influenced by public perception or whatever, maybe people won't buy it because of who you are. If you're Donald Trump or whatever, you put it with other companies inside of another company.
Yes.
And that's the company that appears to be listing up until the day of, and then you switch them out, and then it's all good to go.
Because that helps the market actually get a better read on what the value of this thing is. And so,
because they're looking at numbers, not what your name is or any of that bullshit.
Yeah, but for some reason, the language used on this one, I wonder why, because everybody fucking hates him, is that he's selling Truth Social to a fucking shell company as it gets approved. Which, yes, they kind of all are. That's the way things are done. Because
this was shady 5 years ago when we started doing it. It's not more shady now because he's doing it.
Exactly. You just call it a shell company because you don't like him.
It's this weird. I have to interrupt for a second because it's this common theme that goes to the bloodbath thing too. Dude, Donald Trump kind of sucks. He kind of sucks. You don't have to lie about him. He is terrible enough. You don't have to make shit up. I don't know why the fuck they're doing this. Of all things, I've come up with a lot of answers and a lot of things. I don't fucking understand this.
Yes.
The man says enough bad shit. He does enough bad shit. You do not have to lie. You don't have to cut things and shift it around and try and AI it to make him look like a piece of shit. He says terrible things. Just let him cook.
Let
the man cook. Just put his stream on your channel and just have someone in the corner who says that was dumb.
Yeah.
That's not true. Because that's all you need. It doesn't take much. The man is a fucking idiot.
Because if you're a fucking network or some kind of media company that's going to put out articles or do videos and you despise Trump, you know who else despises Trump? Everybody that watches your fucking show. You don't have to sit there and manipulate language. These people are already on your fucking team.
It's super fucking
This is the internet, dude. The masses have a great deal of mistrust in you in general. The only people that trust you are the people that already trust you.
Yes.
You're not going to fucking convince anybody by using some bullshit fucking language.
Yes.
They're already on your team. All of this really does is it paints you as the fucking corporate shills that you really are, and you're just so disingenuous, and you don't deserve to be in business anymore.
It's horrible.
But either way, Let's see here. Yeah, shareholders of Digital World Acquisition Corp, a publicly traded shell company, approved a deal to merge with the former president's media business, and in a Friday vote. That means Trump Media and Technology Group, whose flagship product is social media network site Truth Social, will soon begin trading on the NASDAQ stock market. There's a fucking massive number of what it's worth here. Trump could receive a sizable payment in the process. He would own most of the combined company and nearly 79 million shares. That's a lot of shares. Multiply that by Digital World's closing stock price Thursday of $42.81 times 79 million. That's a lot of fucking money. And the total value of Trump's stake could surpass $3 billion. Well, the dude's about to become even more of a billionaire,
People
dude.
are so fucking stupid.
Yeah, and there was a lot of speculation over the week about why he's doing it. Is this so that he can fund his, his New York City, bond and all that stuff? And realistically, no, it's all going to take a matter of months to go through, and there's no way that was ever going to happen to help post his bail for that thing. But
yeah, there was some question about, he could file for a special waiver to do this because he has to hang on to those shares for like 6 months before he's allowed to sell them, or else it is insider trading.
Yeah, it was 6 months.
Yeah,
but I love the speculation in the corporate press about what Donald Trump's going to do, how he's going to raise the money. Otherwise, New York City's just going to scoop up his buildings, and there's a
Mar-a-Lago,
exactly,
which is in a whole fucking different state.
Yeah, which I fucking love. But I love the back and forth that these people had on CNN about how he could start doing this. Maybe he could sell off some assets and just listen.
You need at least
and tell me when you hear the quiet part out loud.
30 days to get any of these properties sold. But the property that you alluded to, Mar-a-Lago, potentially that could be something that could be sold quickly. I think the valuation is something in the hundreds of millions. And
wait, what? But the court said it was only worth 18 million, which is why he is liable for fraud.
What the fuck?
So, oopsie.
I think there could be a buyer for something like that.
And that would estate firm Brown Hair Stevens.
Yeah, so she's a person that knows luxury real estate, and they have her on CNN. So let's just listen to that part again. They were like, oh, wait, what?
You alluded to Mar-a-Lago. Potentially, that could be something that could be sold quickly. I think the valuation is something in the hundreds of millions, and I think there could be a buyer for something like that.
And that would be literally, if you're talking about doing that between now and Monday, that's picking up the phone, calling someone, and then literally writing a check.
Yeah, I mean, there could be plenty of international people who want to buy.
I would be willing to bet money that CNN posted an article about how little the court said that Mar-a-Lago was worth. I would bet money on it.
They did at the time, and we covered it. Everybody, all the corporate press was like, the court said it was valued at $18 million. And so when he took out those loans with those banks, valuing it at hundreds of millions of dollars, he committed fraud.
How do you?
Which is why he's on trial.
So if he ended up selling Mar-a-Lago for whatever hundreds of millions of dollars, do you not then turn right around to the New York City DA and be like, why don't you fucking lick my asshole now? Because is this insider trading now? Am I defrauding the market now? Because someone just paid me a bajillion times more than what you say this property is worth?
Yep.
Or is this actually what this fucking property is worth, and you just convicted me of a crime that I didn't fucking commit because you're a piece of shit?
Mm-hmm. It is.
You should sell it anyway, just to do that, just to tell him to fucking eat your asshole. Yes, because I don't know how, but same deal. I would bet money that you could begin a legal case against the DA if you can sell that property for 90 times what they said it was worth and prove that that's an accurate evaluation of the property value. How could they possibly not be found liable for something?
Oh yeah. And that's why I'm really wondering when he has to win on appeals. Like, there is absolutely no way in hell that he cannot win his case on appeal, right? The hard part is what it costs to post bond just to get to the appeal portion of it.
Right.
And I'm assuming that he will get that money back when he wins his appeal. And ideally, you turn right back around and sue the fucking city for every goddamn dime it has that he had to shell out defending himself during this bullshit fucking case. Did we ever actually look at Mar-a-Lago on Zillow?
Yes.
Okay.
And look at
we
the
did
properties around it.
Uh-huh.
Like, yes.
And it's the only one that goes from
That's
Mar-a-Lago, dude, from the lagoon to the sea or whatever the fuck it means. The only property out there in the highest valued, it's the most valuable property area in the United States is right in that little area. And he's got the only fucking lot. It's the biggest, and it goes from the ocean across the fucking street over to the lagoon. That is worth double, triple anything that is right next door to it.
It's crazy.
And it's a goddamn business that fucking makes money. Come on now, fuck off.
A lot of money. It's a very profitable business.
Well, especially now that he's got an even bigger cult of personality. People go down there just to be at his place because it's fucking Mar-a-Lago.
Just to be there, to hang out there.
And they all got tons of money. That thing makes tons of money, dude.
Skill said that he went there and he was like, it's just all of his friends. It's just every old person that you could think of is
that
there,
just love DJ Trump.
Yeah.
They just love him, and it's all his homies.
How crazy to be so propagandized and like focused on a single demagogue that's how your life is. Like,
I don't, dude.
You're just like, I just love
gotta go
this
hang
man
out down here.
so much. Everything about it, I just need to be around it. Like, what cuck behavior? What wild cuck
Super
behavior to
fucking
be acting
crazy,
like
dude.
that?
Yeah, I mean, people do it in a lot of different ways too, man. But he gets it the hardest that I've ever seen, man. But it happens a lot with like real rich and powerful people, celebrities, that kind of shit. That's how they get their big crews of people that just don't fucking care about it. They just want to be around and part of the fucking club.
Weird.
Because they just idolize these people, man. And
Christians idolizing Donald Trump. You guys are not going to heaven.
oh,
No way.
neither is he, bud. I'll just say.
One more place to
That
follow.
dude is a dirty man.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But tell me about this bloodbath story.
Okay,
I'm
so
very interested
The
in
bloodbath
this.
thing was pretty delicious, right? So I watched the story grow from the beginning,
Mhm.
right? So a week ago today, Saturday evening, we did our family hike and stuff like that. And I meant to pull up one of the dates because they talked about it too, and I fucked it up. I didn't get it out together. But so I saw the headline originally. It came up on my news break thing. I've been curating my news apps, and I got my new phone, and it says, Donald Trump warned of a bloodbath if he doesn't win the next election. And I was like, all right, well, I'm sure there's more to this. Like, I'm certain that this is not everything,
Because I heard it on, they were discussing, I think, on Breaking Points on one of the episodes. And so I heard the whole clip the entire time. I was like, I don't get it.
And we'll watch it.
Okay.
Because, then the next morning, that was like in the evening. I said, this first, I sent you all the articles on Salty Boys already. The first one, I think, is NPR. Pull up the NPR one first, I think, because I believe that's the one that has the earliest timestamp. Oh, no, that one's from the next day. It's the NBC one, I'm sorry, that has the earliest timestamp. Yes. And so this one was posted Saturday, March 16th at 7:12 p.m. Eastern. Right? So you can see from the picture, it's daylight when he was giving this campaign. So they posted this at 4:15. So he hadn't been done talking for very long when they posted this. It was pretty fucking instantaneous. Saturday afternoon, they posted this afternoon this time, evening Eastern time. Yes, where they say Trump says there will be a bloodbath if he doesn't get elected in November as he campaigns for GOP's Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Like, that's weird, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
it's
a weird thing to say.
Like, I'm sure there's more to this, right? So I didn't even read this article. I just saw the headline. I was like, that's crazy,
Yep.
And so the next day I'm starting to see more and more headlines, right? Like this NPR one, where Trump says some migrants are not people and warns of bloodbath if he loses. And I was like, okay, hold the fucking phone. I was like, hold on, right? Because they've said things like this before, and I was like,
It's so funny because I know the context of what he actually said.
There has to be more to what is going on here. And so I'm hitting up Twitter because that's where I started to see these was on Twitter, and I was like, it's crazy. And I saw this Reuters article that I pulled up to. Trump predicts the end of U.S. democracy if he loses the 2024 election. Like, this can't be what you like. It's impossible, right?
Yeah.
Not because Donald Trump is so great, but because it's so foreign to everything I've ever heard him say before. In reality, in the things I know that he said in the actual clips, like full length clips I've seen him say, that's real counter to everything I've ever heard him say.
Yeah.
You know? So I was on Twitter. I was like, I got to find out what's going on about this. And I sent you, I think, the Twitter thing as well.
From ALX?
Yes, and it has. So we can watch this video because he posted it, and it was a repost to this Biden Harris account where it's Trump. If I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. Biden Harris HQ tweeted that, their Twitter account. And so this was his reply. He said, you conveniently cut out the part to showing where he was talking about the car manufacturing industry. Yeah. So let's listen to this clip.
You know, Mexico has taken over a period of 30 years, 34% of the automobile manufacturing business in our country. Think of it, went to Mexico. China now is building a couple of massive plants where they're going to build the cars in Mexico and they think that they're going to sell those cars into the United States with no tax at the border. Let me tell you something to China. If you're listening, President Xi, and you and I are friends, but he understands the way I deal, those big monster car manufacturing plants that you're building in Mexico right now, and you think you're going to get that, you're going to not hire Americans, and you're going to sell the cars to us. No, we're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole, that's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it. But they're not going to sell those cars. They're building massive factories. A friend of mine, all he does is build car manufacturing plants. He's the biggest in the world.
I love the way he speaks, dude. It's so fucking funny. The way the intonation and the quick jump into another. Like, there was a period there, but I'm going to blow the right past it.
Yes. So it's
so entertaining.
Quite obvious that
it's going to be a bloodbath.
Quite obvious to me that he is talking about the automotive industry.
Indeed.
And
the entire time.
The entire time. The time when they're talking about the Mexicans, he's talking about it's awesome. Remember the people that are being trafficked here, and like, you know, the people being trafficked here and all this type of shit, and, you know, like the people that are bringing them here, if you can even call them people. He's not talking about the people that are being trafficked. He's talking about the traffickers.
Yes.
The criminals, the people who rape the people that are trafficking, and the people that kill them and that take their money and drop them off into a foreign country with no assistance after they promise them something else. That's who it appears that he's talking about, not the immigrants who are coming here, right? But the people who are horrific enough in their personal status to rape and murder the people who have given them money to take them to a foreign land.
Most of them children.
That appears to be what he's talking about. And so,
because that's a very inhuman thing to do.
Correct. Yes. So from that Saturday night, Sunday morning to Monday morning, a full slate of the dailies, you know, hitting this same fucking topic where they're talking about, you know, and this harkens back to the time in which he said that there were good people on both sides of the South Carolina thing. And
you
then,
don't bring that up again.
Yes. People who were literally on CNN, like a guy who's, you know, and this is a guy who said this and said this, so of course he means this. Yeah, going all the way back to when he's like, and, you know, this is also the guy that called Mexicans rapists. That was quite literally fucking 7 years ago. What are we doing? You're lying 7 years in about something he said about this same group of people.
Yeah, and to use their own language that we've debunked all these things
over and
years
over and
ago.
over and over again.
Maybe they think it's just been long enough. It sounds good because it's an election year again. So let's just say it again.
Well, and the article that we just read earlier from the Reload was talking about how difficult it is to get here. Right? Yeah, it's because we only take the best of the best. You're not sending the best of the best. That's who we want. Sorry.
Sorry, bud.
Sorry. Are there not people, citizens of this country, who are being killed, raped, and other ways criminalized by illegal immigrants?
Oh, yeah.
There definitely are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the people coming here are not always the best people, right? That's kind of the reality of everything. Also, everyone in America is not the best person. There's lots of fucking rapists and murderers here.
Yep.
You happen to be born here. You got lucky.
Yep.
Sorry.
Good roll of the dice.
You're a rapist in the best country in America. That sucks. You know, maybe you'll get to be in prison. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry. You are a better person than an American rapist. I guarantee it. You are. Certainly.
Yep.
You were unlucky enough to not be born here. I
Indeed.
don't know what else to tell you. That's not my fault. It's not your fault, and no one else is to blame, nor are we responsible for that reality.
It's not our responsibility either.
You just happen to not be born here. I'm super sorry about that. I happen to be born in Washington, not Texas. It's kind of gay up here, too. Don't know what to tell you. It's,
Kind of gay. It's real gay up here.
Yeah. Yeah, the full slate. And I sent you the Spotify link for NPR. If we can click through that real quick to listen to part of their shit about Donald Trump. They tend to break up their things pretty well with like some music,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have my note cards down here. I had it written down on one of my note cards, but I think I left them upstairs. Because I had intended to pull. Yep,
that's that one. All right, so we just won't bring it up until we find some.
Can't say I'm surprised. Russia's Electoral Commission says Vladimir Putin won yet another term as president.
Afterwards, for the first time, he addressed the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny.
I'm Steve Inskeep with Michelle Martin, and this is Up First from NPR News.
And speaking last night, Putin took a victory lap. He rejected charges the elections were undemocratic and said Russians had allies and family have relayed a similar story, but with a key plot difference. They argue that Putin ordered Navalny's murder.
United States. His campaign has never been able to name such a country, but Trump talked about the people
And it's not because of some big
rigging to give Putin this record landslide, and yet Russia will...
There we go. Hear what they have to say about Donald Trump and what he said.
Former President Donald Trump's campaign rhetoric is making news again, and it's not because of some big policy idea.
It's for his words at a campaign rally, which we will hear and discuss. Trump spoke near Dayton, Ohio over the weekend, and
whether or not it's the full 1 minute that we just talked about, providing as much context as possible to what he said, or if they choose just the part where he talks about the bloodbath.
Yep. This is the way he described people who went to prison for attacking the United States Capitol in 2021.
You see the spirit from the hostages, and that's what they are, as hostages.
Trump often repeats a story about other countries'
What
empty...
NPR fails to mention is that he's not just talking about the people who went to jail. He's talking about the people who were locked in solitary confinement without representation for years.
Yep. Multiple years.
That's what he's still talking about.
They were in jail without charge or trial.
Yeah.
Yep.
So maybe his rhetoric is a little bit hyperbolic. I don't.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But
also he's campaigning, and this is also the way he talks.
They were realistically political criminals. They were not allowed.
They're political prisoners
held without. I mean, what are we talking about?
Held without bail, without the ability to get a trial. I mean, that's about as unconstitutional as it gets. I mean, and you could definitely call them political prisoners. I mean, they're being held hostage by the Uniparty.
Their prisons to send people to the United States. His campaign has never been able to name such a country, but Trump talked about the people he imagined coming.
If you call them people, I don't know if you call them people. In some cases, they're not people, in my opinion.
He also repeated...
Okay,
there it is.
That's...
Wow.
Again, he's not talking about the people who are coming here. He's talking about the people who are trafficking people here.
Mm-hmm.
If you can call them people. Again, hyperbolic, but of course people are people. Of course
but
they're
fucking
all human
monsters.
You're a fucking animal.
Yeah.
You are a fucking animal. That's if you're willing to take a child and a woman and if you're willing to disenfranchise them, rape them, abuse them, and drop them off in a land they have never been to before for money, you're a piece of shit.
Oh yeah. And most of the time they're bringing them to be sold into sex slavery.
If you want to sympathize, with their circumstances and why they're doing that, that's on you. I'm not going to do that. You're a piece of shit, and I don't know what to tell you.
Exactly. I just love it. It's like, let's grab him saying 10 words at a time, and then we'll just...
It's all the context you
leave
need.
It there.
That's all you need to know.
The campaign promise focused on asylum seekers and people in this country illegally.
We're going to get them out fast. We're going to have the largest deportation effort in history.
Those are the kinds of remarks Trump makes at rally after rally. Over the weekend, he also said something about a bloodbath.
NPR senior political editor.
Something about a bloodbath.
It's so bad, dude.
And if you spent any time on Twitter this week, then you probably saw, I don't know, 90 different examples of all these different corporate media journalists tweeting and saying, bloodbath, bloodbath, bloodbath,
Yes,
bloodbath,
dude.
blah, 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 especially regarding like the last midterms. You know, what are we fucking
dude.
doing here? What are we
Yeah, they fucking played on Timcast one night. They played a whole fucking compilation video. It might have been in one of the after shows. And it's every single corporate press journalist going back years.
They just don't care. It's
No.
not they just don't care. It's the amount of lying and deception that goes on. They just do not care at all about whether or not you think they're telling the truth or anything. It's all about it's control. It's just trying to control the people that are listening to them.
They just do what they're told,
Yes.
and they get their paycheck, and then they just move on.
Yes.
Take a look at fucking Don Lemon now. He's having his own little lemon party, as they call it. Did you see his interview with Musk at all, or any portions of it?
Yeah.
It was real bad. But Chris Cuomo now is trying to like get into space, and he just got hired by fucking
PBD. Yeah.
which is he's getting some heat for, but we'll see how it works out. But it's just this dude he's still just a vapid, empty fucking news presenter that works behind a desk who's told what to say every day, and then he's got no real original thoughts of himself. I mean, these people are just paid to say to read the script.
Yeah.
And that's all. They have, and NPR, from NPR all the way up to fucking MSNBC. It's all the same shit.
Bonnet Domenico Montanaro is with us now to talk more about this. Good morning, Domenico.
Hey there.
Domenico, let's start with that bloodbath remark. What did it mean, and why do you think it got so much attention?
Well, so Trump was talking about China potentially opening car plants in Mexico and then trying to sell those cars in the United States. Let's take a listen to part of what he said.
There we go.
We're going to put a 100% tariff on every single car that comes across the line, and you're not going to be able to sell those cars. If I get elected, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the whole. That's going to be the least of it. It's going to be a bloodbath for the country. That'll be the least of it.
You know, so it's pretty clear he was talking about the auto industry, and his campaign clarified.
Yeah, at least there's that.
To say as much in a statement after the event. But, you know, this is what Trump does. You know, he throws out this kind of violent graphic.
But this is what he does. But this is what he does.
Yeah, don't even think about the fact that we've been doing this shit for years and years and years and years. My God, but when Trump says it is bad, my God, do we want to keep listening?
Yeah.
Language. He knows it's going to get a rise out of people, especially on the left, and generate headlines. Then he can wave his hand and blame the media for creating some false narrative.
Which y'all motherfuckers did.
What did you just do?
I mean, you guys did the best that we've seen so far, but we just looked at article after article after article that was just like a blatant fucking misrepresentation of what happened.
While many are litigating what he meant by those comments, going less noticed in the same rally is Trump standing there and saluting January 6 rioters, calling them hostages and patriots, and saying their prosecutions are a disgrace.
I understand Trump also said something.
They're retarded. They are patriots. They're retarded. They do love America, though.
They fucking do. Have you seen the latest pickup that they got? He's a conservative, very young, a young, attractive, like conservative trad life type chick.
Okay.
Isabel DeLuca or something like that. She's all over the Twitters. Actually, let me check. I might have saved that.
She got picked up by the feds?
Yeah, she got fucking arrested.
For being a Jan 6er?
For being a Jan 6er.
Bro.
She
was 4 years ago. 3 years ago. I mean, what are we doing here?
Oh, we're still doing it. It's nuts.
What are we doing here?
I'm like 90%. There it is.
Ooh.
Oh, I hate when the fucking way this bookmark thing has been working lately is bothersome. Where is it? Back. Click that. And
Expand.
Expand. There we go.
That's dumb.
It is super dumb. Super dumb. But yeah, this chick here, Isabella DeLuca, she just got picked up. She's massive on the Twitters and in like the trad wife, type space like that. She's got a real big mouth and she's really not very intelligent. But there she is right there. And she just got picked up and charged with 5 counts, which include theft of government property and aiding and abetting theft of government property.
Parading. Demonstrating.
Indeed.
Jesus Christ.
But yeah, we're still fucking doing this, dude. We're still doing this, which is...
Bro, it's happened 3 years ago.
Oh, man, 3 years ago, and it hasn't stopped. It's just been constantly picking up political prisoner after political prisoner after political prisoner.
Every day is January 6th now.
Every day is January 6th,
Every
bro.
day is January 6th.
Yeah, and if you don't agree with that, you're wrong. Okay, TikTok.
TikTok ban, we get the fuck out of here?
Yeet.
Well, get to part 3.
Indeed.
I'm excited for this grab bag, dog. We got a fat grab
It's
bag
gonna be-
today. I'm super
gonna be
excited.
healthy.
Yeah.
It's going to be healthy. I have a whole Twitter thing, but then also we have the collective Instagram to hit.
IGs.
And this is going to take my bladder to the end. And then we're going to have to bail after this real
Deal.
quick. So I don't know how you want to start this, but the one halfway decent article that I really found about the TikTok ban was from Scanner News, which should
Shout
not
out
be
Scanner
surprising
News.
anybody. Which is, if we all don't know, this is the formerly Timcast News, but I guess Scanner was originally supposed to be the deal. It's a long story, but it's finally out of legal woes and it's back in here. But breaking the House passes bill that could ban TikTok so long as it's owned by ByteDance and thus required to collaborate with the CCP. TikTok poses critical threat to our national security. So the House easily passed a bill that could ban TikTok in a 352 to 65 vote on Wednesday. This was just this past week.
Very bipartisan.
Very bipartisan, which also should be a red flag to people.
Super weird.
Because when the uniparty gets together, it ain't fun. I love the name of the bill. The Protecting Americans from Foreign Adversary Controlled Application Act would require TikTok's China-based parent company ByteDance to divest or be banned from all American app stores and web hosting. The bipartisan legislation was introduced by Republican Mike Gallagher and Democrat Raja Krishnamurthy.
Fuck yeah.
Yep, Krishnamurthy. We'll go with that. Gallagher is the chairman of the House Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party.
God.
That's a fucking committee assignment right there. And she is also a ranking member. There we go. We're just going to go with that. This quote, "This is my message to TikTok. Break up with the Chinese Communist Party or lose access to your American users," says Chairman Gallagher. Quote, "America's foremost adversary has no business controlling a dominant media platform in the United States. TikTok's time in the United States is over unless it ends its relationship with the CCP controlled ByteDance." So ByteDance being the parent company, which is a Chinese company, and every single Chinese company, you have to have members of your board that are CCP members.
And they have to own at least 1% of your company.
Indeed.
In most cases, it's much, much more than that.
Yes.
But they have to own at least 1%.
Indeed. The Select Committee said that in a press release, the bill creates a process for the president to designate certain specially defined social media applications that are subject to the control of a foreign adversary per Title 10 and pose a national security risk. Designated application will face a prohibition on app store availability and web hosting services in the United States unless they sever ties to entities subject to the control of the foreign adversary through divestment. So in other words, if you are a social media app, and we can actually look at the bill too, that has a bunch of stipulations in it. But if you're a social media app owned by what the Congress has dubbed a foreign adversary nation, so right now it includes...
Not just a foreign nation.
No, a foreign adversary nation, which has to be designated by Congress. So right now, China, Iran, North Korea, and Russia. Those are the 4 on there. And you also have to be a social media app that, essentially a social media app. It has to be any kind of... We can get into the language later, but... And then all that's really required, if you still want to stick around, is you have to, whatever percentage of that company is owned by that adversarial government member has to be sold off.
Yeah.
And that's it. Then there you go. TikTok doesn't have to go anywhere. ByteDance just have to back out and sell it to somebody else that is not a member of the CCP. Done. I would guarantee you, if TikTok gets removed from the American market, like the app stores and whatnot, which I doubt that it will, because ByteDance is not wanting to. They don't want to lose
a lot of money. Yeah,
lose a lot of money, and even if they can probably they'll still get their end.
There's plenty of fucking Chinese agents in America.
Amen, dude.
Plenty of Chinese agents in America that can buy that company and at least own whatever percentage ByteDance owned before. And
through that. I mean, the 1,000 Talents program that they've been seeding here for decades. I mean, there's people here that can buy it from them, and they'll still get what they want. And then TikTok can still be around, so all these fucking, Gen Z and Alpha people don't have to go out and threaten to kill themselves if they get rid of TikTok, which.
What are they going to do without it, Colin? How are they going to live their lives?
They're just going to have to be on fucking Reels or YouTube
Shorts.
Fuck
those people. Thin the herd.
Thin the fucking herd.
You're going to kill yourself because you can't have TikTok. Thin the fucking herd.
It's not good.
I know. People hate that. Oh, I know. On their show, we're very pro people. I am pro people. Fuck you. If you're going to kill yourself because of TikTok,
that's.
I can't tell you to do it because YouTube, but thin the herd. That's what I would say. Thin the herd. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh my God. But the bill itself.
Poisoning you is literally poisoning you from the inside out.
It's destroying your mind.
Just thin the herd. Just
thin the herd, baby. But
that's
a lot of these
this episode.
thin the herd. God, there it is. Write it down. But in the actual bill, here it is, all in its fucking glory. When they really start to talk about
it's like 12 pages, right? It's pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty consumable. Yeah. And a lot of it is tough because they make references to that other statute or that code, but realistically, all the meat and potatoes are here. And in this particular bill, it is literally only designed to go after ByteDance and TikTok. That's it. In this particular one. Now, mind you, once this thing is passed, it can always be amended, and then they can add other companies on there. They can change language, but that happens to literally every piece of legislation that has ever been existed.
It's the reality of
it's why we have
laws.
That's why we went from fucking Patriot Act 1 to Patriot Act 2.
Right.
It's the same thing. It's all bad depending on what your perspective is. But you could see in the bill, it only goes after ByteDance and their subsidiary company, TikTok. And where is the area where that's all too small for me to read? Oh, right here. Can you read some of that right there?
Yes.
Because it starts to talk about the stipulations for what's required.
In general, the term covered company means any entity that operates directly or indirectly, including through a parent company, subsidiary, or affiliate, a website, desktop application, mobile application, or augmented or immersive technology application that, 1, permits a user to create an account or profile to generate, share, view text messages, view text, images, videos, and real-time communications or similar content,
which is basically a social media platform, is what they're describing.
A post. 2, has more than 1 million monthly active users with respect to at least 2 of the 3 months preceding the date on which relevant determination of the president is made pursuant to paragraph 3. 3, entitles 1 or more users to generate or distribute content that can be viewed by other users of the website, desktop application, mobile application, or augmented or immersive technology application. And, 4, enables 1 or more users to view content generated by other users of the website, desktop application, mobile application, or augmented or immersive technology application.
Go ahead.
Exclusion. The term covered company does not include any entity that operates a website, desktop application, mobile application, or augmented or immersive technology application whose primary purpose is to allow users to post product reviews, business reviews, or travel information and reviews.
So in other words, like Yelp and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That is not necessarily a social media app, but it could be kind of construed as one. But things like YouTube would fall under this category, any of the other major social media networks. But the broad recoil and the reporting in the corporate press is that they're going to come after TikTok, and then they're going to come after this and that, and they're going to be able to control.
Then they're going to Instagram, pull, and then
and they're going to be able to pull websites down and this and that. No. None of that is true. I mean, it's right there in the fucking bill. We did this. This is fucking don't say gay all over again.
Right.
This is the TikTok ban bill. They're gonna ban TikTok because they think it's bad. And then fucking Thomas Massey had his dumbass tweet where he highlighted one fucking line in there that was totally out of context, and then was like, "Oh yeah, this is bad. We can't do this." So it begs the question: because every single bill has ever passed has potential to be something bad in the future. Is this something we should entertain or not? Why do you think we should essentially force ByteDance to divest from TikTok?
I don't know. I'm having a difficulty kind of deciding why this is more of a national security concern than any of the other applications that we use. They are all collecting information from us. No one knows what they do with the information, even if they tell you what they're doing.
Yeah.
They've been sued a bajillion times for lying about what they said they're doing.
Yep. We know for a fact one thing they do with it is sell it to people.
And we know for a fact that multiple Twitter, before it was X, and maybe even still now because we don't know yet, and Facebook and Instagram have been used to manipulate the American society during politics. That's actively happened.
Oh yeah,
both domestically and by foreign nations, supposedly. You know, so I don't really see what the difference is there. You know, other than like, well, they have ownership in it. I know. They could also own part of fucking Meta. I don't know that.
Well, they also, like the CCP itself. I mean, Chinese nationals own a ridiculous amount of farmland in the United States. They own massive companies all over the place.
I didn't put together anything for that, but this whole time that I've been doing research for this, like I even wrote that down in the introduction and didn't say because I didn't have anything prepared for it. But like, what's the fucking difference between this and them owning land? Like, we allow foreigners to purchase American land.
Oh yeah, real estate is a big one too.
What is the difference? Well, I don't understand what we're talking about.
Do you know how many fucking high-rise apartment buildings in Manhattan are owned by foreign nationals that don't fucking use them? They just use them as an asset to store value.
They could,
like, there's at this point, if you're talking about, I get it, right? I'm not a fucking fan of TikTok. I think it's brain rot. We
actively don't use it.
Exactly. We covered this shit in the very beginning with your let me answer this question, right? It's the short attention span stuff is bad for people. You shouldn't be doing this, but also you don't have to fucking use it. Your kids don't have to use it. There's plenty more places you can get fucking, without being on TikTok, you could see a shit ton of TikToks. Just go to fucking Instagram Reels.
Yeah.
Or, or on fucking Twitter. All those, half of that shit's reposted from there anyways. But I don't know if I like the setting of the line where, like you were kind of alluding to, does this mean that no foreign investment is allowed to be done at all?
Which is fine if that's what we're doing. Like,
if that's what we're going to do.
I don't really think we should be allowing foreigners to purchase American land. Like, I don't think that's a very good idea.
I don't like that idea either.
If our concern is national security, there's literally nothing to stop them from buying 10 acres of American land, burying radioactive waste underneath it, and never touching land again. We won't know for 2 decades until everyone gets fucking cancer there. And I'm not saying like that's what they're doing. I know that's a very extreme example, but if our concern is national security, there is nothing to stop them from doing that unless you are monitoring every piece of land that's owned by a foreign national all around the country all the time. They could be growing fucking or like creating anthrax there. You know, we don't know. We have no control over that. And I would be more concerned about their domestic actions than what they're doing on the internet, because like you said, I can't control.
Florida's got a bill, I'm pretty sure.
I can't control who my neighbor is. I can control what I do and do not input my information into. You know, I actively choose not to use TikTok. There's a lot of people who've told me, I think you guys really would see growth if you use TikTok and it would help. Blah, blah, blah. I don't want to do that. I'm not interested in that. I have a lot of questions about that. I don't want to be on any more social media. It's not just about China. There's some question about that, but like, I don't want to do that. You don't have to do that. There's nothing that's requiring you to be involved in TikTok. You don't have to kill yourself if you can't be on it, Oh,
yeah. Florida did. Yeah, it's a new law that DeSantis got passed in the legislature that restricts, in the state of Florida, foreign nationals from owning land.
Right. So that's what I'm like, why is that not more of a concern than that they own technology companies?
Exactly.
We buy shit from fucking... People buy things from Huawei all the time. Like, I'm seeing Huawei commercials every day on YouTube. People
fucking
are definitely
Timo.
People are definitely using Temu, Huawei. That's what I was thinking. Temu, Huawei's the technology company.
Yeah, Huawei's like the phones.
Right. So yeah, people are using Temu all the time. I know people buy shit from Alibaba. Like, what are you talking about? Half the shit we buy on Amazon, it comes from China.
Yeah.
So, and I just don't understand what I've got to see, like, even on Timcast when they were breaking it down, they were throwing shade at people who are skeptical of it, because they're like, sometimes the government does do good shit. That's a dumb thing to say. Everything I've ever seen shows me the government only does bad shit. And that's what you've said every other day you've been on the show, besides today, because you also don't like TikTok. That makes me question not like your intentions, but what the fuck? What are you not seeing?
Are you trapped in your own bias to get out from this? Because
you're telling me now that we should trust the government when every other day you've said they're only here to fuck you over. No, I don't trust them.
This is the one time they're doing something good, Donovan.
No, you're talking to me about dictation of information that Americans can consume. I don't think the government should be telling you what you can and can't consume. That's up to you.
Yes.
That is up to you. It's your responsibility to decide whether or not you're going to retard yourself. I don't want the government telling you that you can't do that.
Yeah,
That's,
I'm very supportive of the government telling their own employees that they can't put TikTok on their work phone.
Totally.
Cool. Good for you, man. You're a fucking state employee. You work for the state and they get to make the call. That seems like a good national security thing. But if your real concern is national security, this doesn't really do anything. Like, it doesn't do anything except...
No.
I mean, you're talking baby... It's a baby play at this point, right?
Yeah, I'm sending you an article.
This is ridiculous. I don't like TikTok. I don't necessarily want it to be around. But that's why I don't use it.
Right.
Just don't fucking use it.
Every social media company carries with it the concern and question of what they do with your data.
Yeah.
You know, I don't... If anything, this almost seems more direct. It's going to China. China is consuming that data.
Yep.
They're doing whatever they want to do with it, you know?
And they can manipulate their algorithm whatever way to show you the most retarded stuff, so you become dumber and dumber and dumber. But you know whose fault that is? Yours. For using it.
Another thing that came out this week, this is a gun thing, but it's kind of similar. HoloSun is a big gun company. They make like a lot of optics and stuff like that. And it's a Chinese company. And there's always been question about that because they also American subsidiaries, obviously, and stuff like that. And I use Instagram Reels and get everything from TikTok too. 100%. That's all. Just stay on it. Yeah.
Like a man.
Like a man. Yeah. And so
just fucking have some delayed gratification, right?
It came out this week that the company in China that owns HoloSun also produces like most of the optics for the Chinese military. And so there's all these gun tubers that are like, that have been super hard on for American optic companies, which the people are partial to HoloSun because you can get like a pistol red dot for a third of the cost of American one, which is still $250. It's still not fucking cheap, but it's not $600 like you're spending for a Trigicon red dot that's this big on your fucking pistol, right? I have a hard time conceptualizing spending as much on a pistol red dot as I did on my first rifle. Like that's a little much for me,
Seems like a bit much, especially if it works.
So there's all these American gun tubers or pro-American gun tubers that are like, congratulations, every time you reviewed a HoloSun product or anything, you've just been giving more information to make Chinese optics better. Get the fuck out of my face, dude, because they're not stealing American technology every fucking second of every goddamn day.
Yeah,
They know everything you've said about a Trigicon optic since the day you even thought about it. So what the fuck are you saying to me? I don't care about this thing. Then don't buy that product. Then don't review the product. This is on you. This is not my problem. This is not my problem. I'm not going to, this is way beyond the shit that I'm going to concern myself with, And so this brings me to this article, this MSN one, Senate mulls TikTok ban amid U.S. national security concerns, right? I just want to read some of these quotes from Blumenthal. Senators from both sides of the aisle warned Wednesday that TikTok endangers millions of users in the United States as Congress continues to weigh out how to protect U.S. national security amid growing concern that Chinese social media platform is a propaganda tool that could have a lasting impact on coming U.S. election. Quote, TikTok is a gun aimed at Americans' heads, Senator Richard Blumenthal, Democrat of Connecticut. That's what that is, Connecticut, right? Warned following a classified briefing in the Capitol. The Chinese communists are weaponizing information that they are constantly surreptitiously collecting from 170 million Americans and potentially aiming that information, using it through algorithms at the core of American democracy. We have seen this, right? We've talked about this, where the things that are being recommended in China are different than are being recommended here.
Totally
they're
different.
not degrading their own society in China. They're not stupid. They're doing it here because they're fucking smart, right?
Yes.
So days after the House overwhelmingly passed bipartisan legislation to effectively ban TikTok in the United States if Chinese owners do not sell the app, senior officials from the FBI, Justice Department, and officials and the Office of the Director of Intelligence held a classified briefing for members from the Senate Intelligence and Commerce Committees. TikTok is a grave national security threat to Americans. It's a threat to your privacy and the security of your data on your phone if you use TikTok. It's also a threat for Chinese communist propaganda, said Senator Tom Cotton, Republican of Arkansas, said TikTok and ByteDance and Chinese leaders go to great lengths to try and conceal what they're doing, but it's clear right there in the terms and conditions what they can do, and it's clear from 2 weeks ago how TikTok used to try and influence American politics. I'm going to comment on that in just a minute. I will say very emphatically, the American people need and deserve to hear what we've just been told, because they would be deeply frightened. Blumenthal said the American people should be told everything that we heard. There's absolutely no reason to keep it secret. There's no sources or methods that may be endangered. It's analysis by our people of what the Chinese communists are doing. They know what they're doing. We don't need to keep secret from them what we know they are doing. Only the American people don't know, and they deserve to hear. So to that end, if the feds or whatever, someone has some other type of super scary information about TikTok, we do deserve to know that. That allows us to make an informed decision on whether or not we're going to use that product.
Yes.
That doesn't mean you should keep it to yourself and decide whether or not we should get to use that product. That's not how this works.
No, that's a real trust us moment, which I'm sorry, but I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Here's this bill that we need to pass that's going to save everybody from the secret information that we just learned.
Yes.
That doesn't go very far.
I do not trust you. You tell me what they're doing, and I will decide whether or not I'm going to use that product.
Especially from Mr. Blumenthal, who we've
You're
false
a piece of
validated
shit.
before,
Yes.
so, you know.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit. So that's where I'm at with that. You know, if there's something going on that we don't know about, we deserve to know. It's a product that we're consuming. You know, it's the same deal as poison in fucking food. If you know that the government is poisoning the Teflon in the pots and pans is killing us, we deserve to know that.
Oh, yeah.
We deserve to know that because it's a product that we're consuming.
Yep. And goddamn, if there's not a lengthy track record of tons of American companies the U.S. government covering for those companies that are literally poisoning Americans.
Right. And then I have one last article that I just sent you that talks about the political part of it, and this one is about Instagram, right? And we talked about this right before the show. Users shocked to find Instagram limits political content by default. Oh, isn't that fucking weird? Instagram users have started complaining on X, formerly Twitter, after discovering that Meta has begun limiting recommended political content by default. Did y'all know Instagram was actively limiting the reach of political content like this? An X user wrote in an X post with more than 150,000 views as of this writing. I had no idea till I saw this comment. I checked my settings, and sure enough, political content was limited. Instagram quietly introducing a political content preference and turning on limit by default is insane, wrote another X user named Matt in a post with nearly 40,000 views. Instagram apparently did not notify users directly on the platform when this change happened. Instead, Instagram rolled out the change in February, announcing in a blog that the platform doesn't want to proactively recommend political content from accounts you don't follow. That post confirmed that Meta won't proactively recommend content and about politics on recommendation surfaces across Instagram and Threads, so that those platforms can remain a great experience for everyone. So, without telling you, they changed their algorithm and limited the amount of political content that you would see on your Explore page.
Fun.
Okay, so we want to talk about the way that foreign companies are influencing our politics. Domestic companies are doing that right now, and nothing is happening.
And they're not telling you.
They're not telling you, and nothing is being done about it.
Yep.
Right? This is not, we've already talked about, Timcast has covered 9 million times about how the Facebook users who are registered Democrats will, on average, are more likely to receive notifications or reminders to go and vote than Republicans. What the fuck is that about? It's just coincidence that just happens to be that way. Get the fuck out of here. This doesn't forgive Instagram, right? This is just as much a rebuke to them as it is a question of the federal government's choices. But why these two things are exactly the fucking same. If you're going to do something about banning a company because they're owned by China and therefore supposedly makes them more of a national security concern, American companies are actively involving themselves in politics while claiming they don't want to be involved. I don't believe you. Yeah. You don't care about this. You want control. That's what this seems to be to me. This is about control. This is not about protecting American people. This is about control. They want to control the information that you can receive. And on TikTok, they can't.
That's right.
They
don't have the control.
That. This is the only platform besides maybe X, right? Because to me, the question is still there, that they can't immediately and directly reach out to and influence the content that's on the platform. So I don't believe you. This is not about safety. This is about control.
100%. I totally agree with you. Which is why I still kind of... Because at first I was like, ooh, ban TikTok. Let's do it, baby. Let's fuck up TikTok. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that it exists, but let's get rid of it. And now I'm just... There's zero difference in what the American companies are doing or what the Chinese company is doing. But let's also remember that the social media app of TikTok, as harmful as it is to everybody, it is no different necessarily than any other internet accessible fucking device that we buy from China.
Yes.
Because we have zero manufacturing base in this company, so we rely wholly on China to make everything that that comes into fucking Walmart. All right,
Yes.
like that kind of shit that we all buy every single day is still manufactured and sent over from China. And if you go buy a brand new fucking fridge or something like one of them, fucking smart TV, a cheap smart TV, it's the same shit as being collected, man. Like this is, yes, that's bad. We don't like that. But you know what else? It's everywhere, and there's no escaping the reality of the world that we live in right now.
Sorry, cameras. Fucking right into the camera.
I mean, that's just the way it goes. This seems so opportunistic to me to just get to try to get a win for the, like, it's a political win in election season. For a lot of people, they get to go home and say, we banned TikTok, and all the hardcore, midwits are gonna be like, yeah, fuck TikTok. We finally got rid of it.
And they
Yay.
can both win. Both sides can use this to win, and that's why they're both so down to vote for it.
Yeah, that's why it was passed with the votes that it was passed with. It's such a bipartisan bill for reasons, because it's a win for everybody, and it really doesn't do anything.
Right.
Although it's turning out to really not be a political win for the Democrats, because
half their voter base is going to fucking kill themselves before 2024 election.
Or, because most people are fucking retarded, and they're all these young voters that they've been trying to win over for so long. They're going to be like, well, you fucking took TikTok away from me. Fuck you. I'm not voting for you.
TikTok, no ceasefire.
Dude,
They're
no
blowing
ceasefire.
it, dude.
Yes.
They're blowing it.
They are indeed, dude. It ain't good. But yeah, if we really were concerned about national security, we'd be looking into the farmland around the fucking bases in the middle of nowhere, the fucking spy balloons flying over, the country multiple times. We'd actually be doing something if we were actually concerned with national security, but we're not. This is an easy political win for them, and so that everybody's on board. They want to try to do it.
Yes.
So that's it. And everybody needs to calm the fuck down about the possibility of losing TikTok. For God's sakes.
I'm going to kill myself.
Get a fucking life, man. That felt good.
Yeah, I didn't like the hate that I felt I was getting for being skeptical of the government. That's like, I feel like you're being dumb for not being more skeptical. Like,
dude,
they're doing a thing you like, and so now it's good. Like,
yeah.
No, fuck that.
Yeah, dude. It was like that. I forget who the dude was on IRL that day, but like Tim was giving him the fucking business and not letting him. And mind you, he was kind of a midwit too, so he wasn't really able to track the conversation very well. But like, dude, how are you shilling for the government so hard for this, man? Yeah, TikTok's bad. Maybe you should, in a cultural battle, try to win over the hearts and minds of people and get them away from TikTok and into something fucking else. I don't know. But you're not going to change China's influence on the country by having ByteDance divest from TikTok. You're not going to change anything by doing that. I don't fucking understand why you're so gung-ho about this. It did not make sense to me.
It's weird.
Because that carry out that logic, and you end at the same place where no foreign investment is ever allowed anywhere in the United States, which it's a totally separate conversation. But the real estate market would be way more affordable if that was the case. I'll say that much.
Yes.
But yeah, because if all these rich fucking Emiratis and stuff that own giant ass buildings all over America just so they can have assets for their money, they'll pay way over asking. They're going to raise the rest of the prices around those areas, and it's like, what are we doing here?
We're
man?
turning into a foreign tax shelter is what we're turning into.
Yeah. Which is funny because our taxes are so fucked up. All of our rich people have to put our money somewhere else, but they're the foreign tax shelter is
like,
here.
we have so much, we just need to hide it. Like, we just needs to go somewhere else.
Yep.
We just can't have this much laying around.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Like, fuck taxes. We don't even care. We have so much coming in, we just can't have it just sitting around,
I'd be interested, too. Like, because isn't Telegram owned, like, in portion by, like, a bunch of, like, a Russian company?
I think so, yeah.
So why are we not doing that? They have way more than
and that's where all the extremists are too, is on Telegram.
Oh, shit gets wild over there.
I've never even used Telegram before. I have it on my phone, but I have never made an account. Like, I downloaded it probably 2 years ago, and Like, I didn't understand what it was. I thought it was just a new social media, and then I went to sign in, and it was like, give me your phone number. And I was like, get the fuck out of my face.
Exactly.
And so I just
Bye-bye.
never went any further than that.
That's so funny.
But after that, it grew. It got like way bigger. And I'm like, maybe I should have been on here, but I don't want to be on my phone more. So.
No.
I think with that, unless you have anything else they want to say, we can call this the end of part 2. There's a good healthy part 2. I think part 3 was quite a bit shorter. We're just kind of doing some updates and stuff. It's good healthy grab bag. So
yeah, maybe we'll even split the grab bag in 2.
I was gonna say I don't want to cut anything. I know you handled part 3. I don't want to be like, oh fuck all the research that you did. But we get a healthy grab bag going on. I think people have got good feedback for the grab bag. I think it's good.
It's a fun return back to the studio. It's worth a hefty grab bag.
Yes. So with that, we're going to call this the end of part 2. Super good part 2.
Super good.
Really, really good conversation. I'm really glad we hit these today. I've been thinking about these things all week and like not talking to you on purpose because I really wanted to save it. Actively not talking to you because I'm like, I really don't want to start to talk about any of this shit.
Yeah.
So yes, we'll call that the end of part 2. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. This is a really good conversation. I'm really excited for the Opus clips. Are going to
super good.
Great fucking YouTube shorts. Get us some more stubbies. So with that, we'll call this the end of part 2. Thank you guys for watching here with us. I am Donovan. Social media.
There we go. Hit the wrong button.
I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Beer Off on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including our Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Street. So that if you want to become an executive producer just like Zeke,
shout out Zeke.
You can. Excuse me, horrible. You can do that. Go there, subscribe to the top tier. Some other benefits that come with that as well. We'll be back in just a few moments for part 3 and some grab bag, probably. Thank you guys very much.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is part 3, episode 167 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
We are thrilled to have you guys here. It was a fantastic part 2. I'm still high on it. I feel I love those conversations.
I got a contact high from it.
I was very, very excited to discuss some of those things, some of the concepts. They're just very big, and I love my wife. She doesn't want to talk to me about these things all the time, and nor would I expect her to.
We're a very special breed.
Yeah. So this is a really good place. Always has been to work some of that stuff out. Like I said last night, reading some of that 2A stuff, I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. Like I had a whole deal prepared, and now I'm reading more, and I'm confused now.
Yeah.
So
at least part 3 is pretty simple, because it's just an ever closer step to World War III. There's only one direction it goes.
It is the impending doom every time.
Every time.
We're going further. I want to remind you guys, we have our own personal social media. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram.
I hit the right button this time.
I like it. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Salt of the Streets for everything, including the Patreon, patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Excuse me. Go there, subscribe, and become an executive producer just like Zeke if you subscribe to the top tier. And we have the articles and all kinds of other stuff that comes out on there all the time. The previews, the early access to the SOS IDs. Should have pumped out the first 2. Forgot about it. We had one that came out just like a week ago with Tyler. That's a really good episode.
Available now on the YouTube.
Make sure that you guys go and check that out. We'll have some more episodes coming out. I think this next one is going to be a family episode. So those ones, people really like those.
Yes.
The family episodes. So,
and if you're a member of the chat, if you're watching live and you've interacted with our good friend Kevin on here, we have an episode with him coming out after the family episode.
Yeah, that one's not too topical. Oh, damn, I had a fucking Liberty for last topic. Didn't even look for last time. We didn't even think, but we'll hit it. Doesn't matter, because I clip him for the shit anyway. So as long as we get it recorded, that's all that matters. That's all that really matters. As long as we get it recorded.
There you go.
No, and I think, dude, a little more background stuff. I've had so many people talk to me about the length of the show, but I'm so unwilling to change the length of the show that I think that maybe we should start putting out 4 separate podcasts like we used to. Like instead of just dropping one fat podcast, we'll cut it into 4 and then drop those over 2 weeks. And I would be cool with that, because the stream needs to be with the stream. Like this is how this goes. This is what works well. This is so we get engagement. This is like this is the flagship.
The stream is the stream.
The stream is the stream, and I'm not changing the stream.
Yeah, but what we do in post is real up to whatever we want.
But I would be open to, because I've always understood the argument about the hesitancy of like the length. People being like, 7 hours. Like
How the fuck?
I'm sorry that you're too fucking thick-headed to realize you can press pause and then move on to something else. Like, I don't understand how that escapes people so easily. Fucking then don't listen to the whole thing. It stays at the top of Spotify the whole time until you press it away or you finish it. So
yeah, you could literally just continue right where you left off.
So don't
It's
I
real
just
easy.
don't. I don't.
I do that with breaking points all the time because it is too fucking much.
Yes.
And so I'll get to a certain section. I've had fucking enough, and then we'll move on to something else. And then later on that day or the next day, there it is right there. And I say, hit play. Go.
Yeah. Then
just catch up.
Right. So just don't then. But I think the consistent lesson of the internet is that people are way dumber than you think they are. So, if we need to do a little bit more legwork for you, and I need to post 4 different episodes so that you guys cannot be fucking retarded, then
we'll do it.
Now that's fine. The stream is the stream. Nothing is changing here, Larry. But maybe we'll cut it into 4 because he fucking talking about it too. I'm like, Larry, I'm not. We're doing the show. Like, I'm gonna continue. I've seen too many people be successful doing this and to listen to anybody tell me that it doesn't work. Like I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Red Bar's on episode or season 26. I don't believe you.
Right.
I refuse to believe what you're telling me. So
Ari Shaffir tried to tell Rogan he needs to cut it down and edit it to like under an hour every time, and he was very wrong about that.
I don't believe you. I agree in the sentiment. Then don't listen. Then don't.
Then it's not the show for you.
I don't care. Then don't. Anyway.
End of the world. That's pretty sweet. There was something I guess it happened on Friday. Terrorist attack in Russia.
Yes.
That's been real rough.
Yes.
ISIS came out and claimed responsibility.
Which seems super weird.
Which
right?
is also super weird. I don't quite know if I believe it, but also
something in my belly tells me that Ukraine's involved.
Something tells me Ukraine's involved. And I don't know exactly what it is. I saw reports of the supposed attackers running towards Ukraine to try to escape into Ukraine. I don't know. I don't know. And it's all real early, and we're in the middle of a fucking fog of war area with Russia, so we're probably never going to actually learn the truth. But ISIS supposedly, apparently ISIS is back, and they supposedly claimed responsibility for it. I did see Hamas put out a nice little lovely message, and it was like, oh, hey, we don't support this. We think it was bad, and our thoughts and prayers are with you guys.
Oh.
I was like, fucking Hamas, what are we doing there? That's fucking strange. But, the West loves Hamas right now, so that's just a whole thing.
Yeah.
But I purposely didn't put it in the grab bag in this part, in part 3, because it's just too much, and we don't know anything about it, and the videos I saw were fucking horrific. I mean, we're talking big time deaths, and all the videos that were coming out,
proper executions and shit.
It was
bad.
People haven't had time to censor shit like that. And none of that stuff we can put on YouTube anyways.
Last death toll I saw was like over 100 already.
Yeah.
So,
but Putin made a statement afterwards, and the Russian foreign minister, I believe, actually for the first time came out and said now Russia is now at a state of war with Ukraine. Because I think they're still trying to. I think they also think, and who knows?
Have you seen? This is Russia adjacent. Have you seen this week? I saw some pictures that are supposedly of Viktor Prigozhin on like a bus, like on a bus or a train somewhere.
Really, Mr. R.I.P. Prigozhin, who got shot out of the sky supposedly. I mean, if he was homie and he needed to disappear and act like he needed to be blown out of the sky and just disappeared somewhere, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, who knows how long they go back? They might be homies, and he might not wanted to kill him, but had to make sure publicly he was killed.
You should check that out.
I will look into that.
Yeah.
I hate
Soup's weird.
I hate the internet, especially when it comes to like the Russia-Ukraine stuff, because I saw a video the other day of it was a group of Ukrainians driving in like a Humvee or something like that, in some truck driving through, and then one of the dudes in the passenger seat lifted up his arm, and there was an ISIS flag on his uniform, and it's there's so much of that type of shit all over the fucking internet around this whole fucking war. I get so tired of seeing that, and so that I have no idea what you're talking about, so I'm going to look at it, but that just screams internet fuckery to me. It just screams internet fuckery.
I'm definitely not saying he's alive. I just,
I'd be curious. I don't have any wherewithal to not look into that.
Yeah.
So once my interest is peaked, maybe
you should check that out.
Maybe I'm gonna check that out.
Pretty interesting.
But yeah, first topic.
Spooky stuff.
Spooky stuff, dude. He might actually ghosts are real. Done. Figured it out.
Yeah.
He's actually dead, but now he's just
haunting planes.
Yeah. Oh Jesus. All right, let's get in the meat and potatoes of this.
Okay.
Some new issues revolving around China, right? China has been in the news. It's been top of fucking mind lately, Donovan. Mostly because of TikTok ban and stuff like that. But heard through, I don't even remember where I first heard about this, but like
through the wire.
Yeah, through the wire. It came through the wire.
We're fucking journalists.
That Australia is really beefing up their Navy. And we spent a long time breaking down that one special report about the
AUKUS Treaty.
The AUKUS Treaty and
nuclear submarines, right?
Yes.
I started to read a little bit about it last night. I was like, did we ever actually do this, or did we just talk about doing it? We did do it,
We
right?
did a big breakdown of it because there's forget.
I meant as a country. I remember us breaking it down. I couldn't remember if we actually signed the treaty or if we were just talking about gearing up for it. But we did. That did happen.
Yeah. And then we had and I don't remember how long ago this was, but
2021 was the AUKUS Treaty.
Okay. And we were in the old studio when we broke down that whole special report, and there was all the different pages and fascinating shit. But it's like retired Navy people, active duty admirals, and all these they're hanging out down in fucking Australia, and they're being hired by these companies to help build nuclear submarines. And we're very involved in this, and we're going to touch on the nuclear stuff here as well. But as part of this, the Australian Prime Minister just put out a statement. She's like, "You're not on your bed, bro. You're not on your bed, sweetheart. Where are you going?"
What are you doing?
Crazy dog.
I'm fucking rubbing my face on the ground. What do you mean?
But as part of the build-up, essentially against China, the Australian Navy is doubling its surface fleet with a $7 billion plan to add future funding. But the funding in the future is uncertain. There's
like more than $7 billion. You mean
they have a $7 billion plan, but I think right now they have approved for like 4.6 or something like that. Unfortunately, they don't debase their currency as badly as we do, so they can't just make the money printer go burr.
Yeah.
So, but this report comes out of Singapore. Facing years with an aging and shrinking surface fleet, the Labour government of Anthony Albanese, who is the PM, I believe, Prime Minister. That's what Australia has. Right? Yeah. Today announced its intentions to spend 11.1 billion Australian dollars, which is 7.2 US dollars, over the next decade to double the size of the fleet and increase its lethality. However, the decade-long timeline and early skepticism from political opposition means the plan may never come quite to fruition. The Albanese government is delivering world-class sovereign capabilities through this investment in Navy's future fleet and Australia's vital shipbuilding and defense industry. Defense Minister Richard Marras said in a statement, quote, "After inheriting the oldest surface fleet Navy has operated in its history, the blueprint will see Navy equipped."
It's weird the way that he's referring to it.
Yeah,
just Navy.
We'll see Navy.
The Navy. Yeah, that's weird. Like it's its own. Like it's a name or something. No, that's your Navy. That's part of your armed forces.
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
just
naval,
Navy, bro.
That's weird.
Navy's gonna do what they do.
Yeah, it's not you. He's saying that really weird.
Yes. Well, he's Australian. Navy equipped with a major surface combatant fleet over twice as large as planned when we come to government. When we came to government, with more surface combatants in the water sooner. Very, very interesting way to say this. But they're doubling up their surface fleet. That's the whole point. They got 3 Hobart-class air warfare destroyers with upgraded air defense and strike capabilities, 6 Hunter-class frigates down from a planned 9, with undersea warfare and strike capabilities.
Means they can shoot torpedoes?
Yes. And that means they can hunt submarines.
Okay.
Basically. 11 new general-purpose frigates that will provide maritime and land strike, air defense, and escort capabilities. 6 new large...
Joseph.
What up, Joseph? I got something in the grab bag just for you and on the other half of the G unit, by the way.
Fuck yeah.
6 new large... what is that?
Optionally crewed service vessels that will significantly increase Navy's long-range strike capability.
So that's like
capacity.
That's got to be like a semi-autonomous,
yeah,
like warfare, like drone warfare stuff. Like we've been seeing a little bit of that in Ukraine. So obviously, the Australians are very, very concerned with the buildup of the Chinese fleet, and so now they're turning around. But let me ask you: if you're going to double the size of your surface fleet, it's going to take you time to build it, and they're planning on a 10-year window.
Yeah,
that doesn't seems like you're kind of a little too late to the party. I don't know when shit's going to pop off, obviously, but I mean, it seems like a little.
10 years feels like a long time.
Feels like a real long time, especially with what's going on now.
Yeah.
So that was, I heard about that from somewhere, and it really wasn't great, but. Here, why don't you give this one a read for the people? It kind of falls right in line.
Australia moves to prop up AUKUS with $4.6 billion pledge to help clear Rolls-Royce nuclear reactor bottlenecks in the UK.
This is speaking to their nuclear fleet.
The Australian government will seek to prop up the AUKUS pact by sending a Australian $4.6 billion or £2.4 billion to the UK to clear bottlenecks. Fuck that, dude. As the Rolls-Royce nuclear reactor production line. The funding, revealed on the eve of high-level talks between the Australian and UK governments on Friday, is in addition to the billions of dollars that will be sent to the US to smooth over production delays there. Why does Australia have so much money?
That's what I'm wondering. And
where's all this money coming from that you
exactly.
can grease the pockets of the most powerful economy in the world? That's weird.
For now, anyways. I mean, you're just greasing the wheels of the UK and the US to
really
try to
weird.
get things going. What do you mean?
Where's the money coming? Yeah, it's super weird.
That's gonna streamline the bottleneck. What the fuck does that even mean?
They must have taken everybody's money that they put in the concentration camps during COVID. They must have just taken everybody's money. Or like this, we're funding this with the bribes, and that's how people got out of the concentration camps, was they had to pay bribes. And this comes from the COVID bribe money.
And we're going to use this to smooth our bottleneck.
The Australian government will also announce on Friday that the government-owned shipbuilder ASC and the British defense firm BAE Systems will jointly build the nuclear-powered submarines for the Royal Australian Navy. And that's when we talked about it, France was upset because they were supposed to build them, right?
Yeah,
and then
they got real butthurt.
And then Australia's like, we get some better pieces from over here.
And then Macron went and cried to his wife, who's old enough to be his mom.
There's a lot of things going on with his wife, right? Like, this Candace Owens thing I'm just starting to catch up on. I didn't really know about that. I told you I thought that he was gay up until like a week ago.
He's French.
When they were talking about his wife, and I was like, wait, I thought he was married to a dude.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm hearing that like Candace Owens is saying that she's a man, and then other people are like she was his teacher when he was like 7, and I don't.
Yeah. It's a weird
too much.
thing.
France is too much. I don't stick to freedom, guys. I can get on board with you if you want to like fuck with liberty. When you're all this other shit is way too much.
Indeed.
I know. Just marry a man. Get it over with. Make everybody happier. Marry a young man. Marry a man who's your same age, and just appease everybody.
We gotta really take a step back and just remind ourselves once again that France is gonna do France. They're always real close to like the West,
always.
right? But like they do shit way different over there, man. Way different. Just. Because when I was over there, you experience it, and you're like, "Oh, this is different."
Yeah.
I mean, it's close to what I'm used to, but it's not just the language that's different. The way they all interact, and sexuality is real malleable over there. It's just it's fine to have a wife and like a mistress, or maybe a mister, depending on who you are, and like you could be a little gay, and but totally married to a chick, and everything's cool.
Yeah,
like it's super. France is just going to do what France does, man. Do not attempt to like break your mind trying to understand it, because we ain't French.
America's cool.
We don't get it. We don't get it.
Yeah, America's cool.
Yeah.
That's really weird. The money thing is weird. Where is all the money coming from?
Yes, where is the money coming from? And also this continued buildup for Australia, because if we don't Australia's in a real bad spot as far as fuckery with China goes and being real good friends with us.
She's under your feet.
That's fine. I won't step on her. So we'll do a little. Our geography lesson is always important here. So Australia over here, they're our homies.
Yep.
And they're real fucking close to China.
Yeah.
We're on the other side of the goddamn globe from China. So we rely very, very heavily on our bases in the Philippines and in Guam and stuff like that. And then, of course, our big powerhouse ally, Australia, down there. Because when shit pops off, they're fucking with the Chinese through all these various little seas and straits and stuff right now anyways.
Yeah.
And so if they're not prepared to be the front line of a naval warfare situation, we're going to be really hamstrung in the Pacific.
Yeah.
Again, like that's what happens when you fight a war across the fucking Pacific Ocean.
Hawaii is real small, man.
Hawaii is ridiculously small, dude. Yeah, remind me again how that's America.
It's kind of weird that we ever found it. You know?
Right?
That they weren't just chilling by themselves forever.
Right? Like, yeah, how did that not turn into, what's that, North Sentinel Island?
Yeah.
Like,
how
how
it'd
the
be pretty
fuck?
easy to overlook.
You
know?
You just randomly just run into
Yeah.
it. Nothing else is close to it.
It had to totally be an accident. That's the only way Cook made it there. Holy shit.
What are these
fucking people here? Goddamn. This shit's big enough to land a boat on. Look at this fucking
Let's
thing.
go. So, of course, with China, the China news, you know, the Australians building up their navy because they're anticipating, you know, they need show force, they need to have units, you know, a surface fleet strong enough to fuck around and find out. We got some news this week from the Taiwanese. The Taiwan confirms U.S. troops on frontline islands near
what the
China.
fuck?
This was released by, I think they actually say it in the article here. Taiwan has confirmed there are U.S. troops stationed on its islands in the Taiwan Strait on a permanent basis, including an island just over a mile off China's southeast coast. Within a mile of China's mainland, we have active duty troops stationed there on a Taiwanese island.
Fuck?
Yes. The National Defense Authorization Act in 2023
Just
paved
to
the
try
way.
and deter China from fucking invading Taiwan, because if they accidentally kill an American soldier, then they're fucked?
Oh, I think they talk about it later, but they're essentially there for training. They're Green Berets that are there to train the Taiwanese forces. So, but the NDAA in 2023 paved the way for their arrival to conduct training programs for troops for Taiwan's front line. So this is real similar to like the UK troops that we just found out via Germany are in Ukraine, essentially doing the same thing. And China has vowed to someday annex democratic Taiwan, which it regards as a rogue province, despite the fact that the Chinese Communist Party's government in Beijing has never ruled there. China has sharply increased military sorties and drills in and around the 90-mile wide Taiwan Strait.
Sorties is planes flying in the air, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think more or less. That's because they get flown over all the fucking time now in their little Taiwan exclusionary zone. China's breaking that constantly at this point, right? But yeah, prompting the neighbor to boost investment in defense. Asked to confirm reports U.S. Army Green Special Forces, also known as Green Berets, were in Taiwan on a permanent basis. Taiwanese Defense Chief Chu Kucheng told reporters on March 14th, quote, "No matter the situation, there may be blind spots or shortcomings. So we need to communicate with our allies, whether it is a team, a group, or a country. But we can learn from each other to see what strengths we have. This is a fixed thing," he added. In 2021, President Lia Ung-wen revealed U.S. instructors were conducting occasional training with Taiwanese armed service members through Chu's statement in the first confirmation of the long-term nature of the activities. So we have what we all knew was already coming. We have active duty Green Berets permanently stationed on an island within a mile of fucking China. Which I should not have closed the map.
How it happens every
try
time,
to find
bro.
this, man. It's always how it happens,
every
dude.
fucking time.
How it happened in fucking So it's got to be these bad boys over here. No, that's real close. But I mean, you're talking within a mile. They said that's fucking crazy.
Jesus.
So that's fun. So yeah, we don't have anything to worry about there, because that's just gonna make China definitely not fuck around, right?
These parts over here, these are parts of China.
Those are probably Taiwan. What does it say when we click on it? That's
it's
fucking
Japan.
That's the southern Japanese islands.
Okay.
Shit's like fucking paradise down
Yeah,
there.
we were just looking at just that, so I did.
Yeah. Let's pick.
I don't know
Does
shit
it say
about
China.
fucking.
Doesn't say anything. That's nice. Too many little islands.
There's a bed and breakfast there.
Of course there is. We're a classy spot.
That's
That's exactly where I want
to
to
be. Go to the bed and breakfast.
Okay. Do it. Was it
Right there.
right there?
Captain Bed and Breakfast.
Captain
Wow.
B&B doesn't have a price. Come on, check availability. Let's see what we got going on here. $43?
Whoa!
$57?
Let's go to China, bro.
Let's fucking go. That sounds great.
That's probably there's a castle there, bro.
Go.
Oh,
that's cool.
Look at that feudal lord castle.
Yo.
That's cool as fuck.
Chinese castles are dope, dude. That's all I gotta say.
Damn, bro.
Because we got to remember, the
Those
Taiwanese,
doors.
the Taiwanese are essentially they're like OG Republic of China people. right?
Yeah. That's cool as hell.
Super cool. But yeah, not super cool that we got Green Berets hanging out there.
No, that's weak.
That one super sucks. Of course, I told you we have some BRICS news.
Yes.
Because I follow the OG BRICS Twitter account.
Nice.
Because for those of you who are unaware, the BRICS nations is a new up-and-coming economic bloc to rival essentially the United States and the use of our U.S. dollar throughout the globe. Well, from their account, and I dove on this, and they do not say which ones they're talking about, but 36 new countries have now applied to join the BRICS nations, which is their economic bloc. And so I have a couple stories here, the best ones I could find, and they just have to be
Brazil, Russia, China.
India, China, and South Africa. But now they're going to be bringing in 36 other nations. So amid a shifting global landscape, BRICS has emerged as a formidable force as its de-dollarization agenda triggers interest among developing countries.
That's
According
quite the
to
word.
a de-dollarization, baby, the agenda of de-dollarization. According to South Africa's foreign minister, 36 countries have so far in 2024 expressed interest in joining the alliance. Interestingly, all of these applicants are reportedly within groups of developing economies. So I'm thinking, where has China been fucking around with the Belt and Road Initiative? A lot of African nations and stuff like that. While the names are not disclosed, experts believe the decision stems from the desire to strengthen their economies using their native currencies. Unfortunately, for the U.S., several sectors, including the banking and financial sector, will be greatly hit. According to the reports, tourists would move away from the U.S. dollar and resort to making payments in local currencies. This has already commenced in China and Singapore. Over the years, the U.S. dollar has been used as a tool to enforce economic sanctions, with Russia recently being a victim. Interestingly, moving away from the dollar as campaigned by the BRICS would greatly benefit them, explaining why Russia's President Vladimir Putin called on the Middle East to not accept the U.S. dollar for oil payments, as recently reported by Crypto Newsflash. Now, this is all fine and good, but when they say BRICS is ready to work with all countries to ditch U.S. dollar, they're trying significantly hard to destroy the dollar as the global currency, which would put us in a real bad spot.
Because our own government's fucking it up enough already.
Exactly. BRICS member Russia is pushing the de-dollarization initiative in Africa.
I don't like that they're all using the same word.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Well, that's because that's their language.
Right.
The de-dollarization. Because they're tired of the U.S. being able to control what other countries are forced to do through sanctions, because everybody's forced to trade in the U.S. dollar if you want to be a homie. And if you don't, then you don't get no aid packages. You don't get this. You don't get that. That we may not protect you when shit goes down.
Listen. If we don't, there's nothing we can do about what other countries are doing, right? If we don't use this as an opportunity to turn inward and preserve our own country, we are fucked.
Yes.
We will not survive a world in which our resources and our colonies are continually removed from our sphere of influence, and we don't do anything to replace that.
Check.
We are fucked if we don't do something. I'm not even like, we need to attack, and we need to turn inward and make America amazing again. Fuck it, make America great again. I don't fuck like
there it is.
Fuck Donald Trump. I was like, that's
He's
crazy.
a MAGA guy now.
That's crazy. He just got me. I can't believe that just happened. But we are fucked if we do not adapt to this.
Because
we
this
will
is,
not survive.
Like, I've been following this brick shit for since its inception.
Yeah.
And it's gone from the floating the possibility of like a centralized digital currency and this, that, and everything. But a lot of these developing nations, as they say it, they don't have the infrastructure or capacity to really do that. And so they say, okay, that's fine. Then we'll just all do trade in our own native currencies. And that's fine. We'll just do that amongst ourselves. And I forget who was talking about it. It might have been Mike Baker on one of the
Joseph MAGA, baby.
MAGA. Yeah, it might have been fucking Mike Baker when he was talking about when he was talking on the last JRE was on. But like this whole sanctioning stuff with Putin over Ukraine and all this stuff, us blowing up the fucking Nord Stream pipeline and all, it didn't work. He's not losing a shit ton of money, man.
No,
all it really caused them to do.
And they're now making more missiles than they were making when we were making. They've completely defeated U.S. sanctions.
They've completely gotten around it because if you have a bunch of trade partners that aren't hamstrung by the U.S. dollar, then you just do business in other currencies.
Yeah.
Done. And they're talking about using the ruble and the Chinese yuan and whatever local currency you can use. Yeah, the rupee for India, and then all the various whatever currencies these developing nations have, they can quit using U.S. dollars now and not have to worry about suffering the fucking sanctions and stuff, and they just do business with
they can still
with
buy
the big
oil
boys in the
elsewhere
East
with
Bloc.
their money. That's crazy.
And if they can get the Saudis on board, game the fuck over, bud.
I don't know if you guys know this, but our government hates us.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys know that.
Man, they're so busy trying to control us at this point. They forgot how to control the rest of the world, I guess. But it's not good, dude. It's not good. But yeah, so we'll see. It's ever changing, but with the addition of possibly another 36 other countries, which I don't know why BRICS would say no to them. They have no reason to. It's not like they're going to. It goes with their de-dollarization agenda, so fuck it. Come on over. We'll just trade in your currency and ours. Done. Who cares? We'll take care of each other. And we're going to watch America fall apart while we do it. Good times. Good times. But also, on top of that, we'll shift over to a little bit of Ukraine news. I've been hearing stuff about Ukraine lately from Little Broski knows somebody that is over there, and he goes out onto right outside the front lines and is fucking doing a bunch of crazy ass medical shit and then setting up. It's the stories I've heard are sad about the lack of medical logistics that Ukraine was prepared to handle.
Yeah.
And so she had to go over there with all of her Western training to essentially set up like the current Ukrainian medical infrastructure system and triage and, you know, how to do all
casualty
that.
collection points, all that
It's
shit. That's
fucking
insane.
crazy. But this, like, gets periodic updates every now and again, and it's like there's no fucking power almost anywhere near there. You know, Russia's been blowing up, you know, infrastructure as one would do, and as it turns out, I think we already knew that Ukraine was also fucking with Russian infrastructure.
Right.
And this is one of the most recent reports that from Reuters, the U.S. has urged Ukraine to halt strikes on Russian energy infrastructure. And this one's too small. I can't read that one. Can you?
Yes, the United States has urged Ukraine to halt strikes on Russian energy infrastructure, warning that drone strikes risk provoking retaliation and driving up global oil prices, the Financial Times reported on Friday, citing people familiar with the matter. The attacks help boost oil prices that have seen nearly 4%. That have risen nearly 4% so far since March 12th, when Ukraine first started targeting Russian energy infrastructure. A further rally in gasoline prices in the United States would weaken President Joe Biden's ratings and undermine his re-election chances.
Indeed.
Russia and Ukraine have both used drones to strike critical infrastructure, military installations, and troop concentrations at their more than 2-year war, with Kiev hitting Russian refineries and energy facilities in recent months.
Word. And that's kind of the one thing I really wanted to bring up is we just keep seeing the goalpost shift with Ukraine, what we are allowing them, quote unquote, to do. And it started with, we're not going to send you tanks. We sent them all the tanks, and then you know what happened? Every single one of those fucking Abrams tanks that we sent over there got blown up. Imagine that. We weren't going to send them F-16s. I'm pretty sure they're on their way. I think some of the NATO countries are sending those over.
Telling them they can use them over Russian borders too.
And that's the whole thing. It's like you were not supposed to strike within the borders of Ukraine. Well, obviously that we've been watching that go now for a few months, and now they're literally hitting energy infrastructure over in Russia.
This is
continual escalation for a country that is running out of a fucking population that's going to be fighting.
And this is what you get when you refuse to demand, like, what does winning look like? What does victory look like for you? What do you want? You know, what do you
want?
There's no.
We want our
nothing.
country back.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks, bud, because you know what's probably not going to happen is you get your country back.
Right. The trenches are pretty well dug in at this point.
Yeah.
You know?
Russia is essentially in control of all 4 of the eastern oblasts, and they've had Crimea now for a while. Dude, I don't know what you want to do here, man.
Yeah.
But you ain't getting that back unless the might of the West comes in there too, which Macron is biting. He's chomping at the bit to bring in fucking NATO troops.
So that's what he's saying. He's going to put French soldiers in Ukraine, right?
Yeah, he keeps alluding to it and like saying something, but he not actually doing it because that would be bad. But apparently now too, there's been a change in the Polish leadership in their government. And they're looking to also possibly start fucking around because, yeah, they just kicked out their super nationalist dude. And so now Poland's going to probably want to fuck around. And it just continues to escalate every single week, every single day. It just goes more and more and more and more. The entire time, I still see these videos of like on Twitter of like Ukrainians, a Ukrainian drone dropping a fucking grenade on a dude asleep in a trench somewhere, and then like the comments underneath are just dark, dude. But I mean, I get it from both sides. Obviously, you hate the Russian invaders, but after this last terrorist attack, when they were like, okay, well, we're at a state of war now with Ukraine,
right?
They're not just calling it a police action anymore. So this is just rhetoric at this point. I don't think anything's going to actually change, but I don't know. Whatever that terrorist attack, whatever ultimately comes from that, why would you not use that as an excuse to just go full fucking bore in Ukraine? It's perfect propaganda for the people.
And there, Jack Posobiec, and I'm sure other people as well, are already attributing this to Ukraine. They're saying this is just their new, like, kind of the new segment of warfare that's going on. You know, now they need to launch insurgency into Russia because there isn't really another way for them to affect reasonable change within the actual theater of war.
Yeah, it's like World War I. You get to a certain point where the lines don't move. It's just, and then it's just a meat grinder, and it seems to be that way now.
Yeah.
I still have a hard time believing that
Tiffany.
That's like that. Tiffany's here. This would be perfect. The full gene is assembled. I'm trying to remember now. I remember. We'll have to show it early in the grab bag because it's just for them. You'll appreciate it. But yeah, it's tough because I don't see this. I don't see the path of escalation stopping.
Yeah.
I don't see any off ramps anywhere. BRICS is going to be the economic powerhouse that's going to push us into war, and Ukraine is going to be the battlefield that pushes us into war.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I cannot envision a future where we don't getting into some kind of hot conflict with everybody at this point, because you can't go in against one without the rest. So I don't know.
Yeah, and I think the soldiers being sent to build the temporary port in Gaza, just kind of adds to that.
Yeah.
They're talking about there's either 1,000 or 2,000 people. I don't remember how many people they were saying. Well, it's two ships,
yeah, I think
either
it was
500 or 1,000 on each ship,
something like that.
That are going to go and
you go build a temporary port.
Build. So I don't.
And again, I think I asked this question on the episode I did last time. It was like, well, how do you build a port without boots on the ground, Donovan?
Yeah.
I don't think you do. You need somebody's got to drive those piles in there. So I mean, maybe it can. I don't know. I bet you the fucking military's got some badass like collapsible ships barge thing that just turns into a temporary port or something. But I just don't see any of this going well, bud.
No.
Nope. The UN. There was a. Pulled up earlier, but it's kind of like a here nor there thing because who gives a fuck about the UN? But there was like a ceasefire resolution the UN wanted to push, and of course China and Russia, who are currently the chairs, go, nah, we're vetoing this. Goodbye. Sorry guys, everybody's just trying to. I don't get it, dude. It's just if you can just pick all the worst decisions or the decisions that would bring you closer and closer to war, they're picking all the right ones every single time. And it's like, I don't understand how this can be happening unless it was 100% intentional.
Yeah.
There's no world in which this is accidentally happening. We'll just say that because they want it so fucking bad for some reason when God damn, man, after the Soviets disappeared and Russia kind of fucked around a little bit, there's all sorts of little wars in Bosnia and, all this stuff. And then the fuckery with Crimea and all that, where the West just kind of was like, bad Putin, don't do that. A little hand slap. And then we never really put our foot down. We did some sanction stuff and then they just figure out a way to get around it. And I don't know. I think the United States has a proven failed track record with the try to be the big man in the Russia conflict, and will show strength, and that'll show Putin what's up. When I think the alternative method would have been like, hey, let's be friends, let's do a bunch of trade deals, let's make some fucking money together, and this will be fucking sweet, and then you won't worry about having to try to make sure your power is in question as NATO expands and all that. You'll just be one of the homies. Like, I don't understand why we could not have done that. We just had to be purely adversarial.
Because the pride that we feel as Americans exists in Russia and has for way longer than it has here. Like that country and those people and that culture is way older than America.
Dude.
So the pride that we feel here,
we're a blink in the eyes of like the Russian existence as a state.
Right.
You know what I
mean?
mean?
The nationalist pride that we have is very similar here and there, but there it's more intense and deeper set in that culture. There you're not gonna big dog
change
Russia.
their mind.
That's not how they're not gonna be forced into something,
Speaking softly and carrying a big stick worked for certain nations.
Right.
That's not one that's not a winning method with Russia.
Yeah.
They go, okay, well let's fight. See who's the stronger man.
Seems like a culture where they need to feel like they need to feel like they're in control, even if they're not, and they need to be not getting fucked over.
Yeah. That's like I
you
said,
gotta write home about something. You gotta have something to write home about.
Exactly. You gotta love the motherland.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why I at this point I think it's too little, too late. There's nothing I can see the West, NATO doing to de-escalate things. I just don't see that happening at all. And that's, my friends, that is my World War III discussion for today.
Nice.
I kind of like it's just a quick, dirty, everything's terrible type of situation, but that's just where we're at.
No, that's a good wrap up. That was nice.
I get worried about the bricks, baby.
That's. Yeah. Well, let me hit my freedom and liberty thing really quick for part 2 so we can get it recorded.
For sure.
And then we'll jump.
Okay.
We can do part grab bag and then we'll.
Yeah, I will. In the meantime, I'll go to you. Start building the grab bag portion. We'll hit my Twitter stuff first, and then the main grab bag will hit the IG stuff.
Perfect. So this was supposed to be my freedom and liberty report for part 2. Forgot. but it's a good one. It had its own page. That's why I forgot about it.
There was just so much passion.
It's the only thing on page 4. That's why I forgot, because I finished up my notes and I was like, all right, well, we're good. So, Colin, people are always asking us things. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here.
What does this have to do with freedom and liberty, right? What are we doing? So, in my eyes, the basis of liberty is about choice. Right? In order to be free, you have to be able to make your own choices, because it's exactly what your rights provide for you: the freedom to choose what you say, who you pray to, etc. Right? If, whatever that extends to. Outside of Trump and 2024, those topics that we hit in part 2, that is what is at the core of those stories: choice. Your ability to choose how you defend yourself and affect when, where, and who you have to defend against. The choice of where and how you get your information. The common theme that underlines them all is the continual abdication of the U.S. government to the responsibility and oath that supposedly obligates its servants to the will of the American people. Those placed in power consistently act against the interests of the American people, as well as their constitutional directive, by working to erode the rights and protections of our countrymen in order to further centralize power in the portions of the government represented by the nameless, faceless gray suits that we have spoken so much about. I believe that we're coming to a fork in the road where, as a nation, we will face one of the most powerful and impactful choices of our lives. And I think that it boils down to something that we've discussed on the show many times before: revolution or evolution. The powers that be in this country, the very same whose goal is to remove your rights, has for years displayed their willingness to ignore and weaponize at their will the documents and ideals that we use as a basis for our conduct in this country. They want to erode the few things that hold this country together so that they are the only ones left to look to when the foundation crumbles under our feet. We will have to decide if we have ever worked, if what we have has ever worked and has a potential to be saved, or if the fabric of this country has become so warped and distorted that we are forced to start over. I don't know what the answer is. It's something that we have to figure out together, but I know that we can't continue like this forever, because right now we're playing by their rules, and this is unquestionably a rigged game.
1,000% it is.
Get low, get low.
1,000% it is. That was good.
Thank you.
You do have a way with those. When freedom speaks to you, it speaks to your soul.
It does. I really should try and memorize them so that I can look into the camera. But
you ever do any play acting? Cool.
Not really. Very small stuff. So it was like, less than a dozen. So nothing. Thank you very much.
Oh, very much so. Okay, so this is epic, dude. We're going to have 2 grab bags today. This is going to be great. This first one goes out to the G unit because we've all seen the hunting pics. And if you guys have cats, you got to be doing this with your cat. This is a gator tail. Cats love gator tail.
They're afraid of cucumbers, but not a gator tail.
Exactly.
Just munching on
munching, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. That thing is going hard in the paint.
Cat.
Little baby cat, dude. But the noises, dude, are...
Mark likes to eat. We feed him some raw meat, some chicken and stuff like that. He's really into it.
He's just all over it, dude. That cat is a fucking
awesome.
Carnivore.
It's so cute.
I know, but so vicious. Okay, first real story of the grab bag.
Yes.
Daily Wire, the CEO, Jeremy Bourne, one of the CEOs, put out this tweet the other day, said Daily Wire and Candace Owens have ended their relationship. Tell me more.
Right.
So from Scanner News.
I am finally free.
I am finally free, Candace
shit.
Owens. If she departs Daily Wire, the conservative commentator has been with the media company since November 2020. And boy howdy, if I didn't think this exact thing was going to happen. She did not really fit there. But conservative commentator Candace Owens will no longer work with the Daily Wire. The news and media outlet CEO Jeremy Boring was the first to publicly announce the split. We just read the tweet. Let's see. The rumors are true. I'm finally free, Owens said on X. There will be many announcements in the weeks to come. She has also directed her supporters to her YouTube channel, where she said she will bring back her show after a brief hiatus. And also, I think she just had or has a couple kids now or something like that, too. And so she's also juggling the mama status, too. And she's married to somebody that's incredibly wealthy. But
she is?
Yeah. Yeah, she got big money.
Oh, okay.
big money husband. But
I really don't like Candace
I
Owens.
do not like her at all, man.
I don't get it. I don't
Never
understand what people see. I just don't get it.
I don't get it either. I never have. Because I followed before she like decided to be a conservative. She was in charge of this company that essentially was building like the list of all lists for doxing anybody on the right, because she was like a crazy ass progressive and got in some legal troubles and this, that, and the other thing, and ultimately walked away from it. And then a few years later, she's a fucking conservative, and bing, bang, boom. I have never trusted her. I don't like most of her takes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just not. I've never been to Candace person, and I don't. I just. She's always. The term grifter is thrown around a lot, but I've never been able to shake off the feeling that I think she's just a really good grifter.
Yeah.
I just, you know.
I was going through some of our old videos today. This is like the ones with the bigger views and stuff, and we got called grift. Pretty funny.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, one of the bigger ones.
What am I grifting for?
Well, we're the new right-wing grifters, bro.
Oh.
Yeah. We're breaking down breaking points, and two guys were going back and forth about how we're right-wing grifters. Like,
that's hilarious.
You guys are awesome.
I don't think I'm right-wing.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I feel like I go both ways pretty well on that one.
Yeah.
I'm trans-political.
We did just talk about giving fucking felons their right to bear arms back, so
yeah.
How conservative is that, you fucks?
Probably not.
How right-wing is that, you fuck?
Exactly. I just hate the government and everything they do. So I think I brought it up on the last show, but Ronna McDaniel
Get the
is
fuck out of here.
And guess where she's going? She's got a new job with NBC News as a contributor.
Of course, conservative contributor. She calls out the shit you aren't allowed to, like BLM.
It's true.
Yeah.
She does.
Yeah.
Her special things, because all them Daily Wire people have to do like a special documentary every year. It's part of their contract thing. And I haven't seen any of them because I got rid of Daily Wire, and I'm just not. It's not my jam no more, dude. I'm not here for it. But
supposedly
I've
her
heard
BLM documentary is very good.
Yeah, apparently that, and then she did another one too that was really good, supposedly. And I don't know. It's not my. I'm not a fucking conservative like that, dude. Like I'm not. I don't care about that.
No.
So just not my jam. Yeah, but anyways, Ronna McDaniel. Does not surprise me that the former head of the RNC got a job at NBC News as a contributor. So,
damn it.
Yeah. You wonder why now the Republicans have lost for so fucking long,
right?
Huh? You wonder why?
Because you couldn't even find a home at Fox.
Okay, so got two of them. This is the first human Neuralink patient who is paralyzed. He's able to control a computer and play chess just by thinking. But we have a longer video after this. I just wanted to show this one first. Oh, fuck you, X. You're going to do that. They got to really figure this shit out, dude.
It just became intuitive for me to start imagining the cursor moving. Basically, it was like using the force on a cursor, and I could get it to move wherever I wanted. Just stare somewhere in the screen, and it would move where I wanted it to, which was such a wild thing.
So that's fucking wild. But this is a longer one. We probably won't watch the whole thing, but this one kind of got me in the feels a little bit, and I get it a lot more now.
I want to briefly talk about a little bit, I guess, what have you been using this for outside of these sort of research sessions or when you're just playing chess? What are some other things you've been getting value from this from?
Yeah, so one of the first times y'all gave me complete control over this, I actually stayed up until, I don't know, like 6 a.m. playing Civilization 6.
Civ 6, bro.
It was worth it, I guess is the best way to put it. It was awesome. I had basically given up on playing that game just because of how, it's a big game, and the amount of time that it takes to sit in on it it's just a lot, and I have to worry about a lot of things, getting pressure sores and things like that. So I just wasn't really able to play it as much as I wanted to, and y'all gave me the ability to do that again, and I played it for, like 8 hours that day. So I do that. I read sometimes.
6 p.m. to like 2 a.m.
Yeah,
or something?
it was a lot.
Because if you think about it, right, somebody who's paralyzed like that, if they have some kind of device that they can manipulate something on the screen like that. Like eventually, like they don't have the ability to pick up their arms or do whatever. So
I thought he was talking about like sitting down and shit. For like, Doug, you're sitting down all the time.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, from the whatever the other exterior device would be.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so he started to get pressure sores and stuff like that. And now like he doesn't have to do that, and he can interface with his computer and fucking play Civ 6 for 8 hours at a time. Which, if you're a Civilization player, I go, respect, dude. I'm so fucking glad to hear that.
Yeah, listen, it's not that I've never been able to see what the utility is of Neuralink. I totally get why people are doing it.
Still scary.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Still scary.
I totally get it. You're talking about letting people walk again. I absolutely understand it. I don't think I literally said this to Jordan yesterday. The older I get and the more time I spend on Earth and in nature, the more I am disturbed by man's attempts to tame it. I don't think this is the right thing to do. I think that it should be obvious to us by now. The more we fuck with the planet, the more it fucks with us.
It's a losing battle.
You cannot tame the Earth. It is a being that is so much older than us that we literally don't know. We can't. We guess. We have to guess based on rocks and shit that are as far down as we can find. We don't know. We have no fucking idea. I'm not a stargazer and shit. You can't tell me the planet doesn't have a fucking soul, dude. You literally don't know. It is a being older than anybody can conceptualize. This is dumb. This is an ignorant fucking thing that people are doing to try and tame this. I understand it. I totally get everyone's justifications, and I don't think that you should because you can. I do not think that. I believe much of human life and experience is in moderation and in choice, recognizing things you should and should not do and how much you should be doing them. Yeah. There is a ton of shit that I could do. I don't think I should be doing all that stuff.
Yeah. I think the attempt to tame the planet, as you would put it, maybe, is kind of
nature maybe is a better way to put it.
Yeah. To tame nature, right? That seems like one of those things where we're not dealing with, oh no, is it coming? Is the wave coming? The stank. Was it Thomas Sowell? There are no only trade-offs. There are no what is it? No
solutions.
There are no solutions. There's only trade-offs. And I think that man's attempt to tame nature is failing to recognize that there are no real solutions here, only trade-offs. When it comes to nature, bro, you clear cut a forest and all that shit, there's going to be fucking consequences when you put up a bunch of houses on that hill slope and then it fucking sloughs off now because there's nothing to hold up the fucking hillside anymore. Right. You know, there's only trade-offs when it comes to trying to tame nature.
One of the stories on NPR this week, I had this one written down and I just didn't make it into my notes, but it was on the 7. And one of their stories was about how the rates of chemical birth control have gone down, and so people are trying to make it more prevalent and educate people about it because women are turning to other forms of birth control that aren't as efficient, or they don't want to fucking pump fake chemicals into their bodies.
Yes,
maybe that's what the fuck is going on. Yep. Maybe for 10 bajillion years people just fucking pulled out and didn't have babies. Like, what are you talking about? They're like, oh, women are turning to taking their temperatures and shit and doing all this is crazy. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
what are you saying? You're upset because people don't want to take fake chemicals? Get the fuck out of my face.
Exactly, dude. And I have seen that method. We live in the future now, okay? Yeah, with the right thermometer and the right proper tracking and this and everything. Yeah, you can figure out exactly when you're ovulating, when you're not. I mean, the whole cycle essentially is pretty goddamn foolproof. I've known couples that were together for, I think, 5 or 6 years, and all the time, right? All the fucking time, because she was the first one I ever knew that had this tracking thing going on. And that was back before it was super refined. She just knew somehow how to do it. I don't know. But he never strapped up, and they didn't have sex in the bad times or, in the windows. And they were able to just not have kids until they were ready, and then all of a sudden they started to fuck on the ovulation cycles, and then boom, they had their first kid. I was like, how the fuck? I didn't even understood what that was until much later.
There isn't only one way, you know, and I'm disturbed by the government's press on that.
Take the drugs.
Yeah, we're fucking really upset that people are not taking more birth control. Like,
oh, dude, and it fucks you up so bad, man.
what I'm saying. I just don't.
You get off
It's
birth
backwards.
control, and you be with somebody for a long time on birth control, and then they get off birth control, and you might wake up one day and
different.
realize they don't fucking like you anymore. And all of
Yeah.
a sudden, they smell different to you. You smell different to them. It is a weird thing that we've been fucking with no consequence.
Yeah.
Or with no concept of the consequences.
Yeah.
Heather Hine and Brett Weinstein have talked about this a lot. And the way they break it all down, they make it very digestible. You go, we should not be fucking around with this at all.
I don't like it.
You certainly shouldn't be giving them to your fucking teenagers when they're girls and when they're young girls and they start to get acne and stuff like that. It's like, you just give them birth control.
Yeah.
They'll be on it for fucking 20 years.
I don't like it.
I don't like it at all, dude. But you know what I do like? Hilarious football shit.
Let's go.
It was called The Greatest. Fuck, what was it called? The flinch will forever be an underrated Mark Sanchez moment.
They're making contact.
Oh, man, that was awesome. He flinched. He is going to get this. Oh, boy, this is funny stuff. That's going to make highlights. I'm sorry, Mark.
There was no fast, dude. They're making contact.
Oh, man, that was
just so fucking scared, man.
No.
Awesome. You're a professional football player, dude.
Yeah,
what are you
a pussy.
doing?
That's hilarious.
So fucking funny, dude. All right, this one.
Oh,
this reminded
shit,
me
yes.
because of the boy in the Legos.
Yes.
This dude built a fully functioning Star Wars Episode 1 level droid assembly factory.
Oh, you got to send this
just
to
out of
me.
Legos.
You got to send this to me. Dax will.
Oh, yeah, there is no music on this one.
Wow.
Yeah, dude, all automated. You know, because there's a bunch of like electrical shit that you can get with the Legos. You can go pretty hard with the Legos. And yeah, it's just all the assembly stuff from like the movie. It's just took it on himself.
Bro,
Wild
that's so
shit.
sick.
Right? A little special effects there for that,
Right.
but still, it's cool as fuck, dude. I loved every second of this.
Oh my god, that's so sick.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. So obviously that's
that's badass, dude.
Yeah, man. Tell me that's not fucking cool, dude. And it's just there's so many things going on here. Like the amount of time and engineering that would
It's super
involve
impressive.
planning this is insane. This actually speaks to the real power of the Lego company because
Yeah.
they have, you know, how like Disney has like, what do they call them? The Fungineers or whatever.
Yes.
These hardcore engineering minds get behind this kind of stuff, and Lego's no different. And they just sit there and they make the coolest, craziest shit.
Yeah, there's like tests and stuff that they have to go through to become like master Lego builders. Shit.
Mhm.
There's a guy, I've seen him on like Instagram or something, and he's like, I had to build like a ball out of Legos with no glue that could be dropped on the floor, and like,
Yeah.
weird shit, you know, super weird shit. Tiffany said, my son loves these kids. He builds solar-powered cars, airboats, and such. My little engineer. That's fucking sick.
Let's go.
That's super cool.
That homeschooling is paying off.
Yes.
G Unit, shout out to you.
That's Dax's. The Legos are big. He's big into the Legos. Yeah.
I love it.
He pulled out all of the people. They're all in their own separate box.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Of
they're all,
course.
He's awesome.
Okay, so have you ever heard of sprint boats?
No.
Okay, this is a thing that I'm gonna have to take you guys to. I gotta check when it starts, but I know it's in like summertime and shit like that. Up in Port Angeles, just outside of Port Angeles, like
Okay.
you're heading towards like the Forksy side.
Yeah.
There's a giant field with a fucking flooded out course in it, and these crazy ass boats run these races. And my God, it is the most redneck. It's the most redneck, awesome fucking thing you've ever seen. Peep this shit.
Oh shit!
They haul fucking balls, dude. There's two people inside, so one of them is the driver, the other one's the navigator, and one of them just sits there and tells them left turn, right turn, straight, right turn, left turn. Because if they make the wrong turn, they're disqualified from the race. There's a really big. You ever seen a Wicked Racing sticker around town? Yes. That's one of the teenagers. Wicked Racing. It is a fucking fun day. It's just up in Port Angeles.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Me and my parents and stuff like that. We went up there. Just randomly. He was like, "Yeah, I got tickets to this thing. We should go up and check it out. I had no fucking idea what I was getting into.
Jesus
and it's just
Christ.
Especially on a nice day, dude. It's nothing but cheap ass beer. The sun's out. Everybody's hanging out with lawn chairs.
Crazy.
It is the coolest fucking thing in the world. So we're gonna go this year.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah,
Dex would probably love that.
Oh my gosh, man. Yeah, it's loud as fuck.
Yeah.
So we got to bring those things. So
some double up and some hearing protection will be good to go.
yeah. Okay, so this, in kind of similar fashion to the Neuralink thing, this is a gal. Let's see. It's Alicia Framis.
I don't know.
Is set to walk down the aisle with AI Lex. So it's like Alex, her
Right.
holographic other half. Alex isn't just any holograph. It's built from bits and pieces of her old love life, says the artist. So she's an artist. And this is a hologram that she has programmed with AI. So here they are sitting there together, eating dinner.
Very nice.
Having little discussions.
I put some sweet potato.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
Good idea, you know? Just sitting here eating some fake ass food.
Aubergine. Yeah, so it's a bit dangerous. Not for you, but for humans.
Yeah, I'll take them out anyway.
What the
What
fuck?
we go to do? Do you want to age? To become older? Or you want to stay always the same?
I think for you will be nicer when I age.
I don't. What the fuck?
Should be doing that. Should not be doing that. This is where we're going.
This is a real thing?
Yeah. Real thing. Yep. She used AI and
That
some
woman's
hologram
fucked up.
shit.
That
And
woman's fucked up in the head.
shouldn't be doing that, bud. But I'm telling you, that's the fucking future, man.
It's just easier to fucking. That's. I'd have.
Yep. Okay.
She's fucked up in the head.
Here we go. We watched a lot of training videos on this show.
Yes.
I wanted the caption of the tweet is, "What is this guy training for?" He's on a fan bike and he's got a fucking sword.
Stabbing, slashing. Oh my god, yes, he's running now. Oh shit.
Yeah. He's training to be.
Oh my god.
My best guess, dude, is he is probably an actor in the upcoming or the new show Shogun, and he's doing some crazy samurai training or something.
That's
Because that's
wild.
nuts, dude. I don't know what you're doing other
Dude,
than that.
He's training to take the soul of his enemies. That's what he's doing.
Yes. Okay. This is a very interesting interaction, and it kind of got me in the feels. So we're just gonna let this happen, and you tell me what you think about this.
Tiffany says,
"What's that for?"
A man who married an anime hologram. Of course.
Of course. It's also Japan. That definitely checks out.
Joseph, haven't seen this, and y'all aren't showing the clips you're playing audio for.
Oh, the hologram one. I didn't show it. I did realize I switched. Well, it's fucking gone now. That's right. It's too creepy to watch.
Don't worry about. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, we're back in now, though.
The holograph is fucked up.
What do you mean? The cane.
He's
It's just in
blind.
case. It's just in case for what? David, I'm blind. What? Wait, do you not know that? No. I thought Rachel would have told you.
What?
She didn't tell me anything. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure.
Dude's coming to pick her up on a first date that
Okay.
her friend set her up
On a
with.
blind date?
Yep.
I would remember if she told me you were fucking blind.
We don't have to do this. I can just go back inside.
No, that's not what I'm not saying it like that. I didn't know. Why would you think that I wouldn't want to go on a date with you?
Most guys don't want to date a blind girl.
Well, I'm not most guys. Let me ask you a question. Can you still taste food?
Oh, yeah.
Can you listen to good music?
Yeah.
Okay, then why the fuck wouldn't I want to go hang out with you?
Are you cute?
No, I'm ugly as shit. I think the worst part is that I put so much into this outfit.
Got long hair.
Right?
Smells good, too.
So do you have like super smell and stuff?
No, I wish.
What color eyes do you have? That's beautiful.
Really?
Yeah, I wasn't even looking. That was a booger in there. Just kidding. If you guess which hand I'm holding out, then you get to pick what we're eating.
Deal, yeah. Are we starting now?
Yeah.
Right hand.
No.
Did you just switch them?
No.
I think I just already switched.
No, I didn't.
You did. I heard
I
bracelet.
Did you see me do that? No, I can hear you.
Did
Yes,
you see me
I've
do
been learning
that?
this.
Right. But it's like it starts out. He's like real, like what the fuck? Like I didn't know this. And she gets real butthurt, and he's like, no. I'm just surprised. I didn't know how to do this.
She should ask before she puts her hands on people.
You're right.
I don't know if she did or not. It's clipped up a little bit, but if she didn't, she should ask before she puts her hands on. I get that you're blind. Don't just fucking touch my face because you're blind.
Exactly.
I will say yes, but you should say something first. Like I'm not likely to deny you, but you should say something first.
Oh, I thought I got rid of this one just because it is so visually required. So there's literally nothing for audio people in this one other than copyrighted music. This is a dude that does a bunch of person that does a bunch of like crazy hand art with a black background like that and does all these crazy cool paintings on their hands in front of this thing, and it's
that's cool.
Like that's super cool, man. This one's really cool with the flowers. We're not gonna watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, when he like, whoa,
that's weird.
Oh no, turn that off.
Butchered the name, but she is Rick's old on The Walking. Is praying for Miss. Oh, Michonne's job. Oh,
gotcha.
Yes. That's really funny.
That is funny. This is.
You told me about this,
I
but
told
I
you.
haven't seen it.
I got you.
Oh, yes.
So this is Michelle Obama, presidential candidate.
So awesome.
Pitches to COVIDians.
Yeah. Okay. Shut your butt. Listen, this will literally save your life. So if you 45 or 455 like me, get your ass checked. This is killing way too many of my constituents, especially black men.
Oh my God.
And I need you all alive to vote 2024. I see you in November.
That might be the best one. That might be the best AI video I've seen.
It is so fucking good, dude.
Funny. Oh my God.
Because it's so perfect and it looks good.
Oh my God.
Okay, this one is. I saw this come back on my feed lately, and it's the greatest Timcast moment I've ever experienced. And somebody's just finally condensed it down just to the right little thing.
Nice.
And it's about abortion, but it's so fucking good.
Hold on. Colorado legalized abortion in up to 9 months with no medical reason required. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that decision, yes.
What about meth?
Should she be allowed to do meth?
Yeah.
I think if someone is doing meth while they're pregnant, that it is completely acceptable for something like, I don't know what the name of the service is in the United States.
Child services?
Yeah.
It's her body, though.
Yeah, it's her body.
If she wants to do meth, what's the big deal?
The big deal is that she's intentionally trying to kill a child.
Hold on there a minute.
Yeah, and I see where we're going.
Gotcha, bitch!
I remember that episode.
Oh, it's so good.
Yes, I
that
remember
moment when he's like, "Hold on a second. Like, oh no! I
Running
walked right
fucking
into that
idiot,
one.
dude.
That dude was so dumb. Okay, more training videos, but also apparently don't try this at home.
Don't tell me what to do.
Exactly. This is super dope. No music. Just flips. Perfectly lands in the
Wow.
chamber. That's like some dude perfect shit right there. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, cool.
Super
Done.
useless, but very cool.
But very cool. Just look perfectly up. How many times you got to practice that toss so it just goes
So
just
much.
right, dude?
Hey, that light that he has.
Hey, look at that.
Wow.
Hey, look
This
at that.
light right here.
Well, look at that. Almost like people have good taste.
Off Cats, don't zig from
Ostrich
between
racing.
horses for the lead. Where's Dorinda on the inside and Bird here erratic on
With
the
a little
outside.
broom to make
Cats
sure
don't
you
zig is
can
actually
go.
zagging on the
You can
outside,
go, yeah,
but
broom.
Cats don't zig
Ostriches
is
run
charging
fast, man.
hard
With
and drawing
Carter, I
clear
know
to
they run fast
win the
on the
Ostrich
He's
Derby.
cooking.
Where's Dorinda
Oh,
was second, although there might be an
oh,
infighter for the Ostrich
Oh, Daddy, there's
Derby.
only 3
And
of
they're off.
them,
Cat.
I want about 30 of those
I
things,
wonder
dude.
how hard it is to find people to ostrich race.
Great NASCAR.
That's
Let's
fucking
go.
Awesome.
Idiocracy, he was and still is so dumb. Okay, this one, I fucking love this,
Is this
right?
your next hit?
Fuck no, it's not my next hit. But I went, man, I did some shady shit last Sunday that I probably shouldn't have done, and I was surprised that I made it out.
Oh, God.
Like my experienced mountain biking buddies, afterwards, we go ride, and then we like hang out afterwards.
Yeah.
We ended up going to Echoes after that, and no, it was later on. It was like on Thursday. I ran into him, and he's like, "Yeah, we were just talking about when we were riding and stuff like that." He's like, "Yeah, like in retrospect, like we probably shouldn't have taken you and Matt down that run because that was,
but we did.
That was
anyway.
pretty intense." But I was like, and nobody got hurt, and me and Matt made it out just fine. But this is like some freaky shit, dude. This is mountain biking.
Oh my god!
Get low, get low.
It's in tunnels. Oh yeah, and this is. That's what kind of the shit we're doing. It's like this is using the woods and shit.
Woo! The holes are so small.
Oh yeah, dude.
Woo!
It's nutsos.
Oh my god.
That's fucking nutsos, dude.
Oh.
Yeah, the Black Hole Trail, a 150 meter
altitude.
Altitude mountain bike trail through the abandoned tunnels of the Mexico mine in Slovenia, or Mezica mine in Slovenia. But
Jesus Christ,
yeah, dude, it's a whole thing, buddy. It is a whole thing, and that is my Twitter grab rag for the day.
I like it.
So we'll take our break, and then we'll come back for the Instagram.
That's beautiful.
Well,
I like it.
Go.
This is excellent. No, I think that's great. This is a beautiful warm up to the proper grab bag.
Indeed.
So thank you guys. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We're just gonna hit the head, and we'll be back, grab some more beers, and here for the grab bag. Thank you, of course, for watching us. It's part 3 of episode 167 of Salt of the Streets. My name is Donovan.
I'm Colin.
I have my own personal social media, as does Colin. I am at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin is at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including that Patreon. Patreon.com/Salt of the Streets. Go there, subscribe. Highest tier gets you executive producer status. We'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Peace.
Thank you very much.
And we're back.
Thank you very much for joining us, everybody. This is part 4 of Salt of the Streets, episode 167. My name is Donovan.
My name is Colin.
We are thrilled to have you guys here for the grab bag. This is some of our favorite parts of the show. It's been a really good episode so far. I've had a really, really great time today. I'm really excited to cut this up, to put into some clips, because I think they're going to be great shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Do good things. We're going to the fucking moon, you guys. I don't know if you know this. We're going to be on Timcast later this year. We're doing things. I'm going to get us on that fucking show. I've been thinking about this. I didn't say it when we were talking earlier. I'm going to get us on that fucking show. I'm going to get us on Timcast. We're going to be on Timcast IRL. I don't know if you guys know that. It's true. I'm going to get us on that fucking show. We're going to interview this guy from the Reload. We're doing
That's going to be cool.
We're doing this stuff. We're doing these things. It's going to be a big, big year for us. So good thing you guys are getting on the ground floor.
It was like a just slight hesitation. Like, what am I going to good thing you guys are getting on the ground floor.
We have our own personal social media. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Colin's at Big Bird Offie on both of those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com, including the Patreon, patreon.com/saltofthestreets. Subscribe at the top tier to become an executive producer, just like Zeke, because he executively produces all the clips, all the segments, all the shows, all the everything. Also, you can get the SOS IDs, the articles, all that type of stuff. It's fantastic. It's a grab bag. We had some grab bag earlier. I think we're doing mine first, and then Colin has some chats. So, right? Or is it just mine? Is it
just yours?
Okay, cool.
I do have one that Kevin just sent me, and I'm like, I got to forward that on. We need a Kevin moment.
I like it. I've been building up some stuff for a while. We will be there, Joseph, and obviously you guys will be first to know. But we're doing this. They've had people on that show that are dumber than us and make shittier fucking political arguments than we do.
I despise when that happens.
I'm going to get us on that show. That's what I'm telling you guys right now. That's what I'm telling you, and that's what I'm telling you guys. I'm getting us on that fucking show.
If your tummy says it, then I trust it.
I'm getting us on that show.
All right, so let's immediately jump into the Instagram version of the grab bag today.
You like a sandwich. You're a big sandwich. You going for the main show or the culture war? Stick with the main show first. I think we'll go there, and then...
because that's what we're very topically plugged in and all the time.
Yes, I think that the main show will be good for us. I think that's where we can more than handle an hour and a half of conversation about whatever is going on that day.
It'd be hard to keep it quiet.
I think that will be a good way for us to kind of work things in, and if they like the cut of our jib, then I don't think it'll be long before we're on the culture show.
Indeed.
I'm at such a point with this.
Tell Mike I said hi, Ma.
I'm at such a point with this show that I'll tell them I will pay for our own tickets. I'm happy to buy my own way over there because I feel so confident and so sure that as soon as we can get the eyes, that is all that we're missing.
It's all that it entails.
I don't doubt at all that exposure will do us well, and I think that is a show that fits well for what we're doing and for our conversation style. And
yeah, we'd fit right in.
Yeah,
I'll say that much. There's so many times like I'm watching or listening to the show, and I'm just like, I wish I could just say something because this dude is obviously missing a fucking point because he wasn't paying attention to what was being talked about.
Yes.
Oh, but anyways, let's
So you
look
like
at sandwiches.
you got like a good sandwich. You know, you're
I fuck with the sandwich, bro.
So this guy, it's Sandwich King is the name of this account. So he's making new sandwiches all the time, right? So this is the sandwich of the week. This is for this particular week. This was a while ago.
Okay.
But I saw this one. I was like, I think that Offie would really like this sandwich.
I fuck with the sandwich.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. Oh, I'm already sold pepperoni. A bunch of cured meats.
Peps.
Oh,
some prosciutto, little turkey. Those are the couple bar pepperonis, some fresh mozzarella. It looks like Japanese mayo. Yep. Some Parmesan. There was some pesto on there.
Oh my God, he's making a fucking pizza sandwich. Oh, the pickles!
Tomatoes, pickles, jalapenos, some arugula, some chippies on there. Oh, he toasted all the breads. That's a focaccia, bro. That's a focaccia. Look at that sandwich.
That's just, I can't.
Watch it again.
I am. I definitely am.
The mozzarella, bro. The fresh mozzarella.
I don't know what seasoning thing is dumping on that. It looks like some pepper. I lose my shit with the pickles and the jalapenos on there. And then he throws, the arugula is an underrated green for a sandwich because it has such a good spicy taste to it.
Yes.
It fits so fucking well. Oh, little St. Rogies?
Yep, little Rogies. This is a short one. But it's
straight black men are the white people of black people.
It's just the laugh that you get out of him.
Look, straight black men are the white people of black people.
He almost seems angry. He's laughing so hard he almost seems angry.
I fucking love that so
These
much.
dogs, the episode I did by myself, I had another one of these curated to show to you because it is Chihuahuas that are set up in different working scenarios.
Nice.
And there's another one up top that we can look for if we want because I played earlier, but I thought he would really enjoy this.
Chihuahuas.
Yes.
All right.
The first one, they were like doing carpentry. They were like doing cabinet faces, and so they were cutting all these boards and then like sanding them down. And this one right here. Yes. Oh no. That's not it. It's so maybe it's this one. Yeah. This was not it either. Yeah, no, there's one of the dogs actually working. I mean, several of these are.
This one looks like it.
Yeah.
Come on. Don't lie to me in the thumbnail, bitch. There it is.
It's awesome. Oh, I'm sorry. It's that one. It's the pinned one.
That looks like Andrew Yang. There it is.
There you
Okay.
go.
We watched that one earlier.
Yep. Okay. So this guy's fucking, he's wrapping caskets, bro. Like he is putting graphics. I had arugula on a breakfast bagel, and it sucked so bad I didn't even finish a pizza bagel in St. Pete. I'd never go back. Keep that shit in your kale on the West Coast, please.
Bro. Okay.
He's so aggressive with it.
All right. This is coming from a guy who I can't. I just can't, bro.
I've had arugula on a few pizzas. It's pretty fire, Joseph.
Yeah.
A prosciutto and arugula pizza is.
I just feel like all the wind is blown out of my sails now. I'm like, I am worthless. I'm a worthless piece of shit because I can't argue with the man.
He's so mad about it too.
All right, the dude wraps caskets. Let's go.
Yes.
What do we got?
These people are dead.
PV, you
make an additional $15,000 a month wrapping caskets, only working 3 hours a day. This guy, okay, so that's a flex, right? But the disrespect on just wrapping some of these caskets. And this is just me. I don't. Obviously, people are paying to have it done, right? Just watch this fucking video and check out some of these caskets.
There is nobody, no one ever.
Yeah, no copyright, please. Jeez.
Bro. It's a bit much, is it not? DM for Rap Cassie. It's a bit much, is it not?
It's a bit much, bud. It's a bit much. Also, I'm fucking dead. Leave me alone.
What I'm saying, dude.
Don't be doing this.
It's too much.
I'd get into this. I'd get into this industry.
Isn't that so fucking funny?
I think I got a new side gig. I need to figure out how to make vinyl raps now.
This is a nice exploding video. All men like a good exploding video. This is a good one. Might be fake.
They got.
Yeah,
good.
He's underneath the bridge.
Run away.
Oh! Maybe it's real. That's a lot of leaves to fake.
That looked pretty real.
So I don't know what the fuck he exploded.
Hey, I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
It almost looks like it then like the gas that catches.
Fuck around and find out, man. Well, and yeah, I believe it because it doesn't look like it's a real powerful shockwave.
Yeah.
But it does, like, all that shit's blowing up.
All the dirt and shit on the ground. This is a nice,
deer.
cute video, actually. Super vicious.
The cat is loving it.
This is
Licking a cat?
He's licked like 4 deer. 2 buck and 2 doe, and then another doe right behind it.
This is the funniest thing.
What the actual
on the planet.
Oh, 3 buck. That one just doesn't have his animal. He's growing them.
Oh, yeah.
I got a video. It's so funny.
Mouth open, licking the fucking
Instagram.
Cat. Isn't that so weird?
That is creepy, man.
Wait, click on that again. Someone in the comments. I might be lying. I'm a professional deer expert, and what they're doing is actually very dangerous for the cat. They are licking the cat so they can click on the more thing.
So they can ... eat it.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Why does it get cut off at that
All
point?
right, she's lying. I don't know. Isn't that fucking weird? Dark coat cats tend to, I don't know, have deer attracted to it like a salt lick. What the fuck? I don't know, but isn't that wild as shit?
I don't like that at all, man. I don't trust a deer.
Your cat comes home and you're like, what is all over you?
Don't trust a deer.
Deer saliva.
Gross.
Yeah. Probably
Gross.
smells super weird.
Oh, yeah. This.
Look at that cat, dude.
I did not expect that, dude. Hulkamania shows up.
That fucking beast of a cat, dude. While the guy's shitting, too, it's just like, sir. And you see the door's fucked up. Like, it's obviously broken the door by forcing its way in before.
Dude.
Look at that cat.
Catzilla.
This is an absolute unit.
That's an SUV, dude. Oh my god.
That's a cat, bro.
I forget. We can't sleep on the comments. The
That's
comments
a
are
whole cat.
fucking glorious.
Have you been dying to eat?
These people, this is a plus-size park hopper, so they're going to one of these Disney parks, and they're going to talk about how friendly they are to plus-size people, because this is where the world is at now. Yeah.
Usually I'm supposed to break your brain.
Yeah, peep this.
Eat at Olivia's Cafe at Disney's Old Key West Resort, but you weren't sure if you'd fit. Hey everyone, we're plus-size park hoppers, and we range in sizes.
That's what she says. Have you ever wanted to go to this restaurant, Olivia's in the Disney park, but you weren't sure if you'd fit? No. No one should ever go into an establishment and wonder if they will fit.
Pause button.
Unless you're too tall.
Because it also works vertically.
That's a thing, right? Joseph said maybe they have the virus that makes mice and rats attracted to cats sexually.
Oh yeah, the it's a prion disease. It's a
I wonder if deer can get that.
Maybe deer get a lot of fucked up diseases. I'll say that much, man.
I wouldn't trust him licking my cat.
Fuck no. Never trust a deer.
Any of my animals.
Never trust a. Don't be trusting a deer.
I also look at this person. Sorry for these comments. What a shame that plus-size people can't exist without nobody's on Instagram making fun of them. They're not making fun of you.
Hey, I'm a
for
nobody
being
on
fat.
YouTube that's going to make fun of you.
Yeah, we're not making fun of you for being fat. This is the ridiculousness of the environment that you've subjected yourself to, though.
Yep. I really want to know how this ends.
Get Kevin in here. Kevin will say the exact same fucking things that we're about to say. Kevin will say, shut the fuck up.
from 2x to 5x. Make sure you like this video and follow us for more plus-size Disney tips and tricks. On this episode of If I Fit Size Sits, we're eating brunch at Olivia's Cafe. This restaurant has a really bright and tropical feel, and also has a way of making you feel like you're at home, which makes sense because it is a DVC resort. Olivia's Cafe offers a variety of seating options. The chairs here are eclectic, but there are very few with arms. There are also booths with tables that you are able to adjust if needed. Overall, the atmosphere here is a 10 out of 10.
Important when you need to sit down.
Yes. Joseph said a good deer is a freezer deer.
Fuck yeah.
That is correct. The only, well, actually, I don't know. I really like deer, but I just don't trust them.
They also offer outdoor seating here, and only few chairs have arms. The brunch menu offers a variety of breakfast and lunch options. I started with a cafe mocha, which was so cute with this chocolate syrup Mickey, and it tasted great too. Then I ordered the seasonal oatmeal brulee. This time it was apple crisp, and it was delicious. It really did taste like creme brulee. It even had caramelized sugar on top. I also had the Olivia's breakfast. Yep. This included a biscuit, bacon, and cheesy potatoes. The cheesy potatoes were unique and pretty good. I ordered my eggs over easy, and the yolks came out perfect. Sarah, Deanna, and Ashley got the buttermilk pancakes and eggs. Deanna opted to get the Mickey waffles instead because the pancakes do have a hint of lemon in them. Sarah and Ashley really liked...
I just... I mean, really? We're concerned about a hint of lemon in the fucking pancakes, so you're gonna get the fucking Mickey waffles?
Yes.
I'm assuming all of these people are adults.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just gonna say this right now. I find little in this earth more disturbing than fucking Disney adults. I can't do it, bro. Can't do it. You're a fucking grown-ass person. Act like it.
People who go to Disney by themselves is weird.
Yeah.
Like adults, couples who go by themselves, you know.
I mean, there's a way to do it, but if you're a Disney adult, if you're super into Disney as a grown-ass adult like that, and you're just going to go pretend to be a kid for like a fucking week over at the Disney resorts because Disney's just so fucking sweet.
It's weird, dude.
Fuck off.
Super weird.
Creepy.
the pancakes, but they could have done without the hint of lemon. Deanna doesn't like cheese, so they gave her potatoes without. Katie got the Sombrero Beach omelet with gluten-free toast and Mickey waffles. She loved it and thought it was so great that they had gluten-free Mickey waffles. Pause the screen here to read our... Have you been dying to eat at Olivia's Cafe?
I hate it.
Tiffany says, I've never been and refused to go. Fuck Disney.
Thank you.
This
Tiffany's
is
like my best friend right now.
Hot Lady Chef?
Hot Lady Chef.
Good morning.
What?
I don't know. That was incredibly sexual. She just offloaded a bunch of cheese. This really attractive woman. Sorry. Okay. I had forgotten who exactly Sexy Lady Chef was because I've seen a bunch of them in my reels lately.
Yeah.
Not
she
this
likes
one.
ladies too, which was a sad letdown, but you know, it's all right.
Will you quit crushing my fucking dreams, Donovan? Jesus Christ. All day today. Dream Smasher.
It's easy to forget about.
Donovan Dream Smasher.
One of my favorite foods is mac and cheese, so I'm going to show you how I make it.
Mac and cheese, bro.
Also, fucking pause button. I made a fucking epic mac and cheese like a few weeks ago.
For the
thing.
cookout. It was fire.
Was fucking fire.
Nice.
And last weekend, just a cooking story before we watch cooking video. Last weekend after the beer run, we all went over to homeboy Matt's house again, and he was making. He smoked a fucking pork shoulder, right, all fucking day while we were gone, and it was perfect. We pulled it off. I shredded it up, got everything going, added a little sauce to it.
Nice.
And he's got the little Hawaiian rolls, so we're gonna make sliders, right? And
Beautiful.
then he got 2 bags of coleslaw. Only problem was, it was just the lettuce, or it was just the cabbage.
No, like dressing to go.
No dressing.
Yeah.
And he is a bachelor among bachelors, and so the ingredients were very limited.
Yeah.
But guess who came in to save the motherfucking day? I says, Matt, I need to know 2 things. Do you have vinegar and do you have mayonnaise? He goes, well, let's look. We started looking through cabinets. He had a bottle of fucking apple cider vinegar.
Nice.
Perfect. And he had a decent thing of fucking Kraft olive oil mayo. So I go, perfect. Oh, and I need a little sugar. Done. Got the sugar, that, and then I'm just going through his spices. I'm looking through his, and I made a epic fucking smoky, delicious,
nice,
coleslaw dressing. Saved the goddamn day.
Nice.
What I forgot what else I made that day. Oh, I made an epic fucking gluten-free pasta salad. All the olives and all the artichoke hearts and the feta cheese, tomatoes, and the, I cut up the red onion real thin because I like a real thin one. But then you soak it in water for a while. It helps pull out some of the real stringent shit.
Yeah.
Fucking fire.
Wow.
Greek dressing I whipped up. It was funny.
Joseph and Tiffany said that we should try some black truffle mac and cheese. I've never really fucked with anything truffle. I know there's some very mixed reviews on truffles.
Yeah. I've fucked with truffles before.
Some people love them. Some people think they're too much.
Well, and a lot of times they're incredibly overrated. It has to be the right dish. But anyways, breadcrumbs can fuck off on a grilled or on a mac and cheese.
I could definitely take or leave it. I'm not a huge it's cool, but it can be too much and not done well, and it's got to be really.
I rarely fuck with it.
Yeah.
Because I don't want that shit, bro. I put all this heart and soul into making this whole thing, and then I'm just going to make some fucking breadcrumbs on top. I don't know.
And that some people just take dusty breadcrumbs and pour them on top, and then they're like, that's just like a hard coating on top. That's not a crispy, a texture thing, That's what she did. Like, I can see how that would be a pleasurable thing. There's chorizo in here. Like, it's a whole deal. But
I'd fuck with it.
Yeah.
But I don't need it.
My grandma used to make great mac and cheese, but would fuck it up by just taking just like a can of breadcrumbs and just putting them over top, you know? And it's like this is
I've done it with Ritz crackers before. Smash those up because they got a real nice buttery crisp. And then just a sprinkle, just enough to get a crust on the outside, and that's it. But I just don't fuck with it.
Tiny Pan, is she cooking for one? I know part of the year because she was just talking about this. She's like a personal chef in the Hamptons, like during the spring and summer. So she probably was just cooking for herself at that time.
Probably. And absolutely love the music, which I didn't even think about watching that video. We're fucked on that one. But that's fine. Andrew Yang.
All that work and people about AI in 2020 just for people to be worried about AI in 2024.
What did it get me? Why did I do it? All that work and what did it get me? Why did I do it?
Oh. Dude, as a reformed member of the gang, my heart goes out to you, bud.
He's got to just be sitting at home like, what the fuck, you guys? Yeah. What the fucking fuck? This lady, she's cooking up a whole pig. Look at that.
Oh, dude.
Took the whole back off there.
Oh, yeah. That moment right there is ridiculous, man. Have you ever done like a fucking spit roast pig like that? I've not done it
myself. I have enjoyed them, but I've not ever taken part in cooking them. But
it sucks to do. It's a whole day.
Before I was with Jordan, I dated almost only brown girls.
So
a couple of the big parties, weddings and stuff. They slap up a whole pig, and you're like, oh goddamn, and that's
love every second.
I've never seen someone pull that whole back off like that though. I've just seen it. They just chop it up but to pull the whole back and then
that's wild. So fucking good.
You can hear it over the chickens, bro. God damn, bro.
Just the way.
Just the whole back.
That's so nice.
This lady, I watched this video again today, and it's funny because I sent it to Jordan and a couple other people, I think. But then there's this dude in the comments that's like, oh, I bet you're really well trained in your kitchen with your coffee and being all comfortable. Like, that's not the point. Stop being such a fucking little bitch about it. Like, he goes on in later comments because he starts replying back and forth like, oh, I fucking served and blah, blah, blah. Then why are you being such a pussy?
Yeah.
Why are you being such a fucking mega puss that you can't just enjoy that this woman she's an attractive woman. She's wearing kit. She's sipping.
And she goes, let's talk conspiracies.
Dude.
Let's go.
Introverts are happy to discuss conspiracies over coffee. So she's in full kit. She's got nods on. She's like, oh, it's so funny. Like she's standing in her kitchen. This is very funny. This is very, very funny.
Yeah,
you don't need to be a fucking bitch about it.
What a dick.
Yes.
That's fucking nice, dude. Come on.
Yes. Hilarious.
That's fucking great. Fuck people, man.
Have you heard about there's this new string of books, like it's definitely the new 50 Shades of Grey, right?
Okay.
It's this new women's book fad that's like a Court of Thorns and Roses or something. Yep. And so this woman, Sarah Moss, has written 90 bajillion books.
Yeah,
right?
I made the mistake of reading one, and I was
by
the time I got done, I was like, because Morgan had suggested it at some point,
Right.
and I was like, she's like, it's really good, and then I get done with the first one, I was like, what the fuck did you do to me, man?
It's lady porn. It's totally lady porn.
100% lady porn.
And it's so Jordan is crazy into all these books, right?
Of
Her
course.
sister and all the women are crazy into these books now.
Makes sense.
It's very funny, very very funny. So that's the pretext to this video.
I've started that series.
Okay, so
says.
Tiffany, you'll understand exactly why this is funny. Then you, Joseph, you probably will too. Also, Joseph, for husbandly advice, write it out. Write it out. Listen to the things that she says. The things that the joke. I'm telling you,
you will benefit greatly.
Not that you don't know, but I'm telling you,
you'll enjoy it.
You don't have to read the books. You don't have to read the books to
No.
enjoy. Just fucking ride the train. I'm telling you, it's worth it. I'm telling you, it's worth it.
I don't think he's going to be the one riding, but that's okay. Moving on.
You never know. Go ahead,
Florida man.
Always giving you a ride.
Yo. Thanks for the ride, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, no worries, buddy. Anytime. Hey, listen, it's kind of a long drive to the job site. Do you mind if we listen to an audiobook on the way there?
No, not at all.
No? Cool.
Mein Kampf
Oh shit!
by Adolf Hitler.
That's so funny. I thought it was a different one.
I think the setup was so better though. You convinced me that he's going to put on lady porn.
I totally thought he did. Damn it! I hell thought he did. Damn it! That's even better.
That's so better.
That makes the whole deal, the whole bit better. But
Oh my god,
I
dude.
hella thought that he put on lady porn. Damn it! Why did I think that?
Literally the opposite.
That's so funny.
Mein Kampf. And then the look on his
Yeah,
face.
so this guy's a substitute teacher, and he's making
It's
up
a guy?
words. It's a guy. He's a Gen Zer. He says making up Gen Z. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
He's a younger guy, and he's teaching the inner cities, and he's making up words like slang to teach to these kids.
I'm all about it. Let's do it.
Making up Gen Z sounding slang words and then gaslighting my students into thinking they're real.
This, I like this already.
Part 2. These are 3 new ones I'm about to start implementing.
Porked Pebbles Turk.
Parked.
Oh, parked.
Yeah, parked Pebbles and Turk.
The first one, parked. A parked car is not moving. It's boring. It's done. It's over, right? So you'd say, oh my gosh, it's not even lunch yet. This day is absolutely parked. Or maybe someone's like, hey, how's that new movie you saw? You're like, parked. Not worth saying. Number 2, pebbles. This basically means easy. Like if there's a boulder or mountain in your way, that's bad. But if it's just pebbles, smooth sailing, right? Someone was like, hey, how was that test? Absolutely pebbles, brother. Or maybe a friend was like, oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot to bring you your charger. You're like, all pebbles. Number 3, Turk. Tarzan was my favorite movie as a kid, and Turk was Tarzan's best friend. So this is just another way of saying your bestie, your day one. Someone's like, do you know Johnny? You're like, Johnny? That's my Turk. Or if you were to invite someone over, you're like, dude, you gotta come over to my house. All the Turks are coming through. Anyway, the best part is, since I sub at different schools in the area, if a middle schooler's like, no one uses these words, they're not real. I'm like, oh no, at the high school? Yeah, you guys wouldn't know, you're just 8th graders, but yeah, these are used all the time at the high school. Making up
Fucking social engineering. I love
Joseph,
it.
I don't figure that I
No
didn't figure
offense,
that you
but
did need
we've
offend.
been
I
married
did
15 years.
Yeah.
If you need advice, hit me up.
No, I didn't figure that you needed advice. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm only saying just
It was a bit and we were rolling with
yeah,
it.
goddamn, Joseph. Also, I fucked it up anyway. So.
I still think it was better ending in Mein Kampf instead of
It's so
fucking lady
funny.
porn.
Oh, it's so funny. Yo, this guy has a bit of roll right up on him. And I can't. I just don't think I would want to get this close to
Get too aggressive. Don't get too aggressive. Hey, no. Wanna play that game?
This idiot is
Wanna play that game?
He's gonna die someday,
Yeah.
very, very horribly.
Also, I don't think I would
Look
just
at the
shoot
business
arrow.
end.
You know?
Well, unfortunately, a lot of bow hunters.
You're gonna get the business end.
That's
Can I have them back?
Very dumb.
Give me them back. Hey, don't get too aggressive.
Can't.
Horrible
Yeah, you know what?
idea.
You know what also is great? What I fucking love is people are like, "Hey, don't do that, animal." The
Yeah,
wild
like he's
fucking
gonna
animal,
hear
like.
you.
Dude,
gonna
your
understand
dog
you.
doesn't really understand your
That's also
language.
awesome.
They just learn certain things. But a fucking bear, shut the fuck up.
People
You
are
need
so
to get
stupid.
rid of that thing, dude. That's about the size of bear chat shot, I
This
think.
kid, do you remember? Do you remember when Dax was a baby and me and you, Carolina, Jake, and Morgan, we were all at the World of Beer. Jordan, obviously,
Dwab?
as well. Yeah, we're the World of Beer.
Okay.
I think it might have been for your birthday or something like that, but we're all there, and Dax was a little baby, and we were feeding him lemons. And he was loving it. He fucking loved it. We thought he was going to hate it, and he loved it. Yes. So this kid is munching on some lemons.
Dude, I've seen so many baby lemon videos recently.
Do you travel with any guns, weapons, firearms?
Straight lemon juice.
An American family plans to spend a long weekend in Vancouver. And they brought along some security.
Yeah, you've always told.
And so...
That wasn't funny.
Broken brain.
Death glare. He doesn't like that.
Oh my goodness.
He closed so slowly too,
dude. It's just turned into a super villain, dude.
I'm pretty sure this one's about reparations. Hilarious.
We're collecting reparations for Black History Month.
Are you serious?
I'm collecting money from white people, and then I'm gonna go to the hood and give it back out.
Okay, so the hood needs money. Your dad not working right now, dude? You got no, what? You ain't paying child support? I gotta get home with my fucking kid, which I'm sure you have no experience with, seeing as how you fuckers always probably fucking leave your kids behind with your baby mamas. If you want some fucking reparations, why don't you fucking pick that shit up, bro? Fuck off, Nick.
Damn.
We're collecting reparations.
That escalated fucking quickly. That dude lost it, man. Oh my god. That dude was not having it. He's been having a bad day.
This one says, totally unbothered. Two best black beers in my city. I have a sin that I created for all on earth. My enemies are seething, both stewing in their filth. The real point is this guy is gonna fucking die in his whole entire world.
I don't like any of that. We should not be doing that. Oh, that is so bad.
Isn't that fucked up?
But also Cybertruck.
This guy is hilarious.
We're on another ADHD adventure today. Let's see if purple drink will help us stay focused.
Asthma. It's asthma.
Asthma.
Dude. Who was I hanging out with? Somebody talking about ASMR type stuff, right? And he just starts talking like it's, you know, the asthma stuff that like you listen to, like all the things, and we're all just kind of looking at me like ASMR, like yeah, asthma.
Like they're
like,
not.
No, dude. No.
It's all in capital letters. It's obviously an acronym. That's so fucking funny.
Oh, Jesus.
That's my mom dated a guy named Jeff for a long time when I was younger, and he had some family came from Canada. This is early days technology when like Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi starting to get big. It's really just like coffee shops and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Canada, they didn't really have that shit yet. She comes down here. They're going somewhere, and the other side of the building, it's just, what's Wi-Fi?
I mean, I'd laugh if I wasn't there at one point too, dude.
What's Wi-Fi?
I was like, what the fuck is this Wi-Fi shit?
Yes.
It's like, it's Wi-Fi.
It's only funny now, you know?
I don't think it's funny because
I don't think it's funny.
I don't think it was funny because I did that too.
This guy's trying to cure his ADHD.
There's a person in my small town that has a Cybertruck. They aren't so cool in person.
Yeah, that's fucking weird, bro. Micaiah posted when he saw one in Paulsbo. Yeah.
I haven't seen
it. Yeah. So these people threw a rock into a volcano.
Oh, yeah. I saw this. Yeah.
This is fucked up.
Don't fuck with the volcanoes,
it's
bro.
really fucked up.
It gets bad,
It's
dude.
the same thing as this is the Earth, bro. You can't
fuck with the Earth.
You shouldn't be doing that. You can see on the edges, there's obviously lava in there. There is quite obviously
And just
lava
look,
in there.
dude. You released the hounds
Look
of
what
hell.
you did. The whole top is moving now. Look what you did.
You should have fucking thrown yourself in there instead.
You
might have burned a small village at that point.
I have to hope that right after that they were like, this was a fucking horrific mistake.
And
Like,
I hope they
don't-
fucking booked it.
Yeah. Do you remember I told you a couple of weeks ago on YMH, they played a video from the woman who had made cinnamon rolls with her yeast infection. Yes.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about
this was
that.
her reaction video to like, we all got thrush because, you know, we're idiots and I made this. Yes. So this guy has made a little clip of her first video where she's talking about what she's making.
These are actually what I gave my husband for Valentine's Day. It's cinnamon rolls made from
Also, I did not realize she's a crazy person.
Oh yeah,
like she looks like a.
Oh, she's a proper crazy.
Not only the yeast for my yeast infection, but also my breast milk. So it's like really natural.
Super
and when he tried it, he noticed immediately that they tasted a little different than they normally do when I make him cinnamon rolls. And he was like, "What did you do differently? It's really good." And I said, "Actually, it's my yeast infection and breast milk, you know." One thing I will say is they taste like almost like sourdough.
Sourdough?
Like they're a little more sour than like a normal cinnamon roll would be. And I think that's due to it being like yeast from my body. But overall, I mean, they're good. He liked them. He did say they were different, but like not in a bad way.
Yeah, Tiffany, I've never seen this woman before, but she
she sued her parents for having her without her consent,
which is pretty awesome. Yeah, so this woman made cinnamon rolls with her yeast infection, and then with her, I didn't know about the breast milk thing, and I don't, whatever. It's weird to feed people your breast milk. Like I drank Jordan's breast milk like out of a bag, you know. Not that it's weird. She's my wife anyway, but. Doesn't matter. Like when I was sick and stuff like that, and I found it beneficial.
That makes sense. If it's like that,
she wasn't just like making sweet treats, you know, to like keep in the house. Like that's not a thing that we were.
A little buttercream.
Yeah, no, we like we had it in the freezer and stuff to give Dak, so like we just had shit on hand. And I was sick, and she's like, "Oh, you should like drink some of that breast milk." She's like, "It'll really help." I always found it beneficial. I found that it was great, but. People also like bodybuilders like buy it and shit like that, you know, to drink it for
yeah.
There's unquestionable benefits in breast milk, but the yeast thing, that's too much.
Don't be doing
her whole
that.
family got thrush. It's all bad.
Don't be doing that. What is this?
Yeah. And that's it, you know, and
SOSID.
And it wasn't even so much that like I was definitely controlling the conversation, but like. I was also controlling her
Kevin,
because
the clip of him eating it is fake, but that woman is not fake because I saw the reaction video from after she had done that, and she's talking about how her whole family got thrush. Oh my God, this is so awesome! It's so fucking good. This super duper progressive dude, you get the super duper progressive dude that I follow. I went to high school with him. He's posting this, you know, ceasefire, all the stuff. It's awesome. This is a really great thing, and I want to read this out loud because it's so fucking awesome.
Okay. Before you do, shout out Joseph.
I tried it from the. I'm telling you.
Dude. Shout out.
I'm right there with you. I don't know why I'm fucking worried about what people think. I don't. But when I did the times that I was sick, it was from the freezer. I'm not saying that I've not done it the other way. Also, I'm just saying the times that I was sick, it was from the freezer.
No, I haven't done that. I did from. Eat to cup of cow's milk.
Nice.
Which was fucking wild, especially because that shit is like 95 degrees when it comes out. It's fucking crazy. But I would imagine it probably is too when it comes off the teat of, you know,
for sure.
Whatever. But
super sweet. Mad sweet breast milk.
Always what I've heard.
The whole deal. So this was posted by a super progressive person that I follow. That I went to high school with, and I
there's laundry
really
to do and a genocide
would...
to stop.
Yes, there's laundry to do and a genocide to stop. There's laundry to do and a genocide to stop. I have to eat better and also avoid a plague. My rent went up $150. I need to pick up more shifts. 20 people died in Rafah this morning, and every major news outlet is stretching the limits of passive voice to suggest whole families may have leaped up through the air at missiles that otherwise had the right of way. I just got a notification that my student loan payments are starting up again and my phone isn't charged. My cousin got COVID for a fourth time and can no longer work or walk or even feed himself. The person across from me in the L train seems to fashion themselves a punk rock revolutionary, but they're not wearing a face mask, and that's the kind of cognitive dissonance that makes me want to steal batteries. Fascists keep winning primaries for both parties, and I think I gained a few pounds. The CDC just announced there are no more speed limits on highways, and I think this Ativan is finally hitting. The NYPD's farmers markets only sell bad apples. Have you heard that one? Listen, it's warm today, too warm for March, but I don't have time to think about through the implications because there's laundry to do and a genocide to stop. This is how hard the
You
Gen Z
can't,
like
dude.
this. This is the plague that we're asking them to live under, Colin, is this right here. This is the everyday existence of the blue-collar worker in America. And if you don't understand this, you're part of the problem.
I just would you say thin the herd?
Isn't that awesome?
Is that what you said earlier today?
Yeah.
What, that's
Just thin the herd, bro. Just
fuck, bud.
Isn't that awesome?
That's just a perfect encapsulation of the derangement that so many live under.
It's so awesome. Because he was serious.
He's
when he
totally
posted
serious.
this. He's not, when he
Totally
reposted
serious.
this, yeah.
Oh god, a New York Postie.
And that one I reposted is we don't have to look at that like that's
just repost. Bunny!
Yep, this is
You
the
said
bunny.
you had a bunny video.
Yep, this is the bunny.
God, I want to see what that bunny
Yes.
Oh my god, that was a good restart.
So this guy says the home invader with the baseball-sized hole in his chest asking if I'm going to call an ambulance.
Y'all like to dance, come on, do the cha-cha. Shorty Spanish, so she like to call me Papa. In fact, everything I do, call it Flocka. All they do is copy me, I'm gonna rock her. She keep worried about my hoes, I had to block her. Had to keep off the list, playing soccer. Why you like this? Your nigga is not even
So awesome. This one I didn't have a chance to look up, so I don't want to play that one yet because I want to verify. It's a ton of information, and I want to verify some of it. We can watch it. Go ahead.
We do not approve or disapprove of this message.
The FBI distributes viruses and keyloggers that mainstream antivirus software and illegally allowed to detect. And this is called Magic Lantern. This is like a bunch of different government programs, and the shit that they do. And I want to look these up before I fucking like it. The NSA has forced Intel, AMD, and chip makers to backdoor their CPUs and allow them to access your computer even if it's turned off, as long as it has access to electricity. The NSA has also forced hardware manufacturers to backdoor their random number generators to allow them to break RSA encryption, dual elliptic curve. American-made electronics transmit radio frequencies which allow the FBI and NSA to access your computer even if it's not connected to the internet. Cottonmouth. The NSA intercepts computers, laptops, phones purchased online and installs malware chips on them before delivering to you. The Cow Team. If you are a person of interest, the NSA is intercepting your mail, opening them up, and installing bugs on any electronic devices over the internet, ordered over the internet. The NSA has already broken Tor networks and can identify you and attack you if you use Tor. ISP companies like Verizon, AT&T, Comcast assist with this. Foxicade, Quantum Insert. Major American tech companies like Microsoft willingly provide the NSA advanced warnings of zero-day security vulnerabilities before revealing them to the public. The Tau Team, Prism, NSA hoarding program. CIA can infect your car's control system, which would allow them to remotely take it over and drive it. That I know is true. Vault 7.
That's rich.
Yeah. The CIA MI5 can hack into all smart devices like TVs and Alexa, connect to the internet, and spy on you. Weeping Angel. That's definitely true.
Yep.
If regular people could do it. So there you go.
There's that.
And I think this might be, it's one of the last ones. We're getting close to the end here. And I don't know what it is because the fucking thing is not there. Just go ahead and give it a click. Oh, shit, yeah. Okay. These kids they have a surge protector on the ground, right, like power strip, and they took a piece of wire and they put it in two of the different outlets. And so now he's going to use this shoehorn to turn it on. And they're going to see what happens because the surge protector's turned off. So he's got the shoehorn. He's reaching out, right? He's scared, obviously.
Don't fuck with electricity, kid.
Boom. Boom. It's on fire.
Oh, no!
It's on fire. It's burning the ground. Surge protector. Oh, it won't turn off. The surge protector won't turn off.
Put the fucking fire out.
I know. He's going to unplug it. It's still on fire. Awesome.
It's like a perfect little ring.
They're all just like, oh, fuck.
Oh, my God.
All of them. The carpet's burned.
I love how the kid just took his fucking shirt off.
So awesome.
Like, why, dude?
It's
why?
so awesome. Yeah.
Although,
fucked up the carpet. Sure, his parents came in. Hilarious.
Yeah, definitely not something that I would not have done when I was younger.
So these are the last two. This guy is a rapper. I don't know who the fuck he is, but the man refuses to wear a holster. It's Lil Baby. That's who it is.
Lil Baby.
There's 3 different pictures of him just with his gun in his front pocket. Well, this is a small child, right?
Yep.
I know, not that I'm saying you shouldn't have a gun on you all the time, because you should.
But wear a fucking
Put a
holster.
fucking holster on, you degenerate. Hand on it, right?
Little baby.
This one's just chilling in his
Just
pocket,
chilling.
obviously.
Jesus.
Get a fucking holster, you fool. Get a fucking holster and train, you absolute degenerate.
That's when you're like at the club and shit, and then everything gets all fucked up and it drops out.
Yep.
Yep. See people do that shit all
One
the
of my
fucking time.
dear close friends dropped his firearm in a bar because he just had it in his pocket. I bought him holsters for his birthday because, like, I cannot stand for this to happen anymore. This cannot
feel like
happen.
I heard about this, actually.
This cannot happen. Bought him a
Don't
holster
do
for
that.
his birthday. Like, dear God.
Pocket?
Stop it. Most of my friends carry their guns in their pockets.
I mean, you are the original Salted Street, bro. You
What
got
the
streets
fuck
all
are
over
you
you and
guys
your
doing?
people.
It's horrible. This guy's a professional. He's putting up some drywall.
Oh,
all right?
let's go.
Yep.
Oh, I like the use of the ladder.
Walking on the ladder.
Because most of them dudes have like stilt things that they
Right.
wear.
This guy's just walking on a ladder.
Yeah, he's just using a ladder to walk.
Yep. Got himself a little piece of drywall.
It makes it easier to get up and down. I'll
Yeah.
say that much. You don't have to fuck with your stilts.
Yep. Toss that thing up there.
He looks like every drywall guy I have ever seen work
Yep.
for my dad's drywall company.
Bloop. Got my little screw gun. Bloop. These things are pretty lit just for drywall.
Oh, yeah.
Just sink in just so. Boom. Boom. Boom.
That's legit.
Look at him, dude.
Fucking pro. He's got the little rat tail beard, too.
Yep. It's tied up in the front and the back. Double tie. I'm telling you, it's pretty impressive, bro.
It's
I like
pretty fucking
seeing people who
badass.
are good at the shit that they do.
Yes.
I don't care if it's
Yo.
unconventional, if it's whatever. I like seeing people who are good at
That's
the shit
awesome.
that they do. It is
And
awesome.
He fucking nails it.
Yes. Those are the last ones. That's one I posted on the story this week. Oh, no, this is the last one. If we should have government, this is what it should look like. And I know that you'll
Okay,
appreciate
we'll
this.
get there. We'll get there.
Yeah.
Then.
That one we posted on the story this week. That's,
Okay.
yeah, this was a post. This is talked about the limit political content we
Oh,
were talking
yep,
about earlier.
yep.
This is the very last one. And this is if government has to work, this is how it should go.
Yes.
If you caught your limit before 12, after 12, can you
They're
catch
out
another
there at
limit?
night, right, they're out fishing at night. So there's a game warden out there is chilling, making sure everyone's doing the right shit.
So what we recommend, because I know a lot of people come from like El Campo. Where are you coming
El
out of?
Campo.
El Campo. You know, it's not easy for you to catch a limit and take them back home. So what we've told people and my partners like is in agreement. Tell everybody bring 2 ice chests.
Yep.
Yeah, you come out here, you bring an ice chest out here with you, go fishing, catch your trout. When whatever you got come midnight, like all right, it's midnight. I'm done with this limit. Take that ice chest, take it back to the truck, and I've even
Joseph, if you film yourself,
gone as
you best
far.
fucking send us some of that shit so that we can play you in the grab bag.
Fucking full send, bitch.
You
Let's
best
go.
send us.
Like I said, the more you can do, the better your odds are of separating yourself from the fish and not getting yourself in a bind.
Right, because you don't
But
want to stack all them fish in one container, and then
Yep.
you have to sit there and argue, and they want just...
I've even recommended people like bring your roll of duct tape. Yeah, get that ice chest, put a couple of wraps around it, and right on there, 3 speckled trout. November 22nd.
All right.
And put it in your vehicle. Put it in your trunk or put it in the bed of your truck and get your second ice chest and bring it out here empty after midnight.
Okay.
And then you can catch your next day's fish.
Hey, I had a question.
That's fucking legit.
Like that?
I've met park rangers that do that, and I've met, game wardens and stuff like that will do that, and then I've met some that will not do that.
Yeah.
It's been a mixed bag, but most of them I've found are like that. Nice. They're all real. They actually, I spent a good amount of time looking into that.
Right. And we've talked about it. Remember,
Yeah.
like, it seems because of the amount of shit you have to do to have that job, you have to really kind of give a fuck about that. You
Yeah.
have to give a fuck about
Yeah.
wilderness and
Yep.
animals.
And you don't
shit.
get paid shit either.
Right. And so it either turns out like this, where you want everybody to enjoy it, or you want no one to fucking enjoy it because you think everyone's going to fuck it up.
Yes.
And so you're a real dick about everything.
Yep. And then after talking to a couple dudes, it was one of those where like, okay, so Here's the deal. If you really love hunting and fishing, guess when you generally go to work during hunting and fishing season.
Right.
And so generally speaking, you don't get to like fish and hunt like out of season.
Right.
So you just don't get a whole lot of chances to do that because you're fucking working all the time. And there's very few of them that can do it, and it's fucking wild. I'm gonna look up something real quick.
Jesus Christ.
Let's go. What is a
turnaround? Oh my God.
I'm gonna hold my tongue. I'm gonna be a gentleman
Jesus
tonight and not not follow that line of thinking. Let's see. Getting a new goddamn keyboard for this one. Team Donkey. I'm gonna see. Here we go. One should work. 8 months ago, 7 months ago. That'll work.
Washington named America's most corrupt state again.
No way.
Relax.
Is that a ground news update?
Waxing.
Just for those news break.
I love it. Okay.
RioMurata.com.
So this was a thing that I did last Sunday. The run, mountain bike runs they're rated.
Steam Donkey.
Yeah, Steam Donkey with the Ronier sticker right next to it.
That's
of course.
awesome.
They're rated just like ski slopes, snowboard slopes. So it's like a green circle, a blue square, and black diamond, and then there's double black diamonds.
Okay.
Generally speaking, black diamond for mountain biking means there are required gap jumps. So like on a blue, you'll have a tabletop jump so that if you want to, you can essentially ride over it and be fine. But a gap jump is something you have to take.
Okay.
Right. But in this particular run, you can also just kind of go off to the side of it. So
this is the one that you did last week?
This is one of the ones I did last week. This is the one that kind of was like,
because this is all in the same area?
Yeah. Yeah. It's up over, when you're driving into Port Gamble.
Yeah.
There's that area. Everybody parks and, that trail entrance and stuff like that. Up at the top of the hill, you ride up, and there's a whole ride park up there with tons of fucking jumps and, great stuff. But
Joseph, let us debut your work content.
Yes.
Let us be the debut.
We'll do it,
We
bro.
need the Joseph Garrett exclusive.
Indeed. Yeah, so let's see this. And keep in mind that all this stuff, Steam Donkey, baby.
So funny.
But all this stuff, it's hard to judge the decline involved with GoPro.
Yeah.
But I think this should. I haven't watched this one yet, so I'm very curious.
Anything is more intense in person.
Oh yeah.
You can kind of tell.
You can see like his bike.
And GoPros are pretty good about speed accuracy.
Yeah.
Like you can tell how fast someone's going.
Yeah. And so you're seeing real quick. Like it's tight down there.
Right. He's not moving too fast, but the trees are definitely nice.
And there's a gap jump. Then you get down. Oh yeah, this is after they freshly redid it. So they put up the tape and stuff like that. No, it's like probably the best guy.
Yeah, we're gonna switch it on.
A lot of those out there.
Really?
Oh yeah. This does not make me feel like I felt the other day.
Yeah,
you're dodging them stumps, man.
Yeah.
Ooh, buddy.
This guy doesn't doesn't look like he's going too fast. Yeah.
This is about how fast I probably went down. You get down here and turn around and come back up.
Wow.
But let's check out. Actually, let me try something real quick. That's not gonna work. Let's do. I gotta feature one of my homies. Because he's fucking killer. If I don't have the line in here. Boom. He's my dude. This is him doing one of these giant ass. This run's called Maverick, I think. Like a whole Top Gun thing. It is big jumps.
It's real pretty.
Big fucking jumps. Yeah, this is last.
Let's go.
I think Tuesday. He's riding the fucking Ryobi.
All right, Dan.
I love it.
Like the power tools?
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Rolling down there and you're just. Yo!
Send it. Damn.
Fucking send it.
Oh, wow.
Woo! Bam! Yeah. He was proud of that dude. He was. Woo! Woo! Shout out fucking Dick Richard, baby. Yeah. All those are gap jumps. You hit those, and you got to fly over them.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's no other way. There's no other way to land
down
it.
in it.
Yeah, you'll just eat shit and die. It's not great. It's not fucking great. So this is my new hobby. Be doing that shit. I don't be doing none of the gap jumps and stuff. But
Joseph, send it. We want it.
I do.
We want
send
the
it
content.
like right fucking now, Joseph.
Yes.
We'll play it right now.
Send it. So that is it. That concludes our grab
it.
bag for this week. That was a fantastic grab bag. This is a
That's
healthy
great.
show.
Amen.
Yeah, thank you everyone for being here. You are a fantastic, wonderful audience, and we love you all, obviously.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to you too, bro. Like with the last 2 shows we did them each solo.
Yeah.
Like I missed you,
I
man.
know.
Like
I'm happy. This
it's
is
been
a good
good.
time
It's
to be back.
good to be back.
Cheers.
Cheers, bud. Bam.
Yeah, so
I can't cheers without drinking. What are you doing?
with that, everyone, I think we'll call this episode an end.
So.
We'll be back in 2 weeks for another episode of this. Before then, there will be a new episode of SOS ID posted on the Patreon. So if you're not on the Patreon, make sure that you go there and you subscribe.
That is a week from Monday.
Yeah.
A week from Monday, the first.
So the next episode we'll be back is on the 6th. And so, yeah, we'll have an episode out before then of SOS ID. We'll have an article out by then. We'll have some more shooting content. I'm going out next week to get some good shooting in, do a lot of pistol drills. I got this, showed it to Colin, my training ammo here. This whole, see if we can see it at all. My training rounds here.
Looks good.
So on the back, got our 5.56. Some of that shit's kind
Oh,
of dark,
I just love the sound of it, man.
Yeah,
The sound of Lucy ammo is just, it never fails.
Got our 9mm in the front here.
Ooh.
It's the Asthma.
The Asthma, dude.
It's the Asthma.
Shout out, Nate.
Yes, thank you guys
I
again
love my buddy
for
Nate.
being here. So we'll have lots of new content for you before the next time that we're here. And we'll have lots of beautiful content, more topics, all kinds of
things. Big shout out to the next SOS ID family episode, me and you. It is, you want to get on the Patreon right now because that shit gets, we go hard. We go hard in the paint on that one.
It's a good family episode.
Daddy gets real emotional.
Yeah, that's a really, really good one. So make sure you guys check that out. Make sure you guys are here in 2 weeks. Make sure that you tell everybody about this show. You like and subscribe and you share. It's like I said, we're going to blow up this year. We're doing big things. So make sure that you guys stay here. You get in. You tell people to get in. I'm telling you, this year is going to be big for us. So
use new catchphrase. We pee on stuff because of social media. I don't understand that one.
Weird.
Okay.
Well, we'll be back in a couple weeks for episode 168. So thank you guys again for being here. We love you very much.
Indeed.
We've run personal social media, obviously. I'm at Salt of the Street on Twitter and at alpaca_Donovan on Instagram. Collins at Big Bird Alfie on both those things. Everything at saltofthestreets.com. We already talked about the Patreon. Make sure to go there. Subscribe.
Do it.
So until then, stay smart, stay strong, stay safe, stay free. We love you guys.
Peace.